don't even have my photo up here. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. How is it going? Welcome to whoever is here. Cindy from sunny South Florida. What's up? How are you? Long time no see. Jazz is here. What's up? What up, Jazz? How are ya? How is everybody? Thank you guys for tuning in. And just in case you are new here, we're streaming on YouTube. We're streaming on our second channel. If you guys didn't know about it, I do have a second channel that I'm trying to build. It's for filling in the gaps. You know, this thing that you see right here. I'm trying to, build another channel, a media channel, where you can just post all the news there. So make sure you follow FITG News. What's up, Tiff? How's it going, Tiff? Dory, welcome. Where am I even, Sydney? I don't know. If you ain't here, where you at? You guys, I don't mean to be so full of energy right now, but I feel like I haven't done a live in a long time, and I feel like I haven't hung out with you guys, so I miss you guys. I hope you guys are all doing well. Ghost, what's up? How's it going? Coco Mom, how's it going? Thank you so much. Peekaboo, I see you. Great job on Strategic Eyes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That was really kind of him to bring me onto his show to talk about my experience inside the courtroom on day one of the preliminary hearing. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to return back since day one, but I am trying. I think I'm going to be going out on Monday, you guys. I'm going to try. You guys know how much this case means to me. And, we're all in the pursuit of justice for baby girl Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Do you have it in the video description on the page? Which one? Jazz? I can't find the chat right now. What chat? What's going on? You can only do what you can do, right? Yeah. I can only do what I can do, but you know what? I've been meaning to. Oh, I don't have it in the description. So you're right. I should add it. I should. Great call, Mod. Don, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. I wasn't going to go live, but I haven't seen you guys in forever, and I miss you guys. Let me go ahead and pull it up. Hold on really quick. I don't have any videos posted on there, and I think I only have let me see. Let me pull this up really quick. We're gonna play some music again until we get the show on the road, you guys. Give me a second. Thank you guys for just being cool and hanging out. Yeah, I'll put the link in the chat for you guys so you guys can go follow. Abraham, how are you? Are you well rested? You guys have been on a roll on Rabbit's channel, and I want to thank you guys. Dee, thank you so much for the 440 jewels. I appreciate you, Uncle Ert. I just dropped the other channel in the chat, you guys. So if you guys would be so kind and gracious to subscribe to that channel, help us get to some subscribers. We're trying to build it. So we'll see what we can do. And I do apologize if I haven't been super active on here. I've been busy with work, was at the prelims on Tuesday, and I'm not gonna lie, I've also been trying to work on all of my other social medias as well. If you guys don't know, I've been I haven't been streaming, but I've been super active on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I've been super active on there, and I've been just trying to put out updates and tweets. So if you guys are on X, follow me there too. If you're watching from X, welcome. Building some Legos, of course you would. You went from true crime to building Legos, right? Like you said earlier. Tiff, thank you for the 10 jewels. You guys, I want to know. I want to check on you guys, and I want to see how everybody is holding up, because it's crazy. it was a crazy day, and I've missed a little bit. I missed a little bit of it because of work, duty call, so I have to be there. A brave new channel. I know. We'll see. Hopefully I can be more active on there. I don't know. Social media is hard, you guys. Social media is not easy to do. But it's no excuse. Like Strategic said, what did he say? Only the strong? He's a different breed. But anyways, if you guys haven't already, Strategic Eyes had me on as a guest on his show. He talked about day 4 of the preliminary hearing, and then also had me on to share my experience on the preliminary hearing day 1. So we talked about that. Julia, welcome. You're new. Bring the jury. Welcome. Oh my God. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the inner circle. You guys drop some circles in the chat for our new member. Bring the jury. And bring the jury, just in case you didn't know, I see that you're in vertical mode, or it shows a notification of vertical mode. If you don't like the vertical mode, we are streaming in horizontal mode. So go to my page and click the horizontal view so you can check that out. David is finished. Robert Morganfart. I've seen you in other chats. I've seen you in Rabbits. Welcome, Robert Morganfart. Rob, are you guilty too? To be honest with you, we're really just gonna recap some of the stuff that's gone down today. We'll talk about it. I'll be honest with you, I've been in and out of following up on today just because of work. So I have a sidebar video with Jesse Weber up. We'll watch a few videos from Kadisha. And I want to kind of read some of the tweets that went out from Lauren Conlin, our good friend over at LA Magazine. What's up, Miss Dizzle? Welcome. Want to go ahead and check those out. So I do thank you guys for being here. It's been a minute since I've been on, so I do appreciate all of you guys that are here. So if I'm not mistaken, we only had 2 primary witnesses testify today for day 4. We had the Deputy Medical Examiner, Dr. Grant Ho of Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiners. He was the witness who testified during the morning session through the extended cross-examination. And then we had LAPD Police Department Robbery Homicide Division Detective Corey Farrell. Corey Farrell, if you guys don't know, Corey Farrell is the partner of Detective Josh Byers, who was the actual eyewitness, testifying witness on day 1, who came in, the mid-morning. So he testified today, and he presented all the contents of the defendant's recovered iPhone and all the associated iCloud accounts, etc. So we'll go ahead and talk about that. But I just want to check in on everybody, all of you guys, make sure you guys are all doing well. I don't think she was. I don't remember hearing anything about her shoes. If I'm not mistaken, I think I heard something about her being found in like Skechers socks. Somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. Did she have on Skechers socks? The bodyguard is us. I know. That's what Sheldon Jaculus. Yeah, Celeste had socks, not shoes. So yeah. I wonder who, if anyone, has rolled in. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, Bring the Jury says yes, no shoes. Yep. Dory says just Skechers socks, no shoes. So let me go ahead and share this with you guys. I don't know if you guys have watched this already, but obviously I haven't because I'm catching up with everything. So hopefully you guys are here to watch it with me, But this is Law and Crime with Jesse Weber. He's here to kind of discuss, and we're gonna pause and talk and share our thoughts and ideas on everything that went down. But you guys, today's evidence, I've caught glimpses of everything, but this has got to be one of like the heaviest days of this entire journey to justice for Celeste Rivas, and learning a lot of the horrible speculations, right? I mean, I guess you can call them speculations, right? All the stuff that went out on Reddit. And shout out to everybody who's participated on the Reddit forums, because like those are the street detectives that have pretty much solved this case before the preliminary hearing. What has shocked you the most up to now? Don asks. I think it's finding out everything that we've seen, and you guys know that we keep an eye out on the Reddit, you know, very much, and just to see some of the things that have gone out on the Reddit that has really been like through this whole entire time, right? Yeah, shout out to all the researchers out there on Reddit. The Strategic calls them the RIB. Shout out to the RIB. You guys know who you are. But yeah, they've done one hell of a job kind of piecing this whole thing together. And it kind of reminds me of that Don't F with Cats, right? You guys remember that that documentary on Netflix with Luca Magnotta, right? How the internet helped solve this crime. And I'm very curious, you know, how much of the information that was on the Reddits, how much of that information did detectives use to kind of gather their information? Because a lot of this stuff, let's be honest, a lot of this stuff that we've seen, right, or that you guys have heard being reported in the preliminary hearing, a lot of this stuff is just confirmation, right, of some of the stuff that we've already kind of known. But it just kind of hits different to know that, like, damn, it actually is true, right? Yeah, exactly what Rob Morganfart is saying. Most of it is turning out to be true, except for Neo parking the car in 764. Yeah, and that is pretty damn impressive for everybody who's come together and, you know, just putting their skills together to do this investigative stuff that they do, and just, you know, come together and get justice for our poor little girl, Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And I call her a little girl because she was only 14. And some of the shocking news that we heard today, she was a 14-year-old girl who had not one, but she had 2 abortions, you guys. That is just mind-blowing, you know? Sydney says, so sad. I'm glad to see justice coming. I want to know from your perspective, put a 1 in the chat if you guys think that this is going to trial. Do you think that the prosecution has presented enough evidence to ensure that this case goes to trial? I want to know what you guys think. I feel like I know what the answer is already, but I am curious to know what you guys think. And thank you for putting that in the chat, right? Do you capital 1 do you think that they're going to pursue the DP on this guy? He's going to take a deal. Coco Mom says he's going to take a deal. Oof, I really hope not. I hope not. But let's go ahead and check this video out. We got Jesse Weber on sidebar. Let's see what he's got to share.
Murderer David's preliminary hearing, because not only did the deputy medical examiner testify about the cause and manner of death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, but we just got an idea.
You know, I'm very curious. Bring the jury. Do you happen to know when that video was posted, or when he posted that video? Nathan Hockman was so confident they got his butt. And it's funny because I was on the Associated Press, and I'm just going to show this to you guys really quick. They posted this photo here, and I was looking at, like, who's in this photo, and you can see me with my big old belly right there. We made it, Ma. We made it. We made it. But this is the article that the AP put out, I believe, today. And we'll get into that a little bit later, but it was just so funny to go to this link to see the article, and I was like, oh, I remember this. I was right there. So, what's up, Unity Eagle? How's it going? Mama, I made it. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you being here. Let's get back to this video with Law and Crime and Jesse Weber.
Of what the defense may be doing, what they may argue if this case goes to trial. And I will tell you right now, it is something. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime.
I'm Jesse Weber.
Okay, day 4, David's preliminary hearing. Remember, this is all to determine if there is sufficient evidence, if there is probable cause, sufficient probable cause to support the charges that he faces for this to go to trial. Remember, he's facing murder, continuous sexual abuse of a child, unlawful mutilation of human remains charges, all.
Oh, bring the jury. You're in Cali? Yeah, we currently don't have it, but I would not be mad if they still pursued it and he still got charged and got charged and received the DP, right? I mean, he can sit and he can wait, and when that moratorium is lifted one day, you know, he could still become a candidate while sitting on death row.
In connection with the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, whose decomposed, dismembered remains were allegedly found in a Tesla, allegedly registered to David. So now we are going back, and today's big because this is the testimony of the deputy medical examiner, Dr. Grant Ho. Let's talk about it. Okay.
I think he's all of the above, Rob Morganfort, right? But I'm just curious, are we going to see Rob? Are we going to see Rob testify as a witness when this thing goes to trial? Because now I feel like since this preliminary hearing, nobody's talking about Neo, right? Oh my Lord. Auntie Amber, thank you. Oh my gosh. You guys, drop some circles in the chat for Auntie Amber from the surprise witness. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Amber. We appreciate you. Good work, Flojo. We all wanted to know. We all wanted to know until we knew, right? Remember to take time out during this when you need to. Appreciate what you are doing. I appreciate you so much. That means so much coming from you. I do appreciate it. And that is a huge, generous, I'm like, I can't even talk. Generous donation. So I do appreciate this so much. And thank you for supporting the channel. And we love you all over there with BJ. Make sure you guys subscribe. That surprise witness. Shout out to the surprise witness. Thank you so much, Auntie Amber.
Let me bring in our eyes and our ears once again. Julia Deng, NBC LA reporter who has been fantastic throughout all of this. Good to see you again.
You guys, and be nice to this lady right here, okay? I've seen how you guys have been on Julia in other chats. Y'all be nice to her.
And there's a lot to get into here. There is a lot to get into when we talk about the deputy medical examiner.
Oh, and then congrats to BJ for hitting 20K on her new channel. She got 20K in record time. So shout out to BJ. We love you, BJ.
There's testimony. But before we even do that, we've always started by talking about David's demeanor in the courtroom. And the way that we've gone through it for the past several days, it's that he looks kind of bored. He looks like you described, the court reporter even said yesterday that he looks like he's on another plane, disengaged. Today, though, if I'm reading the notes that you sent over, a little bit different from David today, right?
A tiny bit, Jesse. He is a little bit more animated. He came in today.
Hold on, you guys. Auntie Amber, look at this, you guys. Auntie Amber said, here is another one to make sure you get food and water. I'm about to cry, to be honest with you. Like that is so nice and generous of you to support our channel, our itty bitty small channel like ours. We can't thank you enough, you know, with the team over here on flojoetv. Means a lot coming from you. So thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Tell BJ we said thank you, and we love BJ over here. You guys, make sure you guys go subscribe. Mods, if you guys can, drop BJ's channels. Drop all 3 of them in the chat for everybody, please.
Wearing the standard LA County jail uniform, that orange jumpsuit. He's got a shirt on underneath it. Hair is kind of grown out. He looks tired, unshaven, but he did seem a little bit more animated. He sat down, had a conversation with one of his defense attorneys, and then started smiling and chit-chatting a little bit with her. That was different. But once testimony started up again, and we were hearing from the deputy medical examiner, one of two people involved in actually performing the autopsy.
Look, you guys, I have not been to day 2, 3, or 4, but I did see some of these actual photos in person when I was there on day 1. And I like, when I tell you guys, it's crazy, right? Because they have this projector on the table, right? It's like a digital projector, and they print these photos of evidence on like a piece of paper, and then they put them up on this projector, which projects it. You guys remember those old school projectors in like high school? And now I'm dating myself, right? Or aging myself. When they had that projector on like that clear plastic, and it would just kind of project on the wall. They have like a digital version of that now. And you know, they put them up literally like right behind the person that's testifying. And you can see some of this stuff. And you know, when the prosecution is putting up these pieces of evidence, you know, the person on the stand can kind of turn to them and refer to them, look at them, respond to whatever it is that they're talking about. But you know, just to be in that courtroom to see this kind of stuff, it's just like jaw dropping. You know, and I'm gracious to the LA County, the court in general, just for allowing me to sit in there as a person who didn't even have a lottery ticket. So thank you for being so generous for allowing me to be in there, and you guys didn't have to. So it was crazy. It was a really crazy experience. I saw this photo right here, and this part really tripped me out with her finger, because you know, they've been reporting that, you know, her body was so badly decomposed you couldn't tell that was her by looking at her because of the skin slippage, etc. But I was so shocked and surprised when they showed this photo of her finger, and when they had the bag with her extremities in it, because I'm not gonna lie, I thought that the body was going to be so badly decomposed that it was going to be like necrotic and black and dried out. But it was just so odd to see how pale her finger was. And when I say pale, you guys, like I'm talking about like the skin on her finger was so white that her tattoo stood out so clear. And my spot in that courtroom was all the way up against the back wall and all the way to the left in the corner. And I was literally, my left elbow was touching the door to come out. You know, like that's kind of how far back I was in the room. And you can read the on her finger so clear. And then they showed, and here they're showing a right hand, but the evidence that they showed, that photo of the left hand, was just, it was so crazy because you can see the ring and the pinky finger missing, and then you take a look at the cuts that were made on her finger, and they were so jagged. And when they say like she was mutilated, that's exactly what it looked like. You know, it looked like, I mean, I don't even know at this point what type of machine or tool they used to cut her open, but it was just so sad to see. Then they had this photo up of the autopsy report. I didn't get to see these, but I did see the one, you know, the trash bag with the blue handle. It was just, I don't know, it was so crazy. You know, for any person, any normal person, and I say normal only because like I have a background in nursing, so you know, stuff like this doesn't bother me. It kind of intrigues me. But any other person that would have seen that would have walked out and probably thrown up. So anybody who saw that and had to go through with witnessing that when they didn't want to, I'm so sorry you had to go through that. OB, what's up? Welcome back to the Inner Circle. Thank you for becoming a member, renewing your membership. First Liberties, you and Abraham, you guys drop some circles in the chat for Abraham and First Liberties podcast for assisting Rabbit on her many, not just one, not just two, not just three, but 4 of Rabbit's lives, doing 10 hours of coverage a day. Thank you guys for just keeping up with Rabbit and keeping her company so she didn't have to do this all alone. We truly appreciate it, and you guys have kept us all in the loop. Like the moment anything drops, you guys are out there just putting it out there. So thank you, and then thank you, Rabbit, for all of that. All right, you guys, let's get back to this.
On Celeste, after her remains were found in David's Tesla, he went back to his usual, expressionless, emotionless, really motionless pose, sitting at the counsel table. He's staring straight ahead, kind of just blinking at the witness on the stand, staring at the exhibits on that overhead monitor, and really not moving, not reacting.
And by the way, before we even get into the substance of the testimony, where I really think it's interesting what both this medical examiner had to say and what the defense has been saying, the photos that were shown to the whole gallery, which you saw, your reporting indicates there was an audible reaction in the courtroom to those photos. Can you describe what you mean by that?
There was an audible reaction. There was a visceral reaction. And let me describe to you what happened, possibly by accident. Before we were actually shown the exhibits that we were supposed to see in the order that they were supposed to be presented, during this deputy medical examiner's testimony, the projector in the courtroom actually flipped through numerous autopsy photos before we were supposed to see that. So imagine, right, this.
Oh, wow. I must have missed that when I was in Rabbit's chat. That is crazy. The projector flipped through all, and that's crazy how they do it. I wonder if it's, how does it flip through all of these photos? Unless it's like connected to the computer, because I know that they were able to do that.
Overhead monitor, kind of like flipbook style, in a matter of seconds, going through probably about half a dozen photos. And I'm talking autopsy photos, showing the victim's torso, open chest cavity.
Okay, and that's a point of contention that we've had all morning, right? Because there were reports that some of what was considered the missing ring or the pinky fingers were actually found. So those of you guys in the chat, let me know, update me. Did they actually locate either the ring or pinky finger that he had dismembered and removed from her left hand? Because that part, I think we were all asking, right? So put a 1 in the chat if they did recover it. Put a 2 in the chat if none of them have been recovered. No, never found. Okay. Somebody also tweeted that, though. Was it Lauren Conlon that tweeted that? 2. Okay. Good. No, they didn't locate. It's not good that they didn't find it, but okay, good that we're correcting the information. The David tattoo finger is still missing. And the pinky, I'm assuming then, right? On the right hand, they didn't find the one with the David tattoo and pinky.
Extremities.
That is crazy.
Laid out, cleaned off and laid out on a silver exam table. There was an audible gasp. A reporter sitting behind me in the courtroom, you could hear her reacting to this. You could.
Just Lit Library, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Inner Circle. Thank you. Welcome. Drop some circles in the chat, you guys.
You could see everybody.
Drop some circles in the chat.
Reacting, I think, very viscerally. but Dr. Grant Ho, the witness on the stand right now, he's going through this methodically, step by step. For him, this is his day to day. This is just part of his job, and
Leo,
he's
welcome.
answering the questions that way. There's nothing emotional, nothing grisly or gruesome about any of this to him.
Did she? Okay. Well, I mean, that's good to know that it's that at least we can come together and correct it, right? This is why we need cameras and transcripts. Oh my God, Obi, don't even get me started with the transcripts, right? I know we've been talking about, I think what was it, day 2 when it was all ruined for everybody, you know, because people on social media got to be the first to drop it. That is pretty crazy though. Very smart and slick, but kind of sucks because it wasn't that slick. Summer of 88, thank you so much for the 400 jewels. We appreciate you. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Ugh, can't even talk. Do me a favor, guys. If you guys haven't already, hit that like button. If you guys aren't subscribed, subscribe to the channel so you can get your updates. And then follow me on all the other social medias, you guys. If you guys are on X, I'm on X. I'm posting. I'm posting so much on this case, and I'm gonna brag a little bit, just because we got Celeste some exposure. But you know, I tweeted something the other night, and it went crazy, you guys. Like, I have to show this to you guys, just because this has never happened to anything that I've ever posted before. But I posted this photo of Celeste, right? This is actually one of the pieces of evidence that they displayed in the courtroom. And this is a photo that we've seen all over the Reddits, all over social media. But when I posted this post went so viral. It got 5.5 million views. And I was just mind blown, because what the heck? But what was nice to know is that there are at least 5.5 million eyes on this case. So I was so happy. I could care less about how many views this tweet got, right? It's a little impressive, I'm not gonna lie, but I do have to say, I'm so happy to hear that there are at least 5.5 million eyes on this on this case, and know about this and are all on the same side. So happy about that. All right, let's get back to this video. Leah, thank you so much for your $4.99 super chat. Hope you're having a great night, Flo and chat. We're having a great night, and we're so happy that all of you guys are here. So thank you guys so much. It's Friday, and we are all ready for the weekend. Who's ready for the weekend? Because I am. I'm ready to take somewhat of a tiny break from this, because it has been a little heavy. But I'm really excited to kind of just enjoy the weekend just a little bit, and then we're going to resume this all over again. We thought that it was going to be over today, but they decided they are not done. And I'm very curious to know, like, what other witnesses that they're going to call. Foxy, thank you so much for the 100 jewels. We appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. The transcripts we have from day 1 tell us which fingers were there and which weren't. You're right. You're absolutely right. And we'll pull those up.
Makes you think about that job. I mean, my gosh. All right, I know this is a 180. I get it, but I have to call this out because I think it's really concerning. Why are so many of us still settling for earning almost nothing on our savings? Is that how you just thought banking worked? Well, Lord. This is why I got to tell you about so much about. Okay, so today's an important day. There has been so much about evidence about David's alleged illegal relationship with Celeste. There's been a lot of evidence and testimony.
Aw, everybody shout out to OB for taking summer school classes. Yeah, you take them summer classes, girl. Get it over with. Get it over with, girl. Do what you got to do so you don't got to take them anymore. Shout out to OB. Shout out to OB.
Regarding the potential cleanup, the dismemberment. When it comes to the actual killing, when it comes to the actual alleged murder, this is what we were waiting for. What did Dr. Grant Ho say about the cause and manner of death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez?
There is a lot of back and forth during this cross-examination now of Dr. Grant Ho, but he repeated findings from the medical examiner's office that have already been published. This was released months ago. We have reported on this, but he walked us through with the support of visuals this time that we have not previously seen from the autopsy. He walked us through what they already found months ago. They decided the cause and manner of death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was homicide.
Jeez.
And they attributed her death to multiple
Leah, thank you for the 199
penetrating
super sticker.
injuries. Here's what's interesting, though. They did not identify what kind of weapon or tool caused those penetrating injuries. And they stopped short of actually calling it a penetrating injury caused by a sharp instrument. So they're not saying that she was definitely stabbed to death. And that's because of the advanced state.
Hold on. Let's go back. Okay, so they're not backtracking or changing, but they're referring to her injury as something else, which is different.
Caused by a sharp instrument, short of actually calling it a penetrating injury.
A penetrating injury
caused by a sharp instrument.
Caused by a sharp instrument, which we can probably all allude to it being like a stabbing, but because of the level of decomposition, they are choosing to word it differently. Very interesting.
So they're not saying that she was definitely stabbed to death. And that's because of the advanced state of decomposition. And
you know what, Obi, I'm so curious about that too, especially after, the evidence that they've shown. They actually showed images of, where she was cut at the knee and all the blue fragments of the what we've been calling a kiddie pool, but it really is an inflatable pool. It is going to be interesting to see if they actually have an anthropologist or an entomologist, right? An anthropologist is basically the specialist who deals with all of the cut marks. They'll be able to determine what type of tool was used, what type of cut, where it was cut. And then the entomologist is the one who studies those little bugs, right? They're going to be able to determine how long she may have been unalived for. So it'll be really interesting to hear their testimony on what they observed while they were conducting this autopsy. So I really hope that they do, because that to me is one of the most interesting parts. That, and I have to say, the wiretaps is what I really need to just know. What are these wiretaps about? Auntie Amber, thank you so much for the jewels. I appreciate you. Thank you. Imagine if he had not gotten caught. He'd probably be out there trying to do it again, right? But my question is why? Why did he get caught? And I'm glad he did, right? But why did he get caught? Do you guys think that he just didn't care? Is it because, I don't know, I mean, was he just so dumb? Was he so busy? I'm curious, why? How did he, a 20-year-old musician, he was sloppy? He's a control freak? Yeah, probably, right? And yes, dumb. He is really dumb, for reals. Yep. Yeah, I'm curious, but I do want to see the forensic entomologists and anthropologists hear how they're going to chime in on this.
They simply don't know for sure exactly how or what caused a lot of what they found, which we are looking at right now in the courtroom, documented in these very, very visual exhibits.
Let me tell you why that's so significant. But our audience should know. One of the special circumstance allegations in this case that has been presented by prosecutors is that David Anthony Burke personally used a deadly and dangerous weapon, a sharp instrument, to commit this crime. And yet what you're telling us is this deputy medical examiner can't definitively say that that's the case.
We don't know that for sure. And I think defense attorneys made a point of underscoring that several times.
That's a good point.
That is one of the elements of this first-degree felony murder charge that is interesting, that is different, right? And if he is convicted, there could be a
Oh my God, Peekaboo, you had to say this? Really? You guys, if you guys don't know what Peekaboo ICU is referring to in this comment down here, where you see Will in quotation marks, David nicknamed his wee wee Will. Now that is some crazy shit. And Strategic, I'm sorry for stealing this, but I just have to.
Oh my God!
Shout out to Strategic guys. What? Yeah, who nicknames their wee wee Will? Which is really odd though, right? Because if you think about it, there's been a person supposedly coming from David's camp, or maybe not, who's been leaking some stuff. And I think Will was the person who leaked the YouTube history of David on the PS5. And that came from a Will too. Very odd and suspicious if you ask me. Will. That's okay.
sharp instrument enhancement. I believe in the state of California that could tack on an additional consecutive year. But those
I'm surprised he didn't name it the Tranquilizer, right? That was his iPhone. His iPhone was named Tranquilizer, you guys. You know how you guys can name your iPhone? David's name was the Tranquilizer. What? Are you kidding me? This guy is something else. I'd be so embarrassed if I were his parents. Embarrassed? You know what though? I mean, okay, I don't disagree with you, but I would also be super embarrassed knowing that I knew that my son was dating a minor and knew I can't and knew that I couldn't wait to get to my underage girlfriend to do the thing with her. That is so disgusting.
3 additional special circumstances
You
that
nasty
makes
First
this
Liberties.
murder case eligible for the death penalty. Here's what else the deputy medical examiner doesn't know for sure. And defense leaned really hard into all of this on cross. They don't know which penetrating
Diabolical.
injury occurred first. There's one on the victim's abdomen and there's one on her lateral left chest.
Oh wow, they showed photos up close of the actual injury. Wow. Interesting. Penetrating injury right there. Wow.
So one is associated possibly with liver damage.
Well, Unity, right? Let's think about it, right? You guys remember back in February of 2026, there was a writ of habeas corpus that was filed because they did not want to testify in the grand jury. And now we know, now we actually know one of the reasons why the parents did not want to testify, right? The mom did not have it in her to come to this grand jury and admit that she knew that her son was dating a minor.
Other possibly with rib damage and diaphragm damage. Deputy Emmy can't say which one happened first. He can't say.
You know, I don't understand why they got away with it either, right? But their dad obviously, you know, works as a litigation consultant and he's probably familiar with the laws. And he knew how to postpone or stall the need for him to show up to this grand jury. And, you know, this time he was able to get away with it. But, I mean, who knows how much longer they can. I mean, can you imagine just being the Burks right now, the parents of David, right? Imagine being them right now and everybody finding out that Colleen, the mother, supported her son, the PDF. Imagine her going, I don't know when or if they go to church. But how is that going to play out for them, you know, when they're in public? That's crazy. I think that's really crazy. And not only that, but you guys remember when Caleb, you guys remember when he put out that Instagram story where he was saying he believes all pedophiles should be dead? Like, how does that look? How does that look, you guys?
Definitively, whether or not they may have happened seconds apart. He cannot say which one caused her death. He cannot say how long it may have taken Celeste to die from either one of those injuries. There's so much we simply don't know. And that created a gap for one of the defense attorneys.
Let me see this photo right here. This photo right here, the knee. That one was pretty crazy because you can see little blue specks of that pool just peppered into the wound of her knee. And then when they actually showed the inflatable pool, you guys can see the inflatable pool photos was crazy because you can see the vast difference in color, right? It was dark blue, it was light blue. And then in the fragments right here, you can literally see the different colors of the blue. So it was like, wow, 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 wow. And I bet you anything, the moment they saw the pool and they saw her knee, they were able to figure that out so quick.
Created a gap for one of the defense attorneys to ask something that we have not heard yet in this case. She asked this witness, this deputy medical examiner, if he could rule out that Celeste may have inflicted both of these stab wounds on her own. And he said, based on his findings in this autopsy, that was not something that he could definitively rule out. The reaction in the courtroom following that line of questioning.
I bet you David is sitting there looking at these images like,
delete everything, delete everything, everything goes.
How's that playing out for you now, David? Huh?
Delete everything, delete everything, everything goes.
No. They're not deleting anything, David. In fact, they're bringing all the evidence to the table. And they are definitely going to come after his ass.
Though, I turned around and I could see a couple people, you know, glancing at each other, eyebrows raised. It looked and felt to me like people watching this line of questioning felt like it may have been bordering on the absurd. It may not be something a jury would believe.
Let's map that out for a second. So in other words, and this is based on what we saw this week from the defense, they are potentially building the argument, if this goes to trial, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Celeste would have come over to his place, something happened, she killed herself or had an overdose.
Y'all hear that? Celeste killed herself. You guys, that is one of the takes that the defense, or the approaches that the defense started to go, and that Celeste had done this to herself. And I'm very curious, you know, I want to ask the defense too, you know, was Celeste the one who dismembered herself too? Did she actually do that herself? Like, are these people got to be crazy. They are tripping. She did this herself. Like, as Mama Flo would say, this is just a bunch of BS, right? She did it to herself.
David panicked and tried to get rid of her body. I mean, is that something that you see the building blocks for, even though they've tried to, because remember, one of the most significant things I think the defense has been trying to do is saying, well, all these alleged purchases, the chainsaws, the laundry bags, the body bag, was all.
And I seen that video for myself, you guys. For real nitty gritty, David himself said everyone told him Celeste was only 13 on body cam. That is exactly what he said. He said She said she was 18, but everyone told me she was 13. How? Where is that? Hold on. Where is that photo? I need to pull that photo up of Celeste. Oops. Hold on. Not that one. This one. How? This is the image you decide to show the sheriff's deputy, and you say she looks 18? There's a reason there's 5.5 million views on this photo right here. And just look at some of the comments, right? Like, these people, like, there's no way that people thought she was 18. Still a baby in my eyes. I don't even know what this guy deserves. Nothing about this kid looks like an adult. Like, how could she's 11 in this photo, you guys. 11. Crazy that this is the same year that that David met her, and he has this photo of her on his phone. The sheriff's deputy even asked, does she look 13? You know what David's answer was? No.
Why the fuck you lying?
Like, bruh. You know, we've covered this case since day one. And all of you guys know how much time and effort we've spent putting in on this case. And the more I talk about this, like, the more upset I tend to get about it. It's just crazy how that guy swore up and down that she looked of age. It's upsetting. It's upsetting.
After she allegedly died. So it's not like he planned to kill her. Am I understanding that that's maybe the building blocks of where they may go as a potential defense?
Jesse, I don't know if that's where the defense is actively trying to go. I think this is their opportunity during this preliminary hearing to kind of test out different lines of questioning, right? See what sticks, see where the biggest openings might be for them to just create more gaps in the prosecution's case. I don't believe that line of questioning is going to go anywhere. But here's how they laid it out this morning. Marilyn Bednarski was the one asking Dr. Grant Ho these questions. She wanted to know first, is it helpful?
And shout out to Mona Schaefer Edwards for all of these court sketches that she does, you guys. She's really, you know, taking these moments and putting it all together for all of us to see, you know, because as a person who has been in the courtroom during at least one day, like, these court sketches are fairly accurate. It's crazy.
For somebody doing an autopsy to maybe have information about whether the decedent has a mental health history. Is it helpful to know if they are suicidal? Is it helpful to know if they are habitual drug users? So to each of those questions, Dr. Ho answered, potentially. So then she asked him, did you have any conversations with the decedent's relatives to explore those characteristics? He did not. So then she proceeded to ask about the injuries, right? The documented injuries, these penetrating wounds, and
you guys, this photo right here. Oh no, this photo right here is from January 2025. She had her abortion January 2024. So a year before this, she had already had an abortion. That's crazy.
Eruption to one of her ribs, the damage noted on her liver. And the defense wants to know, you know, can you definitively link those observations that were made during the autopsy to what you see on the overlying skin? And do you know exactly how that occurred. Are you able to definitively report that somebody else caused those injuries? And I think the broad answer to all of this is the advanced state of decomposition precludes a lot of definitive information. The deputy ME simply cannot say how this happened or who did this to her. I don't know if this is actually going to end up being a building block for an argument that Celeste killed herself, but it's certainly a line of questioning that I think any sharp defense attorney would explore during this opportunity.
Put a 1 in the chat if you think the defense has a leg to stand on using that approach that Celeste unalived herself. Put a 2 if there's no way in hell that that's gonna fly. Celeste did it herself. That's crazy. Or the bullet wound. That's wild. Oh, Auntie Amber says, and actually, I don't think that David's mom told him to ask that question to Celeste. I think that he is such a coward and wanted to know, so he put that on his mama's name. I could see that. I mean, I could totally see that. Now that you say that, Amber, I can totally see it. Okay, I see all 2s in the chat. I can totally see that. My mom didn't ask, but I'm going to ask anyways and throw my mama under the bus. I mean, how can if that is even true, how do the parents even defend themselves after, you know, after just what the public thinks about it all now?
In this preliminary hearing that we've been calling kind of a mini bench trial or a rehearsal for trial, if you will.
And I mean, if they're trying to muddy the waters in terms.
Okay, and we have Pincha Becky right here in the comments really quick. Hey, Joe, that young lady is the nicest person. I believe that the mom told him in that as in general. And shout out to Pincha Becky, you guys, because she has been down at the courthouses every day, making her way upstairs and just sitting in there, taking a whole bunch of notes, going onto Rabbit's channel and giving us a live in-person update. So shout out to Pincha Becky, you guys. Mods, if you guys can you guys drop her link in the chat? Make sure you guys go follow Pincha Becky, because she has been down in the courthouse doing God's work, sitting in there and reporting back all of the news. So shout out to you, and hopefully I can join you on Monday. If you're going back, hopefully I can join you on Monday. Why would his mom know? So why would his mom know that? And hold on. Why would his mom know that when he didn't want anyone to know that they were together in the first place? You know, sometimes the only people that you can tell your deepest, darkest secrets to is your family. You know? And sometimes, you know, you can tell them a secret and they won't judge you. But that's a good question. Why would he tell his parents?
In terms of how long had she been dead for? And, you know, they might be suggesting, can you definitively say she died on that night in April? What about this whole back and forth about a gunshot wound?
This was interesting too, because this was new. And Dr. Ho just clarified on the stand before we broke for lunch that his way of saying anything could.
Auntie Amber, you can always have your own opinion here on our channel. And that goes for everybody else in the chat too, right? We know how to keep it respectful. And you know, we can always agree to disagree in the chat. And it's okay to have your own opinion and perspective on things. And sometimes your perspective can help us see things in a different way too. So, you know, we not mad over here, right? Yeah, we want to hear what you guys think, because there could be other perspectives that make complete total sense. Hey, shout out to David is way guilty in the chat. Where is that, Amber? Is that Amber? Is that you? David is way guilty.
Had happened.
We got David is way guilty in the chat and Rob Morgan fart, you guys. We've got a star-studded show tonight. So shout out to David's camp at the chat.
to inflict what he'd observed on her ribs, damage to one of her left ribs. That could have come from anything. He cannot say with certainty that it came from a
What's
knife
up,
or another
Amber?
sharp instrument. And the reason, again, that they attributed her death to penetrating wounds as opposed to a sharp instrument is because they cannot rule out a possible gunshot wound with an exit wound in her body. They don't know for sure what killed Celeste.
And there was also discussion about the chainsaws, right? So, in other words, yesterday and the past few days, we know that chainsaws were collected, but as far as we know, they tested negative for blood. There seems to be one chainsaw that may be missing. In terms of a chainsaw,
Wait, Pinche Becky, I'm curious. This pink chainsaw that they're showing right here in the photo, is this not the chainsaw that's considered missing, or do they actually have this in their possession? I'm really curious because I was always under the impression that the pink, is it the Makita? The pink Makita chainsaw is the one that's missing. I'm curious. I'm curious.
seems to be one chainsaw that may be missing. In terms of a chainsaw potentially being used to inflict these injuries on Celeste, whether it was in the form of, her cause of death, maybe to kill her or to dismember her, what was the discussion of chainsaws today?
So the witness was very careful to answer that line of questioning. He noted, I think, several times that he is not an expert when it comes to tools, power tools used to dismember bodies. He did offer up some general knowledge about what might lead to the types of cuts that he noted on the victim's body. He described it as clean or smooth around the edges. That, though, I think is going to be called into question as well, because the appearance of all of these wounds, right, they have changed post-mortem during decomposition. But he talked about how to cut through soft tissue or organs, you can do that with a scalpel. He talked about how to cut through bone, you might use something like a bone saw. And he said to cut through rib, you would need something essentially like hedge cutters. That's what he said on the stand. Still, he cannot.
Okay, so Will. Oh no, we got a Will in the chat, you guys. Uh-oh. We got a Will in the chat, y'all. Sorry, Will, don't mean to call you out, but I hope you know why we're joking with you. But Will said they found 2 chainsaws and 1 handsaw. The largest chainsaw is missing still. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you for the clarification. Okay. Thank you for that, because I did not actually know that. Will said, I'm 45. I came first. All right. That's fair. That's fair. So 2 chainsaws and 1 handsaw. The largest chainsaw is still missing. And I'm very curious if they're counting the one that SF took photos of in the garage, because it looked like it in the photo that they were talking about, or the photo that they were showing that had all 3 of the chainsaws in it, because SF was saying that they didn't collect it. So I'm curious if they're referring to that and counting that as 1, or are they not? And there really is 4. I don't know. I'm curious.
Definitively identify what was used to sever this victim's limbs from her body.
And to be clear, the prosecution hasn't laid out a specific murder weapon or what happened to a potential murder weapon?
They have not yet. We do know 2 of the chainsaws found in David's garage during a search about a week after the Tesla was found with the victim's remains in the front trunk. We do know those 2 chainsaws tested negative for blood.
What about the insect activity?
That was another detail that I think got a visible reaction in the courtroom this morning. Dr. Ho described the beginning stages of maggots all around the victim's remains when he first got the case, when he was preparing to do the autopsy.
This was another thing that was shown in evidence, you guys, the missing persons poster, because David, believe it or not, David actually had the missing persons poster on his phone too. He knew. Oh, he knew. And if he didn't know, the deputy for sure made sure that he knew that night that she was only 13.
I think it was a good morning for the victim's parents,
Hey,
both of
Nat,
their
what's up,
parents,
Nat?
who've been sitting in for most of this preliminary hearing, to not be in the courtroom. I walked past them in the hallway just now when I was exiting.
But isn't that crazy though? Right? Hold on. Now I have to look at this. Hold on. Let me think this over. I need to pull up a photo really quick. Hold on. Hold on. I need to see the screenshot. Where is the screenshot of Asia? Okay, so we have this here. Let's take a look at this really quick. So you guys see this right here? You guys all know what this photo is right here. This is the screenshot of. So whoever this person is had this missing persons poster posted on their story, and Asia responded to the story and said, "Bro, this is my girlfriend." Hold on, I need to look at the dates really quick in my handy dandy notebook, because this is February 17th was the house visit. This was February 14th. February 16th. The visit to the house was February 17th. Oh, Asia absolutely knew. And I wonder if that's when she confronted David. So February 16th, she receives this. And then the house visit takes place on the 17th, which is the day after she knows, right? This is crazy. So Asia knows at this point. She probably was the one that tipped David off. She probably was the one that tipped David off and let him know about it so he could prepare. And I don't know if you guys were in Strategic Eyes Live, but I was mentioning from my experience, from my perspective, when we saw the body cam footage of this interaction between the deputy and David, it sounded like every answer that he had was very rehearsed. Like every question the deputy asked, David had an answer. When was the last time you saw her? November 23rd. Or when was the last time you talked to her? November 12th. You know, like he did not stop to think about it. He answered so quickly that he had exactly, Nightbat. He had pre-planned answers as if everything was rehearsed. And now that we're seeing this screenshot with the date, which is the day before, right? The day before the house visit, it totally makes sense that David was tipped on to this. That maybe, just maybe, he was going to get a visit, right? And then when did the email go out? Does anybody remember the date of the email? D4VD email from management. Let's see if something pops up. Well, let's take a look at this. Look at this, you guys. February 19th, 2024, an email goes out to David and his management, right? There's been talk that the artist D4VD possibly has something to do with the disappearance of 13-year-old Celeste Rivas. If that statement holds any merit, please do the right thing and take her home. her parents are very worried. So you see how all of these events are kind of lining up together? Becky said, remember, the Riverside sheriffs called David and told him LAPD was coming. That's right. And if you guys missed it, I was telling Strategic that this visit looked very nonchalant, very non-urgent. I was saying earlier that the female deputy that was there who stayed with David while the male deputy went and searched the home, you know, she was laughing with David. They were talking. She complimented his house and said it looked nice. He said it's an artist compound, you know, and a lot of artists stay here. That's what he basically said in the court or in the body cam footage. That's crazy. It's crazy, though, to see how all of this kind of lines up now, right? February 16th, Asia knows that she's a missing person. She knows that that's his girlfriend. February 17th, they visit the home, and that's where we see the body cam footage. And then February 19th, we see this email go out. And then we're told 2 days later, I'm assuming February 21st, Celeste Rivas Hernandez returns home. Like, isn't that crazy? That's just wild to me. That now all of this is starting to make sense now, right? That is what Becky pointed out. Yep. Will says, well, we know she said she confronted him about her age. It's funny that David didn't offer the fake ID to the cops, but he likely used that with Asia to get her to drop it. But also remember, Asia says he presented her with multiple IDs. I wonder what multiple IDs was to her. Was it 1, 2? And what kind of IDs were they? Were they California IDs, school IDs, like a bus fare ID? I don't know. A debit card. What did David show her? Right? It's crazy. Asia said that she confronted David. Yeah, right? Oops, where'd it go? Where did your comment go? Asia said she confronted David. What did he show you? Exactly, right? Rules for thee, but not for me, says David. Fake college ID? Yeah, could it have been a college ID? The credit card and the fake ID. I know, right? Joanne, thank you so much for the 2 jewels. Appreciate you. This is just crazy, you guys.
Lunch. They are here. They are in the courthouse, but they elected not to sit in there this morning for this testimony. I think that was an understandable move on their part.
Julia, you are as much an expert on this case as anybody I know. So I'm going to ask you this part because I think it's important. As we're recording this, we're at the end of the morning session. You're waiting to go back in for the afternoon session.
And you know what? I'm curious now too, now that we know like that Celeste was alive during specific dates. You guys remember when SF posted those 4 photos from David's camera roll and said she took that double head photo, and then he showed the photo of them in like the woods where they're shooting a music video. And then there was another one where he was like on a plane or something like that. And then there was another one of the shed in Texas. I'm curious because we now know that Celeste was alive at the time. Was Celeste on that trip with him? Because we know now from the brief that Celeste had followed him to Vegas. We learned that it was to the Trump Hotel, right? There were plans to go to the Trump Hotel. We know that she went with him to Texas to meet the family, and then we know that she went to London from that leak. It's crazy how we can just kind of all piece all of these things together. This shit is wild, you guys.
Over the past 4 days, and you know, you can tell me in terms of timeline whether this is going to go on into Monday or not.
That's true. They did say, well, apparently the word is that she was telling everybody that she was a student that went to USC, right? So I'm curious if they were able to fabricate some sort of USC college ID for her just to use as proof. And you know what? I still wonder too that we really don't have answers for is that when they had mentioned that they found her passport card, they mentioned that it was issued in May of 2025. So my question is, where was it issued to? Like, where was the destination of that mail when it was sent? And I mean, if it was to David's house, why was it to David's home? And why did it arrive after she was unalived? Becky, do you remember if they mentioned a date as to when her passport was issued? I know they said May 2025, but I don't remember them saying an actual date. How many more days of the prelim? Well, we thought it was going to be done today, but apparently they're going to continue on Monday at 9:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
How strong is the prosecution's case right now? So there's two questions, right? There's a question of, do they have enough for this to go forward to trial, right? It's a lower standard. It's probable cause. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just, does the prosecution have sufficient evidence to support these charges at this stage to go forward? How strong do you think the case is when it comes to first-degree murder, continuous sexual abuse, lawful mutilation of human remains? And where are the gaps?
Right, Peekaboo. It is odd. May 2025. That's really odd. It must have renewed, but how did he get it? Right? So I don't know. We don't know. We did okay. Becky said we didn't hear the date. Okay, we just know that it was May 2025. Somebody got swatted? Was it just recently? Or we're talking about, or are we asking about the time that David's parents' house got swatted? Yeah, David's parents' house got swatted last year when all of this was happening. I think this was on like September 23rd. Somebody fact check for me, please. Somebody find out the date. I do know it was very soon after they served the search warrant to his home on the 17th or 18th. And I think it may have been the same day that the deed was transferred from David's name to his mother's name. I think it was on September 23rd, but somebody fact check that for me, please, and let us know in the comments. I think that's when it was, September 23rd. Did you see the hoodlums who were outside of the courthouse? Mark caught it on recording. No. I mean, what were they doing? What were the hoodlums doing? Now, you know, I mean, I was mentioning earlier today, too, that on day one of the preliminary hearing during the lunch break, there was a car or a truck outside of the courthouse, stopped right in the middle of the courthouse on the street, literally on the street, right next to the sidewalk, stopped their car. And this truck had two speakers on it. It had a drum set. It had a fog light and a fog machine, like on a truck bed. Maybe it was like a van that was converted to like a truck, but it was open. And there was a bunch of, there was a person singing. He was putting on a freaking concert. And those of you guys know that when I went live, right, I was trying to give everybody like an update on it. But like my volume, my microphone was just so drowned out by the music that was so loud. And they literally stayed there from, I don't even know, from like the beginning of our lunch break to like the end. And so even Julia Dang, right, I'm sure she was recording an episode with Jesse Weber in the middle of her report, had to stop. Like you can just see like people just looking around like, what are we going to do? This guy's not stopping. Oh, swatting was September 17th. Okay. I thought it was on the 23rd. Darn.
Or what is missing right now? What is missing right now that they have yet to definitively show?
I think they had a strong enough case for this to move forward to trial. Now, the threshold for that, as you noted, is far lower than needed for a jury to convict the defendant on all three of those felony counts. Think of probable cause as just 51%. I think the prosecution has that.
Oh, you're right. Okay, so the date the house was swatted was actually the very first. It was on September 18th. and that was the first day one of the D's was transferred from his name to his mother's name. Wouldn't that make so much sense though if David was the one who made the SWAT call? I mean, I'd believe it. It was a gang of black teens, I assumed David fans. Ooh, they were stirring up some trouble. I mean, were they fighting with each other? Or were they just picking fights with like random people? That's crazy.
I think Beth Silverman, the deputy DA
But this, okay, I'm sorry for interrupting all the time. I do apologize, but this lady, they don't call her the sniper for nothing. She looks like one hell of a mean lady. This lady don't play. I've heard some of the things that she said in the courtroom. I saw the incident between her and SF Investigates with my own eyes. It was a little embarrassing. I truly felt bad for SF Investigates, and when it happened, him and I looked at each other. We're like, "What the hell is going on?" She does not play, and you know what? Good for her, because I hope that she takes this case all the way and convicts David on all 3 charges. But this lady is something else, you guys. She was overheard in the courtroom telling the family attorney inside the courtroom. This was right after the judge had mentioned that there was somebody on social media who was transmitting, reports from the courtroom to another content creator in another state. Right after that, she made a comment to the judge. I'm not the judge, to the family attorney. I forget what he said, but she basically said, like, try me and we'll see how far that goes, or something like that. And then she said, don't make me pull your badge. Yep, Silverman did convict the Grim Sleeper. But she said that to the attorney. She looked at him and said, we'll see how that goes. Don't make me pull your badge. Basically telling the attorney, like, don't fuck with me. I'll have your ass kicked out of this courtroom so fast. Right? Pinche Becky says, yes, she's great, but she needs to channel all that energy to the defendant and not the public. I agree with you, Becky. Right? Take it out on those on the left, those people on the left, which is the defense and David. Right? Don't dish it back out. And I heard of another incident that happened with another person of the public. So that was crazy too. Beth, just do what you do. I'm rooting for you. I'm on your side. I'm in your corner. Let's take that other team down.
Executing this case, I think she knows they had that. She seems very relaxed today, definitely more so than yesterday. I talked about how it felt a little bit tense in the courtroom yesterday morning. Different energy today. She actually walked in and realized her phone was missing.
Abraham, that's what I'm saying, right? With her passport card. This is why I believe he took so many trips out to Santa Barbara, because he wanted to take everything related to Celeste, whether it was her body, whether it was the tools and evidence that he used to dismember her, obviously her passport card. Well, we do know, because her passport card was found out there. So it had to have been delivered between, I don't know. Well, when do we think that it could have been delivered, right? Because it had to have been obviously before May 31st, because it wasn't found until, I don't know, January 7th, 2025. That's when Caltrans found her ID in Santa Barbara.
She's got staffers looking for it. She is cool as a cucumber today. I think she knows she has a strong enough case for this to go to trial. But
yeah, I don't want to mess with Beth Silverman too, because I plan on going Monday too, and I don't want her to like admonish me in front of the whole courtroom too and tell me that I can't be there, because I don't know how I would be if she did that. No.
We haven't seen any definitive proof yet that links David to the actual murder. We haven't seen any video that actually shows him committing that alleged act. We haven't heard from any witnesses who say they watched it happen.
I would love to see BJ just in the courtroom, just doing what she does. I'd be just cheering her on. Like, go BJ.
That is missing. We don't know what else they may present. This preliminary hearing, of course, is just one step in the process. This is not all of their evidence. These are not all of their witnesses.
Don't say that, Obi.
It's
Don't
just
say that.
a selection. So, like we've been saying, there's much more to come.
Have they shown any evidence about what led up to her?
Innocent Killer, thank you for hanging out. Have a good night.
And then that fateful night, or that alleged fateful night, have they presented any evidence about the timeline leading up to that and what happened immediately after, in the sense there was no more activity from her phone? Because I think that
Good
to
question.
me is what I haven't seen, but maybe I missed it, in terms of what was the communication between the two of them leading up to her allegedly going to his house that night, and she hadn't, by all accounts, been heard from or seen again. What was, not only text messages, was there an Uber receipt? Have we learned any of that yet? Because I think that's going to be a critical piece, because if they can establish that she got to the house, and then they can establish she's moving the car, and they can establish the alleged dismemberment, that may be what they need. They don't necessarily always need an eyewitness to a murder. They don't always necessarily need surveillance footage. You look at the totality of the evidence. Have they shown any of that yet, leading up the hours, the minutes, the moments before, on how she got to his house?
You make a great point there, Jesse. A jury can absolutely convict on purely circumstantial evidence. We do not necessarily need to see surveillance video of David actually murdering Celeste for him to be found guilty. We have heard descriptions of the text message argument between David and Celeste before he sent her an Uber to pick her up in Lake Elsinore and take her to his home in the Hollywood Hills. We've heard descriptions of it. We haven't actually seen that back and forth, those text message records in court. I imagine we will if this goes to trial. We did hear testimony yesterday about the digital evidence left behind by David's Tesla and his iPhone. We heard about the exact timing and the approximate location of where both his phone and his Tesla were tracked, leaving his home and then going up north toward Santa Barbara County. That's, of course, where he is accused of dumping evidence related to this case. But defense, right? They jumped in immediately on cross and said,
that is so gross.
You cannot prove David was actually the one in the car. You cannot prove David was actually the one using his own phone. But there was an outgoing call about an hour, maybe an hour and a half after Celeste would have been dropped off at his home in the Hollywood Hills from David's iPhone to her number. But again, like defense attorneys noted, nobody can prove just yet that David was actually the one who made that call that went to voicemail. I think.
Wait, hold on. Let me hear that part again.
Like defense attorneys noted, nobody can prove just yet that David was actually the one who made that call that went to voicemail. I think
she's referring to that call that David made at 10:30, or the one later on at 11:30. Like he it was like clockwork for him. 10:30, I'm gonna send a text. 11:30, I'm gonna call. This guy just set his alarms for everything. That is crazy. That is just crazy. And yeah, mommy or mommy, right? Because those are the connotations to those two words are completely different, right? The other one says guilty, and then the other one says gross.
Prosecution brought that up as just another detail supporting their narrative that he tried to cover this up.
Before I let you go, because I know you have to run, I just want to ask you one more point about this. Look, we know the medical examiner has been in the news a lot, that office, in terms of alleged leaks of information potentially regarding Celeste's case. We know that there was this a little bit of back and forth between them and the LAPD regarding a sealing of records for several months in this case. Did any of that conversation come up today? I believe I saw something about the deputy ME being asked, why was there a delay in terms of releasing or finding out the cause and manner of death? Can you explain anything, if anything came
Oh,
up?
this is a good topic because you guys remember, like 2 weeks ago, there were talks about a leak, and there were a dozen people in the ME's office that were under investigation. I'm curious, what did they actually say about it?
Up about that?
So, quite a few parts to that question, Jesse. First, about LAPD and the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. Nothing specifically related to that back and forth came up today. And of course, after the ME's office did the autopsy, right, they came out with a statement saying the victim may have been in that car for quite some time. And then LAPD made a motion requesting that no additional details come out from the autopsy. And then the medical examiner issued another statement saying that they just want transparency around this case. They need that to do their jobs properly. So there was that a couple months ago. This morning, that specific back and forth was not referenced. Now, there was a question about that delay, right? 3-month delay. And Dr. Grant Ho explained very clearly on the stand, it was because they had to do some ancillary testing. They were basically waiting for the toxicology testing to be done because they wanted to rule out that an overdose played a role in her death. Once they got that toxicology report back, and all they found was
Oh my God, Auntie Amber, thank you so much again. Thank you so much, Auntie Amber, for the $50 super chat. Good night, beautiful people. I'm going to eat ice cream and go to sleep. Fun chatting. You guys drop some circles in the chat for Auntie Amber. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You have been very kind and generous the entire show, and you've supported the channel very, very heavily tonight. So we do want to thank you, and we want to say thank you to BJ. We appreciate you. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it. And while we have the video pause, I'm going to just kind of stop and ask you guys to do me a favor, hit the like button. And if you guys aren't already, hit the subscribe button. So then that way more people can see this video. We do appreciate everybody that's hanging out here. So I would appreciate it if you guys just show the video some love so then more people can see it, you guys.
inconclusive for methamphetamine, negative ultimately for benzos, and a very, very low detection of ethanol
That's
in her
true.
liver that Dr. Ho says may have actually been produced by the body itself as it was decomposing. After they got those results back, they went ahead and they attributed her death to the multiple penetrating injuries. So basically, they had to wait a couple months so that they could rule out an overdose.
Julia Deng, thank you so much for coming on. As always, I know you have to get back into the courtroom. I look forward to talking to you again as this case progresses. And that's all we have for you.
Is this what happened today? This is day 4. All right, let me see. We're going to go ahead and check out Kadisha Lynn, because Kadisha Lynn has just been, she's been on a roll, you guys. If you guys have been watching Rabbit's channel, Kadisha Lynn has been so kind to just join the panel along with Abraham, Rabbit, and First Liberty's podcast. And it's funny because, I don't know, StreamYard has been a mess the past couple of days. Everybody's been dropping off and falling out of chats. And I'm really wondering if it's Rabbit's channel or if it's StreamYard, because even I was having issues that day. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, Kadisha has been doing a fantastic job covering this case and just kind of tying everything together. But it's funny because she's joining Rabbit's panel, and anytime something crazy drops, you just hear her like freaking out, like, "Oh my God, I gotta go! Time for an update." And then she'll go make her videos, she'll post them and come back. So it's so funny that she's just been on top of this. So let's see. She posted a video. Let me see when this video was posted. 3 hours ago that says, David had secret plans to help Celeste run away. So here, let me play this really quick. right here.
David had a whole plan to help Celeste run away from home called Operation Awesome. And David was also trying to get his live-in security guard that we just heard about the other day named Sheldon help him in this operation. So David was telling Celeste that him and his bodyguard were going to come pick her up in Lake Elsinore and she was going to live with David at his house. And David was obsessing about how she was going to carry all of her things.
Which one? There's First Liberties podcast, and there is Abraham, who's here in the chat now. I don't know if Joe is still here. There's Joe from First Liberties podcast. He may be here, he may not be here, but I know he was here earlier. He's a good friend of the chat too. But yeah, that's who is the other person that's joining the podcast or Rabbit's panel.
When she ran away, even though she told David she didn't even
See, we got both guests here. We got First Liberties podcast and Abraham. Should we bring them up for the panel? Put a one in the chat if we should bring them up and have them bless our show. Have them share some wisdom.
have a lot of stuff. February was the first month that Celeste actually ran away from home. So did David go and pick her up with his bodyguard? Because then 3 days after this date is when the police went and knocked on David's door, asking him if he knew Celeste Rivas Hernandez. And he tried telling the cops he didn't know that Celeste wasn't 18, even though she was 13, and even showed the cops this missing poster of Celeste and this picture from her yearbook. And then right after this, she returned home 2 days later. And where does David go?
I'm telling you guys, we just talked about this.
Lake Elsinore, to pay a kid $1,000 to give Celeste a phone. So
Oh, that's another thing she pieced together. Oh my God. So oh, that's right. Because I think it was Jazzy that mentioned in it that her parents probably confiscated it and took her phone away when she returned, right? So that's when David was like, nah. I got you, Cell. I got you, Cell. Because that's what her name was in his cell phone, right? It was Cell. I got you, Cell. Let me pay your friend off, your classmate off, give him $1,000 to give you this phone.
they could stay in contact. Then she ran away again in March, and she ran away again in April. He also figured out that David even...
All right, First Liberties podcast and Abraham, the link is in the chat. Come join us so we can have a preliminary hearing part 2. And Pincha Becky, if you want to come up too, you guys have been there in the mud. First Liberties podcast is here. Let me add him to the stage. Joe.
What's up, Joe? How's it going?
I'm doing well. How you doing?
I'm all right.
You guys,
I'm all right.
we have a star-studded show tonight. Let's just see if we have Abraham join. Is Abraham going to join?
Dude, it's about 2 o'clock where he is. He's got to sleep at some point.
Abraham don't sleep. All right, hold on. But the real
He's seen some shit when he was a banker. He don't sleep no more.
Right? The real test. The real
Dude,
test is
hold on. That threw me off when he told me attempted robbery at the bank is actually kind of common.
Oh yeah,
but they usually don't wave the firearms first. They usually leave the note. They tell you they're armed.
Yeah, I usually leave a note. They pass you a note.
Was this when you guys were talking about like the secrets, the silent button?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was at work and I had you guys in my AirPods and I was like, what's this conversation about the silent button?
But it's not that it's common in every banking center. It depends on where the financial center is located. Like the one that I'm talking about it was like in downtown Boston. It's a very populated commerce area. So there's a lot of traffic. You can easily get lost once you can easily get lost in the crowd once you exit the banking center. So that's why that one was more common than other ones that are not as easily, to get lost from.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. But so Joe, Abraham, thank you guys for joining the show tonight. Shout out to both of you guys for joining Rabbit's panel and doing one hell of a job, just going over the transcripts. You guys have been role playing day one like crazy, and everybody has been just kind of enjoying your company. So, thank you guys for doing that for all of us.
Yeah, I'm glad you all liked it. I really
Yeah.
am. That was exhausting.
And you
Not
know
that
what?
I didn't enjoy it, but it was okay. You don't eat for a full day, right? So you get lightheaded.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. But you know what? You know what we're gonna test? You know what we're
Huh.
gonna test right now? We're gonna test to see if anybody drops off or anybody can't hear. Because if you guys are able to stay for like 30 minutes with no issues, we gotta tell Rabbit.
What do
I
you
think it's
use?
a
You use a
StreamYard thing.
StreamYard.
Oh, we're
That's
on
what I thought
StreamYard
too.
now. We're on
Yeah.
StreamYard now. So I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Because if it is, then we want StreamYard to fix Rabbit's stuff so she doesn't have to run into that issue anymore.
But could it be that during the day, because there's more people using the platform,
Yeah,
that maybe it's because of that?
Yeah,
you're
that
probably
makes more sense.
You're probably
Yeah.
right. So I want to ask you guys. So again, thank you guys for joining the show. I mean, you guys have been on the show with Rabbit for four days straight, right? What are
Yeah.
your
Yeah.
thoughts so far? I mean, you guys have been watching it live as it's unfolding. Like, what are you guys' thoughts?
Me specifically, this case is a fuck of a lot worse than I thought.
Right, right. What do you think so far has been either the most interesting or the most disturbing? I mean, Joe, I mean, you've been studying law for what? Lord knows how long.
Oh, it was only a few years, but yeah, but still, yeah, it's not. Sorry, let me answer the question. The part that surprised me the most is the blood in the back of the Tesla. And also, I didn't know that a Model X had 3 rows of seats. Of all the things, that's the most shocking. But
I heard
also,
that too. Mhm.
but yeah, but also, I just didn't expect that.
Mhm.
Now, I like here. So here's the thing: we didn't get a lot of information at first because we only knew about 2 warrants in the beginning. Right? We knew the Tesla when it was popped open, and we knew they searched the house. They didn't tell us anything about blood inside the car, and we still have 52 warrants to go.
Yeah.
But I imagine, well, some of those are unsealed because some of those would have been search warrants for cell phone data, other car data. So a bunch of those are unsealed. I don't know. I don't know how to search. You're gonna have to ask Chloe later how you search so you can get the document that tells you, all the stuff that's unsealed.
Yeah. So I don't know if I told you, but I was able to tell you, or I was able to find out the whole federal subpoena thing.
Oh,
Did
that's right. I didn't even get that explanation. What happened?
So somebody made it very simple and very clear to me, right?
Mhm.
Amazon deals with mail.
Right.
Mail is federal,
Oh, okay.
right?
That I duh. Yeah, I
It-
actually should have
That's how
known.
simple it was. It was just like Amazon, mail, federal. And I was like, duh. Right?
Oh,
You know
Totally
what I
makes
thought
sense.
it was? I thought
well,
that it was wire.
well.
I thought
Here's
that
the
they were
thing.
going to do wire
If
transfers.
now true, it also depends where they went because if it's low, California can subpoena. Just because they handle with mail just doesn't mean, or excuse me, can issue a warrant for it. It just, even though they're dealing with mail, mail is federal jurisdiction, but the states can still issue that warrant. But if that went somewhere else, like if there was a federal subpoena outside the state lines, that would be different. But
But can they
also,
bring charges with that? Can they bring charges
oh yeah.
related to the mail?
So what would happen if the federal, let's say there's a search in the Texas house. Anything that's of interest in California can be turned over. And this is called long arm jurisdiction. There are ways for the crime to be prosecuted in the case to be handled in California, even if parts of the crime took place outside of California. That's why Ashley Buzzard. You remember the Ashley Buzzard case?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the death is in Utah, but it's a California resident. You have 2 California residents, the suspect and the deceased, and it actually started in California. So it starts in California. In Utah, they said the intent may have been formed in Utah. I don't know how they did it. I imagine this started actually here in California. So anyway, even though the death took place out there, the prosecution, excuse me, the first criminal case is happening here in California.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that could happen, like especially in conspiracy cases, and another example. So yeah, if the federal search finds something that's of interest to California, yeah, there are circumstances where they could just, if it's related to David specifically, yeah, they could tack that on.
So I'm curious. You guys heard? I think it was on was it day 1 or day 2 where they mentioned David's tattoo of Celeste's name?
Oh, I think, didn't we see that day 1 or 2?
I think it was day 1.
So
yeah, I remember that.
Have you guys seen the actual photos of it? Did Rabbit play it?
Yeah, we did. How it was faded.
So okay, well, we actually have photos and video of it. In case those of you guys haven't seen it, and Cat's here, this is for you because you said I've been most surprised about his Celeste tattoo. He's Audacity maxing, right? So we were able to locate, or we were able to get our hands on this video that was put together, and this basically shows you the actual tattoo that David had of Celeste's name on his ring finger.
Oh, this.
Dude, I admire those people that can find all this stuff, because this is like, dude, are you kidding me? They find everything.
Yeah. You're telling me, like, when I first of all, I was just flabbergasted to learn that he had a tattoo as well. But you know what I was hearing is that this is not something that is new. Like, people have known about this for a long time. Did
We
any
weren't fans of his, so I guess we wouldn't have known.
Put a 1 in the chat if you guys knew for a long time that David had a tattoo of Celeste's name on his finger. Put a 7 in the chat if this is all brand new to you guys. You guys had no idea. I thought of BJ because she's always like, put a 7 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you knew. Put a 7 if this is brand new.
Is new to me. Look, for me, the thing that I found the most interesting is the fact that 2 people were living in that house full time. I had moved into that house. That for me is big, because I was under the impression nobody was living in that house but him, which is why I didn't think anybody else was impossible. But now I'm open to the possibilities that 2 people knew about this, or at least the cover up.
Do you remember when I was telling people that there was somebody living, and I think I called it like the mother-in-law quarters?
Yeah,
the maid quarters.
Oh, I was calling it the mother-in-law quarters, but earlier today, somebody went on Rabbit's show and said that there was somebody staying in the maid suite.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, it was SF.
It was SF, right? So he said it. Y'all heard me saying it.
So I'm assuming this is SJ, Jaculus, whatever.
Jaculus.
Right.
Like, there were people that were there, right? And let's not forget, you guys remember when SF was on Nancy Grace's show and she was talking about the fentanyl, the oxycodone that was found in the bathroom 3 months.
Oh my god!
You guys remember that episode?
I like how Nancy Grace sounds fat.
Right? But do you guys remember when SF was saying that the bathrooms, right, were all full of like feminine hygiene products?
Yes, I remember that.
Hold on there.
I think the whole week was full of surprises.
I mean, like, that just tells you other people were there, right?
And even more so because as SJ, what is his name? Investigates that guy, Steve. That somebody other than David was staying in the master, and they kind of found it odd. Why wouldn't David be staying in the master? He was staying like down the hall in like a very dark, sketchy room. Yeah,
I mean, what I heard is that the room that they filmed the 4th of July episode in, right? In that bathroom, that was the
Mhm.
master bathroom, and
Yeah.
that was not the room that David had. So whose room were they in, right? And that's the
That's
same
probably
room.
Rob's.
It probably is Rob's, right? If Rob is living, so I would assume that Rob lived in the master bedroom, and
Mhm.
either SJ, right, or um Neo may have stayed in the maiden suite, the maid suite,
I
whatever you call it.
I think SJ. I think SJ is more likely to stay there.
But and then there's what? There's another bedroom,
I'm sure there's quite a
right?
few bedrooms there.
There's I think it's either a 4 or 5 bedroom mansion.
That
So
thing's
So
huge. Yeah.
that's a whole lot of
Lane
bedrooms.
Superstein. I mean, if Lane and Rob were supposed boyfriend and girlfriend, they
Mhm.
were probably sharing the
A
same room,
bedroom.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So there were a lot of people in that house, but it
Look, I
trips me out.
think. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
think that he kept her inside the house when he went in on tour, and then took her out when they were gonna have that party, and he was gonna be having people over. I don't necessarily think that just because you have close friends that they're gonna be all up in your house all day, every day, and looking all around your house. I mean, I don't go to friends' houses and start opening closets and going into bedrooms they're not supposed to, even if they're like my really close friends. I don't do that. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't think that they would do that. That's
Oh,
why I
I
think
do.
there was this that was the
Mhm.
strong odor inside the house. And then he took her out, put her in the car when all these people came for that party for the 4th of July or something.
I I think I think that he kept her either down in the garage or in his car and had his car parked in the second spot, and he had it parked there. This is just my theory. I think that he had it parked there for as long as he could get away with it until it started smelling. And then his friends and business associates started noticing it and started asking questions. And that's when he decided, like, oh, I need to park this a little bit further away from the garage now. And that smell he just couldn't shake out of the garage. And that's when he decided, well, now I can't use my car anymore because she owns my car now, right? This is her home.
But
I
wouldn't you use that car on a daily basis? Would you risk having her there if you're going to be using that car to do whatever?
You know what's crazy too is that I was thinking to myself, when we found out on day one that he was driving to Ross dressed for less, he
I
came
wonder
home and he
why.
parked that car for the very last time. So that means it could mean either one of two things, right? That Celeste was already in that frunk
Mm-hmm.
on that trip while he left his car at Ross
Yeah.
and drove it to its final destination on Bluebird, or he returned back to that car and walked her body all the way to the car and put her in there. I mean, which one of the two sounds more likely?
I tend to
Right.
think that he put her in there after he got back from Ross, but then he would have been caught on camera.
But he's gonna carry a body bag and like a one-liner trash bag. I mean, I don't know how many liners there were, but
He would have done it at night.
no, he couldn't have, because remember, July 29th, they went to tour. They went on tour that day.
That evening? I thought it was the next day.
No. They went on tour no. The tour started the very next day, but they went. SF said that there was a tour bus that came to pick him up. Now his timing's a little off, right? Because he said they left around 11 or 11:30 in the morning. But I think the evidence and the transcript that we read said that he was last seen moving his car between 2:18 and 2:20 p.m. Like he was seen walking at 2:18 and then seen walking into his home at 2:20 p.m. Because remember, the Celebrite data was able to track his location like minute to minute, and they saw him move from Bluebird to the end of the street, and then 2:20 he walked into his home. So the timing is just a little different, a little off, but they were supposed to have left and gone on tour July 29th. You guys remember that tour bus video of Neo, Asia, and David, right?
Mm-hmm.
So does that mean that they were at the house? Were they staying at the house that night?
Hold on, I'm reading the transcript. Give me 1 second.
I don't
Well,
remember the video you're talking about. I'll take your word for it, but I didn't. Like I said, I didn't look for every little piece of video that or anything that came out on the internet because only so much is actually going to go forward in the trial.
Well, let me just show this video to you guys really quick though, because we were talking about this. This is the video of the tattoo of Celeste's name on David's finger. So, okay, just keep in mind and bear with the quality of this because there's a video that came off of the internet, but you can see right here, right, the
Yeah, it
outline
looks like
of the
C.
tattoo in red, and if you take a look right above this, you see the court sketch of the finger that says Celeste. So
He
let me
also,
just play that.
and I know it's not the most legible, but I wouldn't be surprised if he outright said, if there was somebody asked him, "What does this tattoo say?" and he said, "Celeste."
Yeah.
Like the whole reason I'm here.
But look at that. Whoever made this video overlaid the court sketch on top of the finger, and you can see almost how much it matches. That is just mind blowing. This guy, sometimes I can't help but wonder, like, if this guy really wanted, just couldn't help but tell on himself.
Okay, so this is what I gathered. So yes, it was around 215, 210, 218 that he was last seen parking the car there. But it says this, it was the last time that his phone connected to the car. Not necessarily that it was the last time he or anyone was physically in that car. It was just the last time the cell phone connected to the car. If he went to the car without the cell phone, that's a possibility. It was just the last time that the phone connected to the car.
But you, I mean, and I hear you loud and clear. But do you think David ever left anywhere without his phone, let alone walk outside to the car without it?
Like, as dumb as he is, I don't know, but
Preacher, what's up, Preacher? Thank you for joining us.
But the balls it takes to drive with a freaking dead body in your car if you went to Ross like that, like the audacity.
Well, I mean, look at everything that he's done, though. Can you put it past him?
True.
No.
Right? You can't
You
put
can't put anything past this kind of
Mhm.
stupid. You just can't.
I mean, look at every piece of evidence that the internet has found out and put out there for us to see. And I feel like everything that we've seen, we've said, how stupid is this guy? Like, how many times?
With expired tags.
With
out of all
expired
things.
tags, right? He was driving. Look, you guys, he was driving that car with expired tags for 3 months. No, I'm sorry. It expired in January. He was driving it in July. 6 months. Expired for 6 months. Is smart or dumb, right?
I'll be pissing my pants. I swear, I'll be pissing my pants the whole ride.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's
I'm trying
insane.
to see if there's anything that I posted that is worth.
It doesn't say the time that he left for the tour, though.
You're right.
Yeah, we never really got that.
It doesn't say anything, which is very odd too, right? Because
can you imagine if during the trial they have video of him carrying something into the car afterwards?
That would be great.
That would be great.
I mean,
right?
at this point, I'm not gonna put it past him. Maybe he,
Especially if it looks like a body bag. Yeah.
Especially if it's a body bag.
Maybe he was filming it for a music video. I don't know. I mean, you guys remember Romantic Homicide opens up with him dragging a body to the car. So maybe it was art imitating life. Maybe he actually did drag it to the car. Who knows? The songs.
When was that video actually recorded?
When?
The music video.
I want to say either 2022 or 2023.
Okay, never mind.
But it was definitely way before.
Oh, here's another possibility. He could have came back, parked the car, got inside, got everything ready, came back out, to the car, brought it in the garage, no cell phone, so there's no connection to it, put the body in the car, and then brought it back out to the street. He also could have done that.
Yeah, he could
What
have.
if it was a pickup from Dress for Less? Do they do
Huh?
roadside?
Well, no, this would have been after he came from Ross.
I haven't. Let me
Oh,
look it up.
So he
Hold
came from
on.
Ross around 2 something to 2:18, the time that's there. Last time it phone connected, he went inside, dropped off the bag, whatever, came back out without his phone to bring the car in the garage. Because I'm sure that if you have a garage and you're gonna put a body in there, you're not gonna bring the body to the street. You're just gonna bring the car into the garage,
yeah, it's
load it
right,
up,
man.
and then bring it back out to the street.
Catzier suggested we take a look at the lyrics to New Seats, which is a very odd name for a song title, right? New Seats. Why would you need new seats, David? It's not because there was blood found on the back of your seats, was it? It says, I don't want to kill the vibe. Said you don't
This
want
dude
to.
is
Oh my God. I don't want to kill the vibe. Said you don't want to be alive right now. Told me I could touch the sky, but why am I behind the cloud? I got time to kill. You got time to feel. We got blood to spill all over the new car seats that I'm sleeping on. Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm sleeping on. This isn't what it really says. What are you actually reading?
You're not seeing it? These are the
I
lyrics.
was looking away. I got to zoom in. Is that really what it says?
I can't freestyle that good.
Oh, okay, let me
That
go.
dude
Go
is
ahead. I'll
ridiculous.
catch up to you.
It says,
That dude
I
is
really want to
stupid.
converse, but I can't tell you, but I can't tell that you're high right now. You said you didn't smoke, so how you gonna die right now? What the fuck?
He really thought
I
he
got
was
time
slick.
to kill. You got time to feel. We got blood to spill all over the car seats that I'm sleeping on. You don't know me because our love isn't real. Don't tell me how you feel. Signed your heart like a deal. Remember that when you see me, what we agreed upon.
And
Cats,
this
where the
is
freak did this song come from?
yeah. Is this new or something unreleased?
Where is this song from? And what I mean, is this an old song? We
Where
need
did
a
you get it from?
Shouldn't it say up top?
So Cat's here just asked in the chat, have you pulled up the lyrics for New Seats? And that's exactly where we went. We went straight to New Seats.
From what album?
I don't know, but
Not that I would know.
but how many confessions does this guy have to put out in his music for us to actually like really see in real life, right? I feel like every lyric that he has in a song, like he's depicted in real life, and the internet is just putting all these pieces of the puzzle together. This shit is just mind-boggling. I mean, okay, so Master Death, thank you for being here, Master Death. He put out October 6th, 2025. You mean after she was unalived and after her body was discovered, he put it out October 6th? This motherfucker knew.
October 6th. See, as time went by and he saw that he was getting away with it, I think he grew more and more ballsy and just like felt he was
like, I'm gonna get away with this.
I'm gonna get away with this and I'm gonna write songs about it and nobody's ever gonna know. Dude, really?
This you got.
Yeah, I think the word for word and the timing. Oh yeah, is really interesting to me as well.
This
but
is
he's still
wild.
so sorry. I forgive me for interrupting. It just goes to what I've been saying all week. This is the dumbest motherfucker on earth.
Yeah,
and we were having
Absolutely.
fun earlier in the week just talking about how he can't even screw up right. Like then you're out here too, Joe. So you know the 101 for a while from LA where
yeah,
where the 105 meets. And
yeah.
You go basically it's a straight ride for the most part. So he
Go ahead. Go ahead.
well for a while. Okay, so when you're going north, so all he did was basically drive a straight line for I don't know how long, maybe about an hour, and he throws the passport away, okay, trying to hide his guilt, and he happens to throw it along the route
Mhm.
of the Caltrans worker. See what I mean? He can't even lose shit correctly. This guy
Yeah.
can't do anything right.
Because there's no way they're gonna ping his phone to that route. Right? There's
Amber,
no way that's ever gonna happen.
Amber said every single song on every single album is about killing Celeste, literally. And if it isn't, right, it's just so mind-boggling how every lyric to every song that he has can be applied to his relationship with this 14-year-old girl.
How do you guys feel about the mom knowing?
Honestly, I want to know if she really knows, because those were ultimately David's words when he said, "My mom said to ask." Maybe that's true. Maybe that's just him trying to break the tension because he knew he was about to ask a hard question. Or in other words, if any of you ask the woman in your life, "Are you sure it's mine?" You never thought to ask. It's probably nerve wracking, right?
I don't have any kids, so I've never had a scare either. So I don't know. I've never been in that situation.
Now, I'm not saying that the mother knew her age. I'm saying that that the mother, because I think I can see that, and it goes to like a cultural thing. A Spanish mother would have said the same thing. You better ask if that's your kid, boy. You know, I can see that. You know, but I don't. That doesn't mean that I'm saying that she knew her age. I think that she knew she was a minor, but just not that young. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt that that he let his parents and other people to believe that she was like 17.
Abraham, you are just way too kind.
Oh yeah.
Well, see, it's because I don't. It's because I don't have enough evidence to tell me yes for sure. You know, things slowly have to get me there.
No,
And
of course,
I'm slowly getting there based on that. But I'm, you know, because I just refuse to believe that somebody that's a parent. Why would you want your son to undergo, you know, all of this? Wouldn't you advise him to, like, you know, dude, you're going down the wrong path. What are you doing?
Hold on.
I would think that a parent would do that for their child, let alone what you should have done for that little girl. Advise your son not to go down that path and get locked up, you know? I think a parent would have advised.
Yeah.
Let me take you back to this exhibit. Can we mark this exhibit number whatever it is for the people in the court? Whatever they say in court. What do they say? This exhibit right over here.
Oh, defense exhibit, whatever the hell. Well, was it state's exhibit or defense?
The state's exhibit, right? Let me take you back to when David had a show at the Fonda Theater. And, you know, you guys remember when Celeste was wearing those pink tights? And she had the hoodie on, right? Let's kind of flip through that right here. Here are the pink tights. Here we see Celeste sitting up on the balcony in the very front row. 2 people away is his mother sitting in between her children.
Right, I remember
her
this.
younger children.
Okay.
You don't think the mom's gonna be asking, "Hey, honey, how old are you? You really
but the thing
18
is,
and sitting in between my 2 kids?"
but why not? Usually, right? At least from what I see, usually like a girl who is with the family of the boyfriend who has younger kids would want to be, you know, be liked by his younger sibling.
Well, first of
So
all,
I can see them holding, you know, her holding their hands, and, you know, oh, cute, that's my boyfriend's, you know, brothers. I can totally see that as a normal
first of all, if I had kids, and maybe I'm wrong for thinking this as maybe a parent one day, but if I saw some random girl sitting in between 2 of my children, I would be like, who the hell is this? Somebody tell me who this is.
But she
who is
knew
this
who that
person?
was. That was his girlfriend.
Oh, apparently she knew. Maybe she did know.
I think she knew that was his girlfriend. She just didn't know that she was an 11-year-old girl or a 12-year-old girl.
Well, how tall was she? She was 5'4".
She was taller than him. That's
Okay,
all we know.
look at that. And listen, to be fair, okay, to be fair, Celeste was not walking around with with a rag doll and sucking her thumb. So she
Right.
was not a little girl, okay? They show a lot of pictures when she was a little girl, but based on her attitude with the neighbor that day and how she talked back, she was not a little, shy flower. She was
Right.
somebody who was coming into her own. And Latina girls can't. I see my younger cousins in her all the time. My cousin Catherine, my cousin Mary Angel, all of them. They were very rebellious at very young age. They thought they were grown kids at very young age. They didn't go out and run away and do stuff like that, but they would talk back to their parents or whatever. They would get a big old smack, yeah. But they were rebellious at very young age. So Celeste was not. I can see how they would think that she was 16, 17, not probably 12 or 11.
True. That's facts.
And I give you my perspective from she's Latino, I'm Latino, how it normally is, in everything. My sister at the age of 13, 14 was voluptuous, beautiful blonde. You would never think that she was that age. And I used to always, be always very, very overprotective and stuff. Didn't want her to wear all these revealing clothes, but she was at that age. And that wasn't much I could do.
Okay, so I'm gonna age myself here, and I'm gonna ask either both of you guys that are on the panel, or somebody in the chat can answer. But as I've been scrolling through social media, I've seen a lot of people in support of seeking justice for Celeste, and then I've also seen the other end of it. I'm not even just gonna mention what I've seen, right? But there's been one word that I keep seeing pop up, and excuse me for being an old fart, but I have no idea what it means, and maybe somebody in the chat can let me know. But on the negative end of things, I keep hearing them, and it maybe I don't know. I don't even know if there's a negative connotation to it, or if it's negative. But I hear a lot of people calling Celeste really fast. What does that mean? Is that
Okay,
like a
so
fancy
that
term
doesn't
or
mean.
what? Because I've never heard this term before.
Yeah, in Latino community, that's very common. Ella bien rápida, bien lista. Se dice. It doesn't mean that she's a hoe. No, it's just that she's quick. Is quick in the tongue. Is somebody who is not gonna let somebody else step all over them. And can tend to think that she's old enough to be having boyfriends. It doesn't mean she's sleeping around with nobody, but thinks that they are grown enough to be doing grown up things.
Okay, Aztec says, "Oh, that means she grew up fast." Oh, thinking she's grown for her age. Okay. Okay.
But it's not how one would describe oneself. It's how other would describe you. You are fat, bien rápida, bien lista, bien presentada. It's like you're very astute and very in your face. Exactly what you see in that video with the neighbor. That's what it means.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. But the reason why I say that is because every time that I've seen that word used, a lot of comments that follow, and some of the posts that I've seen have been just like bashing the poor girl, right?
No, whoever's doing it should not be doing that, because that doesn't mean that you're a hoe sleeping around with everybody. It does not mean that for sure. I mean, if you intended to mean it that way, I guess you can, but it's not normally how you would use that reference.
The way I always understood that word, I thought it was just a way of saying that she's playing him.
No, playing him, no. No,
Yeah,
fast
well, a
is
lot
just
of
it's
people.
an attitude.
That video actually shows me she was young because of that behavior. And who was it earlier? Somebody said rebellious just means young kid. Somebody said that earlier in the chat. Rebellious just means a young kid.
Yeah, but when you tend to be rebellious when you're young and immature, right?
It was Unity who said that too. Yeah, rebellious means young kid when I see that as a parent.
I can see that.
Wearing Hello Kitty Crocs, right?
Oh yeah, and what were his 3 sponsors? Crocs was one of them.
Crocs,
Crocs,
Bose, and
Hollister.
Hollister.
Hollister, yeah.
What was the other one?
Bose.
Bose,
Bose.
Bose.
Yeah.
Like the stereo system.
Mhm.
So Don is saying at one time, many years ago, it meant easy to get in bed. So
Mm.
there could be, some
It
double
depends.
meanings to it.
Yeah, I mean, you can, but you wouldn't say that to like a 12, 13-year-old girl. You may, if you like, let's say if I'm saying it to an adult, that
Linda
then
says,
it would be more applicable to an adult.
"Hey, Double Joe, what's up? What's
I'm
up?"
just seeing that. So, for those of you who have never used StreamYard, we can view the chat with if we actually select it. Most of the time, we don't. So that's why,
I can,
at least me
I'm,
specifically, most of the time on mobile, I won't see your comments.
Yeah.
I'm
Hi,
on the chat.
everybody.
I can see it. But guess what? I can see it, but then if I respond, guess whose profile respond? Watch.
So DJ
What?
See No Evil says
My
no
my
from the
dog's
body
profile.
Good Talks profile.
But
from
yeah,
the
I have
body
like
of
a
the
profile
project's.
for my dog, and if I respond, it's his profile. I don't know why.
Why are his eyes green?
Oh,
They're just
and
like that in the
You're-
photo, anyway.
which photo? The one, his mugshot.
Yeah, his avatar right here.
That's a good question.
Yeah, why are his dog's eyes green?
Oh, Rocco's eyes.
Oh,
Rocco?
yeah. Yeah, I was talking about the dog.
Oh,
Talking about
no,
Rocco's eyes.
I think it's probably the Flash.
Oh, okay, I've never seen that before. What are we looking at here? Oh, this is the Fonda.
This is the Fonda. So when was this? This was, I don't know if there's a date on this, but there's Celeste in the gray hoodie. Her face is covered by the alien emoji.
Mm.
See Celeste's gray sweatpants in the corners of both of these photos. You can see Celeste in the background right here, right? So somebody's got her backstage. Somebody's accompanying her, right? They didn't just let her roam around like an adult would, right?
Wait, but in a concert, even adults get accompanied. In rock concerts, you don't just roam around like that.
I've been to a lot of shows in the past where I should have been and where I shouldn't have been, and I was still able to roam around freely. Whether I had a pass, a badge, or snuck through the back.
Wait, but what makes you think she's being accompanied or escorted?
Where's the other photo? There's another photo where she's seen in the corner. I don't know if it's at the Fonda, but you can see, I think it's Lane. She's right there next. I mean, she's in the presence of Rob, so Rob can't say that he don't know who she is.
But they weren't close. Maybe they weren't close. Somebody in your chat, I think the other day said it, or when Rabbit first had a panel a few weeks ago, they said, you can be in somebody's house and there's a group of people. That doesn't mean that you talk to everybody who's at that party.
Yeah, that was on our show. I think that was on my show or one of the last shows that we did when you came up, or maybe on Rabbit. I don't know, but I remember. I remember the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we had all gone up, and Rabbit had like a whole bunch of people up there, and somebody did say that, you can be at a party.
We were talking about the New Year's Eve photo, right, where Celeste's hand was supposedly in that photo, and we talking about like SF said that Asia was there, and so we were making the assumption, or I was making the assumption that Asia had to have known Celeste was there.
Yes,
and talked.
that's it.
And then you said.
No, it wasn't me. It was a woman. It was a lady that came up. She was so funny.
Oh,
what was her name? Yeah, but she was saying that she's like, it doesn't mean that you're at a party just because you're at somebody's house. You're gonna be friends with everybody who's there. And if Celeste was a shy girl, she probably. I mean, if that's his girlfriend, oh, I'm tired. I want to go upstairs. That's it. Nobody sees her.
Yeah, that's a good question. Cat's here. Thank you for joining us. Have a good night. Get some rest. Kim Wells, welcome. Thank you guys for joining. You guys, do me a favor, hit that like button and hit the subscribe button if you guys haven't already. Yeah, I mean, so today's preliminary hearing, I feel like we found out some of the more shocking stuff, right? Some of the stuff that we didn't really know, especially the whole her being pregnant,
right?
perhaps the abortion. right?
Well, I think that wasn't that. I thought the pregnancy was talked about in the document that was released by the prosecution.
Well, I think it said something about like there were text messages about a pregnancy, Plan B,
Yeah.
patients, and that was when that brief was dropped. They went and changed the death certificate on section 113A from no to unknown, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
They went from no, they went from not pregnant to inconclusive.
correct. Yeah, one of
That's
those.
what.
I just remember something about him asking somebody for contraceptive. That's all I remember regarding that. The shocker to me is because now we're seeing as a fact. We're seeing the proof that it was factual, not just an allegation.
Well, I mean, not only that, right? But I mean, many moons ago, right, there were Discord screenshots of the conversation about like, hey guys, we're gonna have a kid, what should we name our kid? And the chat on their Discord was super sus about it, but little did we know that there was so much truth behind it, right?
Yeah.
I just but I will say the internet figured this out very early.
Oh, I have a question I meant to ask. Did you guys see a picture of the actual photo passport photo card?
I know it was shown, but if that was on day one, I wasn't in the courtroom at the time.
Because I'm curious to see if what the birthday is on that.
I don't know what's on a passport card.
Your date of birth for sure, an expiration date, your address, name. There's a number for it that assigned to it. Because
Yeah.
what if they were able to? What if she solicited it and lied about her age, and whoever processed it didn't notice? Because you know that can happen.
Yeah.
You can submit to do something online or whatever, and then it gets printed with the wrong thing, and then it came back with a different age. I'm curious to see what the age was. I know that they showed a picture of it somewhere, but I don't know if that was legible.
I wonder if Celeste had a passport. Well, I mean, we
She
knew that
did
she had a passport already, right?
to get
But
to London now.
I wonder if David was like, well, let me just order you a passport card and I'll have it shipped to my house. You already have a passport, so we can apply for it or whatever.
But why the passport card? Because that's usually used to enter to go past borders that do not require stamping, like Mexico, Canada. That's it's very common and
Easy.
reliable for ports.
Easy
Cruise
answer.
ports.
I have an easy answer for you.
What?
My parents won't give me my passport, so I don't even have a California ID, and I want an ID.
Good one. That's right.
So I don't
But then
have
how did
any
she
kind of
get to
ID.
London?
She used her passport. Oh,
No,
you're
you
right.
cannot use the card.
You
A passport
can't use the
card.
passport card.
No. When you enter another country, you must get a stamp, and that stamp would always be in the physical book, the passport book. So you cannot use the passport card to enter another country because there's no way to stamp it, right?
Hmm.
I'm sure in the future there'll probably be a digital way to do it, but as of right now, no. You need the actual physical passport. And we would because it could have been with the normal one she had, right? Because she has gone back to her country with some sort of passport document, and maybe it was taken away from her after the trip. But we don't know the time of the trip, right?
No, we don't. Wait, the
Yeah,
London trip?
Yeah.
London trip, I believe, was September 18th.
When? I'm sorry.
September 18th.
That's 2024.
Yeah.
September. Okay. Yeah.
Let me see. Hold on.
Okay. So wait. So September 18, 2024 was the London, but then when was his house searched? It was February of that same year?
No, I think it was September 18, 2024. And the house was searched September 17th or 18th, 2025. Let me
No,
find.
the interview when they go in and he says, "Oh, I have liquor in my
Oh, that
refrigerator." Or
that was February 17th. I don't know if it was 2023 or 2024.
It was not it couldn't have been 23 because he didn't move to LA till the end of 23, beginning of 24.
He didn't move to LA until 2023, 2024. Deladang, what's up, Deladang? I
End of
missed you,
23.
Deladang. Okay,
Huh?
so
Wait,
then it had to have been 2024 then.
yo, did
So
someone say at the hearing that the passport is fake?
If they did, I wasn't in the courtroom for that.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh, they're asking if it's fake.
Was it a fake?
Amber's asking.
She had a
I
fake
don't
name and
know.
passport. Ooh.
Listen, if it's fake, then it's even more concerning because this girl was able to get into another country, out and into this one with a fake passport. That's concerning then, right?
Yeah, it absolutely is.
We didn't be raising hell for that.
So let me see if I can find it because I want to pull up the. Let me open this up. Real
It was
quick.
probably 24.
We're gonna do a little bit of puzzle piecing together.
Somebody said under the name Veronica. I thought that that's how they were able to get her out under the name Veronica Martinez.
And
But
this
apparently that was just the name that bought the ticket, right?
Victoria Mendez. That name.
Yeah,
Victoria
Victoria
Mendez.
Mendez, yeah.
So here, September 28th. Sorry, not September 18th. September 28th,
My best friend's birthday.
12:55 to September 29th. And so she hopped on a 10 and a half hour flight to London Heathrow Airport.
So they went to London from September 28th to what?
That look is just guilty.
Hmm.
Guilty.
He just looks like one of those guys. And I know everybody's met this kind of guy multiple times where at first glance, you know, if you hear him talk, he's just going to say something stupid.
Oh,
He's going to say some stupid shit.
I don't know if you guys saw this post too, but this one right here says Celeste was allegedly on this London trip. So this one was, it doesn't have the date that it was posted.
And this whole thing is in London?
This is the reason why.
Where are plum puppers? Is that a condom?
I think it's
Amber-
synthetic weed or some kind of weed. Somebody looked it up
Amber-
actually and was able to determine. So here, somebody also put another post up here too. David and his London trip with Celeste and the plum poppers.
No, you want to lose your mind right now? Go back to that last one.
Which one? The post?
The more zoomed out. The photo we were just looking at.
Hold on, let me pull it up. This one.
Amber brings up another good point.
Yeah, look at the name of the juice. Innocent.
Oh God, innocent juice. He was anything but that. Amber says, hold on. Ooh, she may have had a passport because she may travel back and forth to El Salvador. So it could have been a legitimate passport, but she would still need consent from a parent to leave the country.
There's another one after that. Oh, no, one before that.
Oh, okay. Hold on. What if it wasn't a fake passport and her parents signed consent that she was allowed to go out of the country because there was someone that was an adult that could accompany her?
That could be. And if we don't hear much about that issue, then that's probably what happened. Because if it wasn't, we're going to hear a lot more about it. Do you think we would have, Joe, heard a lot more about that?
About what specifically? The passport?
Traveling, her traveling a minor outside the country. Yeah.
Honestly, I think that'll go to the feds, if anything. I don't see how that plays into the homicide or anything that happened in California.
Hey, really quick though, I want to just thank you guys, all of the people who have just subscribed to the channel. We just hit 2,500 subs, so I do appreciate that. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. So thank you for that. We're an itty bitty channel, but we do appreciate everybody that is here and rocking with us tonight. It's been a while since we've had a show with, and I'm streaming on like 3 different platforms. So I appreciate all 400 plus people that are here watching. So appreciate you guys. We haven't had a show this big in a while, so thank you guys for hanging out.
You also haven't had a show in a while.
I haven't. Yeah, you're right. You're right. But it's because I've been on like Rabbit Show for 10 hours, just
Yeah,
listening, watching. So I'm okay with that. Let's see.
I was looking forward to your return though.
I know. Well, I'm back. I think her parents were somewhat comfortable with Celeste being around David and friends because she may have known that there were lots of girls around. Okay, so here. Right?
But he would have shown her off. He wouldn't have hit her if that was the case.
Well, okay, so is it possible that both parents knew of their children's significant other but had no idea who they were?
I don't know,
Or
bro.
didn't
That's
know their
tough.
true age? Because we know the mom, Celeste's mom, knew who David was. Maybe not his face, maybe hasn't never spoke to him, but
Hmm.
she told TMZ Celeste had a boyfriend named David. Right?
Yes, yeah. She said the boyfriend's name is David.
Yeah, the boyfriend's name is David. So I mean, we don't know if they've established rapport with each other or have had any kind of interaction, but the mom does know. The mom does know that there's a boyfriend named David, but also, right? As a parent, you take your daughter's phone away.
Yeah,
I mean, you could take it away because
which they
you don't.
did, right?
Well, yeah, but you can take
Yeah,
it away because she ran away, or
yeah.
or
Was I thought that was the story that
I thought that's what it was too.
or
yeah,
are you? But what my question is, or are you taking the phone away because you don't want her talking to the person that she's talking to?
probably
It's
both.
because you're running. It's because you're running away and not going to school.
Okay.
What is how I would think of it. You know, as a parent, like, why are you not going to school? Why are you, you know, because I, a parent is more likely to accept a boyfriend if it's around the same age as the child, but you have to continue to go to school. You cannot just and she was not doing that. She was just running away, leaving and not coming back until they probably went and got her back.
Yeah.
And at one point they went to get her and she was at her house, at her parents' house when she was killed. She was living with her parents. And then
I'm
one day she left, didn't come back, and the next day they reported her missing.
I'm gonna drop the link in the chat if anybody wants to tap the link and join and maybe just share your thoughts on it.
Do we know when her phone was taken away by the parents?
We don't, but all we do know is that her phone was taken away when she returned.
When
Well,
did
remember
David
it
send
was
that other
around the
phone?
time. Remember it was around the time he bought the phone on the streets, $1,000 for the other phone.
When was it that he did that? Do you remember?
I
I
don't
thought
think
he did that closer to the end of that year.
I don't think we know of a date that took place. I think there was just a photo without any kind of context behind it. I mean, obviously we're left to assume David was exchanging or paying people off, right? But I don't
Yeah,
know if there was an actual date that was associated with it.
Because I think that the phone that she had the night that she ran away was a phone that the parents did not know she actually had.
Wait, Peekaboo, are you saying February 2024 was the same time that David purchased the phone to give to the classmate? Right after she returned from David's the first time. Oh yeah, a picture of him giving some guy
Okay.
money. So that was
So
in February 2024. So I mean, you guys see how many documented photo events we have in a
even
row?
more proof. This is the dumbest sumbitch on earth. You
Like
just did something. You just did something related to a crime. His entire relationship with her in front of someone who had you on camera the whole time.
yeah.
And that whole time, was I the only one who caught that?
wait, say that again.
So he's buying the cell phone from that kid, and it's on camera the whole time.
Well,
What
not
a
only that,
dumbass.
February 6th. Okay, so I think I think Celeste was reported missing February 15th, which is my birthday, right? February 15th, she goes missing for whatever, maybe the first time, I think. February 15th. February 16th, Asia responds to the story of the missing persons poster. February 17th, the LA Sheriff's Department goes to his home on what was reported as a delegated task from the Riverside County Sheriff's Department to search for the missing girl, right?
February 17, 2024.
2024.
Okay. So,
Right? And then we have, I mean, what other events do we have after that? 2 days later, she returns home. And then we have this photo of the guy, exchanging money in a phone. There is just so many documented events leading up to this whole incident.
Does that have a date?
Crazy.
The phone picture?
So people in the chat were saying that it was February 2024.
Yeah, but when in February was that he sent her the phone?
Hold on. I might have to chat GPT that, see if chat GPT knows.
It's a lot to keep up with at this point. I'm surprised we can.
Yeah, it is a lot. I mean, that's. But I love these dates because these dates is what's going to help us narrow down a more precise sequence of events, I think. Her dad called on a welfare check.
February 15th, Celeste was reported missing. February 17th, Riverside investigators contacted Burke and went to do the welfare check. Approximately February 19th, Celeste returned home. Her parents then confiscated her cell phone. After her phone was confiscated, prosecutors allege Burke paid one of her classmates $1,000 to provide Celeste with the new phone that he had purchased so they could continue communicating. So the publicly available filings do not give a specific date for the alleged payment, only that it occurred after Celeste returned home and her parents took her phone, placing it sometime after approximately February 19th.
And then when do we see them together in those videos that they made?
Which ones?
The delete everything and all those stupid videos.
Wasn't that in January?
If I remember correctly, yeah, that's what everybody said.
Of 24.
24. Yeah.
Okay.
There is just remember when the teacher video, he even knew Celeste was with David. Yeah. When was that video? When did the teacher post that video? I mean, it was 2025, because it was after.
It would have been afterwards, yeah.
But I remember him saying that even he knew that she was with a celebrity, a rapper.
I think that she had told her cousins, and her cousins then relayed what was going on to the mother when they were looking for her.
Makes sense.
And you know how sometimes people call him out about a minor? I think that that's probably her family calling him out about, do you know you're dating a minor, or bringing that out like that? Or her close friends who knew her age.
Yeah. Yeah, short term after she runs away, and then the story of her pregnancy pops up. Oh, wait, hold on. So hold on. We learned today that she had an abortion in January of 2024. Right?
Oh, that's when the video was from, right?
And that's when the same month that the live stream took place. So we know she was already at in David's area, because there's video of her being inside the home. This time,
that's what I'm saying, but she hadn't ran away. She was still coming back.
Yeah, she was probably back and forth, right?
Yeah.
I'm very curious. I'm very curious who sent that email that got her to go back. And if Celeste wasn't at the 804 property, where was she staying for her to return 2 days later? Those are just some of the questions that I have. Blind Item said that she was with baby 2 months after living together. Oh wow. Did they have actual proof that she had an abortion? So I think in the preliminary hearing that took place today, they don't get into the details. I think they just said that it's been
I
there's confirmation that she had an abortion in January of 2024.
Yeah, it's probably just the medical records.
Yeah, so they don't really provide us with much detail, but they do say I think there's confirmation or something like that.
Okay,
Confirmation that she had the abortion.
let's try to debunk that two property thing. What are the addresses for these two properties?
Okay, hold on.
The-
What's so okay, so here's the thing, right?
Uh-huh.
He has lived in two properties since he's moved to LA. But the very first place that he stayed in,
Mhm.
many of the time people refer to it as the second location. Right?
Which is where? Which is
804.
where?
That's 804 North Doheny Drive.
Okay.
But that is actually his very first property that he stayed at. That is where they filmed the delete everything video, right?
Delete everything. Delete everything. Everything goes.
Right?
Uh-huh.
And from conversations that I have, and I can't speak too much on like who these conversations are with, but from conversations that I've had, none of the leases overlapped. So I think one lease had ended and another lease had begun.
Were they
So
both 1368?
yeah, so there's 1368 Vareo Drive or 1368 Doheny Place. Now,
Which is the
this one,
same thing.
they are the exact same location, but depending on
Yeah.
which and in the transcript, right? You have the transcript with you, Abraham?
Yeah. Hmm.
Look, I want you to search for the part that says the 1368 Doheny Place because the deputy that is testifying, he says depending on which map or which service you look up, like Google,
Yeah.
it could show you a different
You want me
address.
to read it? You want me to read it?
Yeah, yes. Can you?
Okay. Yeah. That was 1368 Doheny Place, which there's some confusion with 1368, which is also identified as Vero. Street signs are posted as Doheny Place, but then certain search engines like Google, Vero comes up as that same address, but they are one and the same. 1368, but they're the same place. 1368 Vero and Doheny Place are one and the same. Yeah, and in terms of that 1368 Doheny Place, is that an address in the Hollywood Hills? He says yes. Did you also obtain iCloud records registered to the defendant? Yes. And did you show anything with respect to the defendant's interaction with the same black Tesla? Yes, during the same proceedings in the vehicle, one of the things that we did take screenshots of the Tesla infotainment system, the onboard computer, which shows navigation. It shows connects and disconnects from cell phones. And then they show photographs. And that's
Okay,
where it
hold on.
tells you that it was the last time his cell phone connected to that car on the 29th of July.
So Amber said there was an apartment that she would stay per Steve Fisher. I was looking at my research this morning and remembered about that apartment. I sent Rabbit information on that today. Oh, you are right. There is an apartment. And you know what? Let me search really quick because if I go to Reddit, I want to say that somebody had posted about that today.
See, but then I kind of like it raises an eyebrow because okay, this is a young kid, right? He's not of age of at the age where he can go and get a lease on his own. No grown adult is going to lease a multi-million-dollar property to this little twerp, you know? That's not going to happen. So did he get somebody else to do the lease for that? And if he did, that adult would have said, "Why do you need two properties? How many beds do you need to sleep in? You have five bedrooms here." You know, they're not just going to be leasing apartments left and right for him.
That's true.
You know, so he would definitely need to get another adult with that can provide income, that can put tens of $1,000 deposit because these properties they cost a lot per month. You know, rent on these big mansions is 10, 15, I mean, more than 10, 15, $20,000 per month.
Yeah.
I'm not just going to lease my property to some idiot that I don't know.
I don't know if I dropped the link for anybody who wants to join, but if anybody wants to join the panel and kind of join us, please feel
It's
free.
not like Diddy. Diddy can get an apartment for as many women as he wants.
True.
He's grown enough to sign for that, you know. And David had the money for sure, but somebody would not just hand over their valuable asset to what at the time 17-year-old, 18-year-old.
Yeah. So for somebody's podcast had to drop. He had to go take care of some things. Probably needed to call it a night. So we don't blame him. He just spent 10 hours on Rabbit's Live covering the preliminary day 4.
He supposedly resented the second house under his own name. That's very hard. I mean, look, I'm in real estate, and I assure you that no property owner, property management is leasing a multi-million-dollar property to an unknown person. You know, you need to provide proof of income. You need to, you need to provide bank statements to support that you can afford this property. Once you're in there, it's very hard to get somebody out. So somebody's not going to hand over the keys to their property just like that. You need to, provide deposits that can be 3 or 4 times the amount of rent that you are paying to stay there. You know, so if the rent of that property was $20,000 per month, imagine first class security. That's 60,000 just to move in. And yes, he had it, you know, but his mother had control of the money, as any parent would with the child of that age.
Let me ask you, Abraham, because you've been on nonstop with Rabbit while you guys were covering this. Was it mentioned where where the blood was found? Because we don't know for a fact yet where Celeste was stored. I guess you can say, right?
So this is what they found underneath the rubber mats in the driveway. Under that, they found blood that must have seeped from inside the trunk. Or from somewhere. They said from somewhere it must have seeped because they found it under there.
Oh, so summer of '88. So, I mean, as far as the mansion goes, right? We do know for a fact that his name was not on the lease for the Hollywood Hills mansion.
No, it was under Josh.
It was under Josh Marshall, which is his I would say his business manager, right?
Yeah, Mogul Media.
The Mogul Media, or Mogul Vision, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, Mogul Vision, yeah.
So which is why I keep going back to the fact that David kept Celeste in the car, because, and you guys hear me say this over and over and over again, he kept her in the car because he owned nothing here. You know, the only thing he had in his name and the only thing he had full control of here in California was his car. That was the only thing that was in his name, right?
And yeah, and it could be the case, but I don't think that's why he put her there. Because I mean, when you lease a property, you are the owner of that property while you are leasing it. You know, you see a lot of people in these cop videos that say, "You are in my property." Those people don't own them property; they're renting, but that is yours while you are renting. You know, so I don't think that he put her in the car because that's his property that he owns. No, as long as he's paying rent, that house is his.
David has a second apartment in downtown LA.
LA is expensive.
I've heard this before, but I've never heard much afterwards. I'm waiting to see anybody drop any like photo evidence or screenshots of a place. I know there were screenshots floating around of like Neo and Vanessa in the hallway of an apartment building, but I don't know if that was an apartment that David was renting.
I'm going to say not all of the spots they think is blood is paint. I think they determined what was the fake blood, because there was fake blood somewhere, right?
Well, yeah. So I think they just mentioned it because they found it, and should it be real, it's pertinent to the case, right? But it was jugs
Yeah.
of blood. But we all know that, right? He made those ugly, bloody T-shirts,
Videos.
for
Yeah.
merch. So I mean, it's not like he probably just didn't finish all the blood and they found it. And
Yeah.
from what I understood is that they tested it and found nothing, so they left it as is.
So he was worth actually 10 to 11 million. Somebody said nine in the transcripts. It says 10 to 11.
Was it 10 to
And
11? I
yes,
thought it was
it
11 to 13. But
uh
maybe you're right.
10 to 11 million. They said 10 to 11 million and a half, something like that. And then yes, he could rent another apartment, right? That's not as big as expensive as the house, but LA is expensive as it is. Even little apartments in LA are expensive, right?
Yeah.
And still he will need to supply. Okay, when you're going to lease a condominium or whatever, you need to provide proof that you made three times the rent. And yes, he does do that, but then it comes the issue of, are you of age? Like for instance, I have several properties that I do Airbnb. I don't rent to anybody under the age of 21. Not only because I feel legal liability if these people are drinking, they're underage, but you're more of an adult at the age of 21 than 18. We don't allow that because these are in luxury high-rise buildings, W hotel, high security. We cannot allow that. I feel it would be irresponsible for me to do that, you know. So even then in an apartment, you are not going to rent to somebody that young.
Amber,
You just
thank you. I'll be
won't.
sure to check that out. Thank you. Okay, so there wasn't an aunt who had an apartment downtown. Well, that's where she was actually staying or living. Okay, so I'm glad you said that because I'm trying to find something that was posted today, but I need to find out where it is because there was footage or there were screenshots of an apartment where supposedly family had lived, and there was a screenshot of David actually on that property, if I'm not
like
mistaken.
a like a relative's house.
Yeah, it was like a relative of Celeste.
Yeah.
The building was like yellow. There was an aunt, and you know what? I'm still gonna put my tinfoil hat on, and say, Celeste may have had different parents.
Somebody asked, what can cause aluminum false positive? So cleaning the area and using uh uh chemicals like bleach can cause a false positive. That's why it is so impressive when you see luminol testing done under the black light. It's not because it's all blood. It's because it was cleaned up. And that's what you're seeing, the blood and the bleach or whatever chemical you use to wipe it. I mean, to clean it up. And then you go to those spots and you wipe and you may find blood on it. But because you can't really be too sure that you clean up place really thoroughly. It's not like everything that you see under the luminol is blood. No, that's not it. A lot of it is the cleaning supply. That's why a lot of false positives, or you may not get much from it. I don't know if you remember the David the Halderson case where he chopped up his parents in the house.
Ooh,
And yeah, he chopped up his parents in the basement of the house, and that basement glue. It was glowing like wow, but not all of it was blood. It was very little that was found after the cleaning.
that's insane. DJ Sino Evil. Dang, I wish I could help you figure out a way to click the link in the chat. Because I don't know if you can like read the comments on your end.
It, Look, and I'm not saying that at 18, 19, and 20 cannot get an apartment on their own. Yes, you probably can. You can purchase one on your own. And you probably live in a community or an area where it's there's nothing wrong with it. But in LA, in these multi-million-dollar homes in Miami, where you have these big luxury apartments, that's not very common.
Hold on, let me.
Can it happen? Yes. Is it common? In my opinion, no.
Sorry about that. My bad. That
Yeah.
was me.
Well, I don't think they will call the onto court. Yeah, probably in the trial.
So if you're bring the jury. If you're referring to, oops, I just hold on. Let me share this really quick. If you're referring to this place, the delete everything, this location has been confirmed as his very first property at 804 North Doheny. So let me check my email because Auntie says she sent me something.
Because this looks like a smaller apartment, right? This looks like an apartment to me.
This one right here?
Yeah, that one looks like an apartment. The house where you see the Asia and the Asian boy, I don't know his name, and then a few other people, I don't know, that they're like putting their makeup or whatever. That house must have a very big kitchen, I think, based on what we see from the outside. This looks like a very small kitchen, very intimate.
Yes, yeah. This one is the first property, the one that the police officers went to, or the sheriff's officers went to. And I remember because I remember seeing the footage, and the whole kitchen is just like clean, and I was like, oh my god, this is the kitchen where they filmed everything.
Mm-hmm.
I remember SF saying something about Build-A-Bear certificate. Yeah, that was a Build-A-Bear certificate that had Esmeralda's name. But this one was at the mansion.
Who's
Or that was
Esmeralda?
the first place. Esmeralda is Celeste's cousin. Remember the graduation photo where Celeste went to a graduation? Celeste was when Celeste was considered a missing person, she would frequently pop up and show up at like family events. She showed up at Esmeralda's graduation. There's a photo of the two of them where Esmeralda's in her cap and gown and Celeste is right next to her. Celeste Rivas. Sorry, just looking for that photo for content.
Amber says that she believes that they went to both houses. They probably went to wherever they thought he could be.
It's a house cheaper than it's a house cheaper than a mansion. Yeah. The house is definitely, I mean, the mansion cost over $4 million. I believe the smaller home, 804, was only like 1 point something, maybe 2. But yeah, I don't know. This is the house with the slanted older roof and the tiny yard. Yeah, the yard is covered. Let me pull up the Zillow on this. Let's Zillow it so you guys can see. North Doheny Drive.
I think it was Amber that suggested earlier that probably that the parent, that the mother would have, I don't know, somebody said earlier that her mother would have trusted because she knew that was his boyfriend or whatever, and she had permission to go over or something like that. But see, if that was the case, she wouldn't be so incognito in this video, right? She would not. They would be more freely pretend to have a friendship. I think she did all this because her parents did not know she was there.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm so back and forth on how I feel about the parents, and I want to offer them grace and give them the benefit of the doubt because their daughter will never come back to them, But it is sad, and I do think that the parents, do hold some responsibility, but for what it is now, they lost their daughter.
But what is it that people would have wanted them to do? Because let's say, and again, I look at it because I can relate to the culture, to the community. I think I mentioned this earlier in Rabbit's channel. When you are Latino, you don't speak English. The jobs that you can get are not the best jobs. You're probably working 2 jobs. You're not making a lot because when you only speak one language, you're very limited to the jobs that you can get. Then you have to provide for your kids. When you try to provide safety for your kids, but you also rely, especially when they're at this age, for them to do their part and not put themselves in harm's way. So when you're trying to advise them and guide them and they are just running around, acting like they're grown, I mean, you still got to go to work. You cannot just call out. You can't afford that. You got other kids too, and you got a whole house to think. So I can see how this will stress them out. Her having to worry about her running away, how you get her back. What do? Bring her back and tie her down in a basement? Beat the girl?
I
No.
think what Amber said right here in the comment is exactly how I feel. Right? I'm offering grace to the parents, and I'm with you on that. But I think that they gave in, and David was taking care of them as well. I
I
mean,
don't believe that for a second. Not for one doggone second. There's no proof that he ever sent them people anything. First of all, and a Latino parent would not sell their child like that. If they did, they would not be sitting in that courtroom crying. I object, Your Honor. That is very hurtful. I take that personal because to say that you are selling your child and that woman is sitting there having to watch her daughter remains be shown in public, that is very offensive.
let me ask the people in the chat, right? Because I know, and that's true, Tammy, right? Because I mean, what you're saying is I mean, what we believe is true, right? She was SA'd at 10, right? If you did, and Strategic said it earlier in his show, right? You may not have had control over your daughter who was 14, but you damn well should have had control over your daughter who was 10. That's what he said, right? And if
Yes.
your daughter is getting SA'd at 10, not 14, because we know she
But
was
she
SA'd
wasn't.
at 14. But if she was SA'd at 10, who do you blame?
I never heard I didn't know she was SC that 10.
So there's text messages of Celeste talking about there's a conversation in a text message where she's going back and forth with either a friend or a cousin where she's saying she only had sex with
I don't think she
with
wasn't running
Gus.
around like this at 10.
Well, so
She
here's the story, right? This is the story, and this is what the internet has kind of put together. So there's a story, or there's screenshots of Celeste sending text messages with a friend or a cousin, basically saying she didn't bleed with Gus, but she only bled with David, and I think she didn't bleed with Gus because she was drunk. And
and when was
so
that?
we don't know exactly when this was, right?
Well, I can
But
tell you when David was. It was not before the end of 2023 because he didn't live in LA. He lived in
correct.
Texas.
So there's a conversation between Celeste's brother
Mhm.
and a random person, and the brother is responding, and I'll try to find the screenshots really quick. Um,
Oh, we have a family friend in the chat. Sorry to interrupt.
oh,
Tammy says that she was a family friend.
oh, no. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. So there's a screenshot of a brother having a text conversation with somebody. We don't know who that person is, and they ask the brother about Celeste and her boyfriend or whatever, or something like that, and he mentions the guy Gus, right? And they say that Gus is no longer alive. Gus was unalived in 2020. He was gunned down. And so the internet did a lot of research. He was gunned down in Lake Elsinore. And so the internet did a little bit of research on all the Gus's that were gunned down in Lake Elsinore, and it tied to one person. And the theory is that Gus hooked up with Celeste, or SA'd her, right? You can't, not hooked up, SA'd her when she was 10. And I'm trying to figure out like the best way to put it. Yeah, he SA'd her at 10, and he was a family friend.
And
Gus
he was
was a
how
family
old?
friend. He was 20 at the time when she was 10.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, and Gus died when when he was 19 and she was 11, or he died when he was 20. Yeah, so everybody's saying the same exact thing. Gus Morales was his name. So let me look.
Somebody said that they could she her I guess they're referring to her parents could have uh raised the shitstorm and got their daughter back and put David in jail. But see, when you don't speak English, you feel hopeless sometimes when you are trying to get this type of help, right? And it's not that they didn't they attempted, they reported her missing, they relied on officials to get their daughter back. I mean, they did the lawful thing, right? Because then what would have been the other outcome? To go get a group of your uncles and whatever and go shoot the man up? Then that's wrong too, right? That's illegal. You don't go
He-
doing that,
we-
you know?
He's no longer alive. Do we know that that didn't happen? But so here, this is a photo of Gustavo Morales. This is supposedly the person, not supposedly, he was killed. He lost his life 2020. That's what we do know. There are, eulogies and stuff for him. And this is a text message that Celeste was sending with a friend that said, with Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me first time for not having sex with him. And then at the bottom of the text, she said, I only bled with David.
That's
With Gus, I was
crazy.
just drunk and did it because he got mad. And yeah. So this is supposedly the person who SA'd her. But so, I mean, which brings it back to, like, I get it. You don't have control over your 14-year-old daughter, which, may happen often. But how do you explain
But
not
mhm.
having protection over your 10-year-old?
Okay,
And
but
allowing
when
that
you
to happen?
say not having protection, you're assuming that she ran away and went and had this intercourse with this man, right?
No, no, no. I'm just saying, like, how do you not protect your daughter from and I get it, like, these horrible stories like this happen, but
Mhm.
you as a parent have to ensure your child's safe, especially at the age of 10. Like, how was this person allowed to be alone with your 10-year-old daughter?
Okay, so let's say for
So
instance, let me give you a scenario.
she didn't run away. This
Uh-huh.
Gustavo lived in Lake Elsinore.
But let me give you a scenario. Okay, let's say he was a family friend, right? She has brothers, she has sisters. Your cut. I'm assuming you think of these close family friends as your cousin, and they stay over your house. You stay over my house, and all of a sudden they sneak into another room in the middle of the night when the parents are sleeping. That doesn't mean the parent is at fault for that, or you know, no, those were kids. He an adult, of course. I'm not excusing him. He did this, and they went and did what they did. I don't see that the parent neglected to protect, because at some point your parents do trust your cousins and close family friends. You would never think that that would happen, and at least is how I see it. That's a difficult spot right there, because as a close family friends, I remember staying over my aunt's house and stuff, and other people used to go there. And I was always very protective of my sister when we went to sleep over my aunt's house, because I knew there were other grown people that were looking at my sister kind of funny because she was very beautiful and stuff. And I was always making sure nothing crazy was happening. So that's
And
tough.
and,
That's
and and for the people in the chat that are saying you can't protect your kids 24/7, I agree with you,
you.
right? I don't know. I'm not a parent, so I mean,
That's
I would
you.
probably I don't know. And I'm not saying, like, because it does happen, and there's a lot of people who get away with it, right? You hear about this every day.
I don't know if you remember earlier I said that I did not, as an adult, is when I understood, like when I was much younger at the 19, 20, 21, I did not understand how it was illegal for a 16-year-old girl to have intercourse with a 19 or 20-year-old guy if she wanted to. And it was until I was more grown in life, that I understood it is not that it's the legality of it. The girl cannot make the decision for herself. Even if she wanted to, she's not allowed to. under the
Yeah.
law.
I
I did
mean,
not understand that because in my
ultimately,
community,
ultimately,
we're
what I'm getting at, and ultimately what I'm getting at is exactly what Tammy said in the comments too. Is this is also another reason why I believe, she decided to take control of her own life, right? She decided to get out and run away from home and be a little
because
firecracker that she was, you know,
because her parents were trying to hold her down, right?
because maybe her parents, maybe they were being a little overprotective of her,
A little strict.
a little strict. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look, they were strict enough to take away her phone when she returned home, right?
Mhm.
And she didn't enjoy that. How do you think the kids get kidnapped and abused so much? Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, things like this happen all the time, and I'm not saying that they don't. Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm catching
that's
up on the chat.
that's also another thing. If she wanted to run away, she was gonna, because you have to allow her to go to school, and she could easily, oh, bye, not going to school.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it's a very, here we are today, right? She's no longer alive. We have, I don't know, this conversation gets hard.
Viking says, and I can get behind that. You know, hold on. So,
Parents gave in, and I meant that they quit fighting her against from running away. Not Let it be known in my comment, when I said that parents gave in, I meant that they quit fighting her against from running away, not that they sold her daughter.
oh, okay. But see, but I don't think they quit, because they continue to where's my daughter? Where's my daughter? And they kept bringing her back.
And you're right, Unity. I can't imagine it. I'm not a parent, and I have no idea, what it feels like to raise a child or have a child go through that. You're 100% right, and I can't
Yeah.
debate that.
I'm
I
not a
don't
parent
debate that.
either, but I can try to put myself in the shoes of a parent. And based on how my mother was, I had female cousins that were rebellious. I had very close friends that were one of my very best friends in high school. I mean, she used to talk back to her mother, and I'm like, oh, girl, if I talk like that to my mother, I will have no teeth. You know, I don't know how you can get away with that, talking to your mother like you're grown. And I
I,
remember now looking back, we were 13, 14. She was full makeup,
I
looking like she was
remember
25.
Auntie Amber. I don't know if you remember hearing BJ say this, but I remember BJ saying, "Oh, I don't have kids because I would be such a helicopter mom." And I just feel like I would be the same way, right? I mean, I don't know what I would do differently. I don't know, but I would probably be super overprotective, um, whatever that looks like, But it's just unfortunate that it happened
I think
again to her.
at some point they knew who David was, and probably were like, well, I mean, she must have gone back to David.
Well, they do know because the mom said she has a boyfriend named David. I
The
think
10,000?
I think when this goes to trial, we're gonna learn a little bit more.
Oh, for sure. We're gonna get a detailed timeline. Boom, boom, boom. Text message after text message, because that's how we all communicate nowadays.
Yeah,
Every text message that
peekaboo,
was sent.
peekaboo. I do remember that there are screenshots of her asking David for like $10,000, and he sends her 9,000. She posted it, or he posted it on social media, and somebody said, why didn't you like send 10? And he said that you can only send 9,000 on Apple Cash
I was gonna
or
say
Apple
that
Pay.
was
Apple
sent there.
Pay.
That I was gonna say that was sent directly to her phone with Apple Pay. It was not. I don't think it was to the parent. It was to her own Apple Pay. You know how we all have Apple Pay. Well, you do have.
Yeah.
Do you have Apple?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So so the cash went to her. It didn't go to anybody else. I thought was sent to the parent. The way that it was portrayed when I first heard it, like there was proof that it was sent to like her mother or her dad, but it wasn't. It was probably sent to that new phone that he got her.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you guys. Somebody in the chat am I making this up? Was there an article that TMZ put out where the dad said that they didn't receive any money from him?
I think I did hear somebody say that somebody in the family confirmed that they did not receive any money from him.
Was
And
it the
it
dad?
wouldn't have been him. I mean, it wouldn't have been like them directly saying it. It was translated because it was in Spanish. I think it was the dad that confirmed it. Yeah, I remember somebody saying, "Yo nunca recibí dinero de él," meaning I never got money from him.
Here, boom. Here's the article. Celeste Rivas's dad never met David nor received money from him. Yeah, it was TMZ. Celeste Rivas's father says he's never met David, much less received any money from him, despite rumors floating around the family's hometown that the singer was giving funds to the Rivas family. There's been online speculation, including on Reddit and Facebook, springing up around Lake Elsinore, California, located about 2 hours southeast of LA, that the disgraced singer and murder suspect gave money to the family. Jesus Rivas tells TMZ through his attorney, Patrick Steinfeld, I never had any contact with this guy, and we haven't received any money from him or anyone in his family. As we reported, the family was so devastated and exhausted after David's first court appearance in the murder case last week, they decided not to talk to the public or media. Now they're dealing with gossip and supposedly being paid off. According to prosecutors, investigators claim, okay, all this stuff right here. And here's the image of the kid supposedly being paid off. So, okay, I wasn't just making things up. There was an article. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to be devil's advocate here. Hot take right here. No. I mean, it doesn't mention that the mom never did. Are the parents together? You guys
I
in the
think
chat,
so
are the parents, are Celeste's parents, who we know are her parents, are they still together? Does anybody in the chat know?
Were they like a couple? Like, did you see them, or did you recognize them? I thought maybe you say you didn't, right?
I remember, like, when I was at the arraignment, I do remember them walking together, and the sister was there.
Oh, see, but I thought somebody said that attorney for the civil case. I thought he said the sister wasn't there.
Oh, you're talking about for the preliminary hearing.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, she wasn't. But I'm
she
talking
wasn't.
about the
Okay.
arraignment long time ago when they announced charges for
Oh,
David. Because you
yeah.
guys remember I was at the courthouse and I missed everything because they were across the street and nobody said anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I totally missed it. Watch Trap Moros's video about the text messages.
Was
Oh,
that
Lord.
really for real that somebody in the chat said that they're friends of the family?
No, I think they were saying that Gus was friends of the family.
Oh, I thought she said our friends of the family.
I heard that her stepmom, not birth mom. Master Death, can you clarify that statement, what you're saying there? Summer says exactly Flojo mom could have been, but not the dad.
But there's no evidence. There's no evidence of that either. At least. I mean, that could be true, and people can say that. But at least for me, I like to see evidence before I accuse somebody of something,
Wait,
because I would hope
Peekaboo.
that somebody will do the same for me.
Peekaboo, what do you mean by I don't think she had contact with her biological mom? I'm
Then
curious. Can you expand on that? What are you insinuating?
And who's that poor lady crying?
Are you saying that are you insinuating that there's a possibility that her parents?
Why Mexico? They're Salvadorian. I mean, or Honduran. What is it that they are?
El Salvador. They're from El Salvador.
They're not from Mexico. Why would that be in Mexico?
No, I think it was being mentioned that her dad spent a lot of time either in El Salvador or Mexico, one of the two. That he was
I think a lot
he
of
was
people
out of the
assume
country.
you're from that part of the country. You're from Mexico. You're Latino. You're from Mexico.
I mean, it's commonly like especially out here in LA, it's very common to get the two mixed up. But even I have made that mistake by calling an El Salvadorian Mexican, and they're like, no, 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 no. I'm not, So
No, no,
I mean,
I just think it's funny how, because it's true. We were you would a lot of people think Latinos are all Mexican from that, from that part of the country. I can easily, I think it's funny. I just think it's funny that, because it's true.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's funny how
often
people.
mistaken.
Well, we
Excuse
don't
me.
know. Somebody said, so bio mom is not the aunt. I mean, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, the woman sitting there crying is her biological mother, and that's her biological dad. I don't know otherwise. I don't know what to be otherwise.
So, well,
I could be wrong.
we can confirm because we did pull this up before that it may not mean much, but we can confirm that the parents in the courtroom are both of the parents named on her death certificate. That I don't know if that means anything as far as proof goes. You know, I don't know if that
Mm.
establishes like bio parenting, but both the parents who are in the courtroom now
Yeah,
are the ones listed on
that
her.
is her real parents. That is those are her real parents.
No, that's her real mom. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know it to be anything else other than her real mom and real dad. And if and I think that if it is on her death certificate, I don't think they would put uh step parents that don't have legal custody of the child. Would that happen? I don't
I
know.
don't think so. Um.
But you know what's going to be interesting? Those other transcripts. Man, we're going to learn a lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
We're
Absolutely.
going to
You
learn a
absolutely are.
whole lot. Because look at all we've learned with just one single itty bitty day.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up the death certificate.
I'm
Let
pretty
me
sure
see
it
if I
was
can.
on.
Let me see if
Yeah,
I can
Viking. I think
share
so too.
this.
Legally, they are her parents. I don't think bio. It'll peekaboo. I don't know. I think those are her real biological parents. I don't think. I don't. I haven't heard that they're not. You can't protect and keep your kids safe 24/7. That's an illusion. That is very, very, very true.
Hold on. Let me find it. Sorry, I gotta look under
Step
court
parents can have custody
docs.
through adoption. Correct. That's why I said unless that is her stepmother and legally adopted her, I don't see how the stepmom would be on the death certificate unless she was legally adopted. But I don't think that's the case here. I think that is her real mom. Looks at her real parents, guys. Aztec, Aztecian girl. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, let's see how this looks. Uploading. I'll upload the death certificate. Watch Trapmore Ross's video on the text messages between them.
Between who?
Dang it. We can't view this any larger. Here. Actually, let me fix that. Let me put this here. All right. Let's remove this one. We'll add this one, and then we'll share this tab instead. So this is the father. Informant's name, Jesus Rivas. That's the father. And then the mother. Oh, yeah. So name of the parent, Jesus and Mercedes. Those are the two that are in the Eduardo Rivas Alvarado, Guadalupe
Oh my god, I just
Martinez.
noticed Peekaboo's thing, the Yorkie. Oh, I
Yeah.
had a Yorkie, but he passed 2 years ago from old age. He looked just like it. Like,
In Alabama, they put bio parents on death certificates. Let me see. That's a good question to ask ChatGPT. Let's see.
Foxy Amazon, and it's funny because like in my country, people used to get declared like not on the. You know how you when you're born, you get a birth certificate because the hospital fills it out, whatever. In Dominican Republic, back in the day, like my mom was born My mother has like 2 birthdays: the day that she was actually born, and then the day she was declared as being born, which was like many months later. So her birth certificate says July 14th, but she was actually born on December 14th. Can you hear me, Joe?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
reading
Yeah.
the.
Oh my God, I felt like I was in Rabbit's chat. I was like, not again.
No. Sorry, I was just looking it up. It says.
Let's see what okay, that was her. Ask
So
the
it
girl
said.
for real.
So
They
it
really would
says.
have.
It says here in California, adoptive parents are the standard, and I just put who would they put? You know, bio parents or adoptive parents. And it says here in California, adoptive parents are the standard legally recognized names to put on a death certificate, not the biological parents. When a person is legally adopted, the law completely severs the former legal relationship with the bio parents and replaces it with the adoptive parents for all official legal purposes. Hmm. So that could mean, I mean, I don't know. That's just so far down the rabbit hole.
What?
If her parents are not her biological parents. I know it's a widely speculated yeah,
Somebody
basically
said TMZ would have been found out about that.
right.
TMZ would have been found out about that. That's true. They find everything.
Oh wait, hold on. Let's look. Oh, and a lot of people, I remember in a live that I did a while ago, people were insinuating that Celeste may not have been born here, but her death certificate does state that she's been in the county for 15 years. And we know that she was only 14. So
Yeah, I think she was born here.
9/7/2010. Any way to see birth records? Those I think they keep like super private.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a central database that we can search to look at birth certificates.
That's true. Well, I've never had to look up neither of them, so I'm not sure.
Is it the one that he posted? Okay, we'll watch. Oh shoot, this is an hour and 24 minutes. There's no way. Is there a specific time frame that you want to check out? Alien Baby? I also don't know if like Tremor Ross doesn't allow people to play his videos. So I don't want to get flagged. I know Rabbit was saying that. So I don't want to. I met Tremor Ross on Tuesday. He's a pretty cool guy. We're talking. We're like saving each other's spot in line. So
Yeah, I think it was confirmed that both parents are citizens.
yes, both parents are citizens. Yes. Well, as far as birth certificates go, when I have to get a birth certificate for me or my children, I have to show my ID. And I think the only people they can release the birth certificates to are somebody's
the
got
parents or the
right. Yeah,
or
the
the
parents,
owner
right? Yeah.
or the owner. You can petition for it.
That I speculated a video was made and could have been in Santa Barbara, and also that it was more than him. And today they said other DNA. Yeah, I'll be 100% honest with you guys. I do have to refresh on what took place on day 3 of the preliminary hearing because that's the one that I know the least about. I mean, I was I was listening in, but I need to really deep dive on it.
A lot of what we know from that came from the reports of Lauren and the other guy with the gray hair. He was giving
Right.
updates on the 3rd day. So we were pretty much and then Becky was giving us updates on the 3rd day. That's all pretty much we have because I think we were
I think we can show this.
Well, the court has just been told, they weren't shown, but they were told about the illegal videos. David having adult situations with a minor, There was dozens of situations that were described to the court. Thankfully, they weren't actually shown to us. I didn't want to see any of that stuff, but it basically was described that on his phone, it was full of dozens of pictures and videos of illegal stuff with minors, with Celeste, all different kinds of behaviors and situations that absolutely should not have been taking place. And it was just awful to hear. We're about halfway through the messages between David and Celeste, and they're talking about pregnancy. There's even a photo that was shown in court of her literally holding a box of Plan B and taking a picture of David next to the box of Plan B. It is absolutely despicable. It's insane. I can't even believe that he was that obvious with it. The messages are insane. I'll update you guys. I've been making notes at breakneck speed, but he's looking completely cooked. I can't believe that he would actually have this stuff on his phone.
Wow. I would have been hiding under the table if I was that's humiliating. That's crazy, dude.
Shout out to Trapmore Ross. Trapmore Ross, you know, a lot of people have mixed feelings about him, especially if you go onto the Reddit, but you cannot knock this guy for providing coverage on this case. I remember at one point when somebody had mentioned it. Tremor Ross had done 176 videos on this case. You can say what you want. You can say what you want, but this guy has put out the most content on the David case.
Who's Trapmore Ross? That guy that was just talking?
Yeah, this guy right here.
Oh, okay. With the British accent?
Yeah. Yeah, no, he's been doing this for a long time, you know? So he's got it down. Yeah, when he was there, he had his notebook. I had my notebook, and I was just like, damn, you take way crazier notes than I do. I can't remember half of the things that are said in real time.
I know. I love how Lauren put it together. She's like so effortlessly. She just tells you, Vic has a good recollection of people. Really amazing note. I tell you, I would have began with murder, ended up in Legos.
Right.
Been all over the place.
Yeah, as Techian. Yep, the parents' names are right here: Jesus, Rivas, and Mercedes Martinez. So, I mean, that's who's on the death certificate. That's who I'm gonna go as her parents. Yeah. And to be honest with you, if her bio parent, let's just say, right, for the sake of just speculating, if her bio parents or bio mother, who some people believe may be a family member, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why are they not there in the court too?
Yeah, it would have been known. I mean, you can, as we can see, the Redditors find everything. I think we would have known already if these weren't her real parents. Somebody would have said something already.
It's okay, Alien Baby. I would love to show it too, but I mean, I'll probably watch this like right before I go to bed, to be honest with you. Oh yeah, of course. We're always open to having a discussion on it. And to be honest with you, I wish we had more people come up on the panel. I kind of enjoy doing these panel shows, you know, where we can all have we can be cordial and have a nice conversation, whether we agree or disagree. You know,
I love to learn. I love learning, and when I get to learn from somebody else's perspective, for me is great because it expands my
different perspectives,
my view on things,
different cultures. You know, like I'd love to learn it all. So, you know, I mean, the next time we do have another show, I'd love to open up the floor for more people to come up here. And, you know, I want to hear from you guys, especially about this case. You guys know, for all of you guys that know who've been watching me cover this case, you guys know how much I care about this case and seeking justice for Celeste. You know, I think those of you guys that have seen me in everybody else's channels, whether it's just sending them articles, sending them documents, photos, whatever, you know, you guys know. So I'd love to hear, you know, what everybody has to say about their thoughts and opinions on this.
I'm sorry. I want to apologize to Amber because she said that I lost it. I just, and I do apologize. I got a little emotional, but it's because I feel such a connection to, you know, to this because they're a Latino family. That little girl reminds me of my niece who's 19, who's a spitting image of her. You think they were related. So when I hear that, that any, and I guess when you say that a parent was accepting money for the, and they allow this, to me that just hits kind of hard, because you're like, do you really? Because there's no proof of that. And if you're a parent, you would hate to think that a parent would do that. Do some parents do it? Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Is there
Oh,
proof that
I think
these
it was
people
just
did?
I think it was just a misunderstanding on what she
Yeah.
meant by it.
So I wanted to apologize. So I didn't mean to be snappy like that. I just felt like, oof, that was like an attack. And I don't know why I just felt that way, but I understand she didn't mean it that way.
But Amber, yeah, we would love to have you on the panel. She said, I'll be on the panel on your next live, but get ready. Put it this way, BJ didn't fall far from the tree. Oh, my Lord, challenge accepted. I would love that. I would love for you to come on the panel. That would be so awesome. I do. I do as Techie Girl. I do care with all my heart. I don't know if that's just the nurse in me. You cannot be a nurse if you don't have compassion, right? And with compassion comes discipline. I don't know. This is just something that I didn't know that I'd ever be interested in true crime, let alone this case too, but somehow, some way it's attracted my attention, and it's
Master
brought me
said,
to all of you guys.
Master said, have too much to say. I want to go up. Come up.
Yeah, you can come up. You want to come up now? Or, I mean, we can save it for another day. This is not going to be my only live. Plus, we have many, many more conversations to have. This thing hasn't even gone to trial, you guys. We have not even gone to trial. So, and I will say, the prosecution has not even brought out like the heaviest artillery when it comes to the evidence. Like, if you guys think this is crazy, right? You guys hear me say this all the time. If you think what you guys see on Reddit is crazy, just imagine all the evidence that the prosecution is going to show when this thing goes to trial. We are going to have our minds blown. I mean, we've had our minds blown the past 4 days, right? And it's crazy because a lot of this stuff we kind of already know. That's crazy that all of this is just from the preliminary phase, right, Faded Joe? It is crazy. So just imagine what else.
The DJ, you just need to click the link and come up. You don't have to show your face.
Who said that? I can get on the panel, but I need a heads up so I can have someone put me on. So for those of you guys in the chat, who see DJ See No Evil, our friend DJ See No Evil was involved in an accident where it left him blind. So DJ See No Evil watches or listens to us, and our shows, and he may not be able to have the ability to click on a link if I share it in the chat. So we're trying to figure out a way to get him to come on the show that's not too difficult, so we can try to accommodate him. I'm just trying to figure out how we can do that. I know DJ C Evil's got a very interesting story as well.
I'm interested to hear it.
Medical assistant and CNA for 30 years, so it's your heart that you're a nurse. Yeah, I mean, I've been working in healthcare for 20 years now, right? I started off in the medical field when I was 18. Yep.
Viking says, they said, I don't know if it's a he or she. They said they can't believe I'm still up. That's because of all the coffee I drank earlier.
Wait, say that again?
That Viking said that, but they can't believe I'm still up after being
Oh,
in
yeah.
Rabbit's chat. And
You've
I said
been
that's because
going.
of all the coffee I drank this morning.
Yeah, I don't know. How do you prepare for that?
Oh my God. See, when I got up at my time, it was like almost noon when I got up. Or yeah, like around 11:30 or so. And then
What?
I was doing stuff while I don't show my face, not because I'm shy or whatever. It's just because I'm multitasking and I'm not gonna be in front of the camera all the time, That's why I don't turn on the camera. Because I'm like doing work stuff, typing, answering emails at the same time as I'm on there.
DJ See No Evil, by any chance, Foxy in the chat is asking, do you happen to have your accessibility settings to read links?
or right click it. Right click and see if it'll let you copy, and then you can post it onto your browser. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
DJ, no
Oh,
evil.
but how dumb am I? Viking woman. It said woman, right? See, I tend to just read. Sometimes screams are so long that I tend to read like the first part.
Ooh, physician assistant. I've always debated, furthering my education. I did like 8 months of a master's program to get my master's in education. For those of you guys out in the chat, I'm a registered nurse. I'm also an educator as well. I do teach nursing. I'm currently in the middle. I'm currently in the middle of writing a curriculum in
Yes,
hopes
Veronica, it will
of
close.
starting my own educational institution. So, yeah, those are some of the things that I do currently in my professional life. So when you guys don't see a Flojo or Flojo on YouTube, Flojo's working behind the scenes. So I do a lot of. My phone is made for the blind, but it's limited.
Somebody
To be honest with you,
asked.
I never knew. I did not want to be a nurse, you guys. I did not want to be a nurse. To be honest with you, I grew up I grew up wanting to be like a graphic designer and stuff like that. I was into like the whole creative side of thing. I always call myself artsy fartsy, right? And I the way I became a nurse is just so weird. Even my mom laughed at me. She said, "You're
Amber,
gonna be
just
a nurse?"
click on the link.
Veronica, if you want
Click
to
on the
come up
link
and
and it'll
join,
take you.
click on the link that I put in the chat. And then once you're up, I can bring you up on stage. My daughter just graduated with her RN in Cali. She keeps telling me to get my RN, and I said I'm too old. You are never too old to go back for education. Yeah, I when I tell you guys that I'm busy sometimes, I'm not lying, you guys. I do. Yeah, I write a lot. I'm dealing with students. Also work in nursing too. So I mean, I am constantly busy. So anytime that I can squeeze in a show, I try to do it, and I rap. I don't rap anymore. I'm retired. I don't do that. And yes, I am Filipino, right? So
Wait, you're Filipino?
yeah. You didn't
Oh
know
shit! I
that?
didn't even
I
know
thought you knew
that.
that.
No,
Yeah, I'm
no.
Filipino. Filipino, yeah. I either get Hispanic or Middle Eastern all the time. No one would ever guess I'm
Me too.
Filipino.
Veronica's asking. No, so when you click at it, it's gonna take you to StreamYard, and then StreamYard, you're gonna agree with your name or whatever. It's gonna ask you if you want your camera on. You can put no, turn it off, leave the mic on, and then you can enter the stage, and then he'll bring you up. And it does not look like it does on YouTube.
All
The way
right.
the way you see it on
Amber.
the way you see it on YouTube is delayed. So that like we're talking about something and YouTube won't hear it for like 10 seconds or 15 seconds.
Is Auntie Amber? Amber, are you there?
Turn your mic on, Amber.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, can
So if
Okay.
you also have the show
Hi.
running on YouTube in the background, you may have to turn that down and then listen to us.
I thought Flojo was. I thought you were Hispanic too.
Okay, I did it.
Perfect. Can you hear us?
So how can I hear? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Like everybody who tries to get on the stream yard is saying, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?" Okay. I can't hear anyone,
Can you hear him?
but
Oh no. You
how
can't
do I
hear
do
me.
it? But I can't turn my
Um,
TV up because to get instructions because it's messing up the other stuff. Right?
so
Wait, hold on.
you I'm curious if she's coming on through her cell phone or computer.
So
'Cause
whichever
she's
device
gonna
you're
hear it
coming
play.
on, close the other one. So if you're on
No,
your
I'm
cell
doing a
phone,
cell
close the
phone. Do I have
computer.
to
If
be
you're on
on
your
a
computer,
computer?
close the cell phone.
No, you don't have to be on a computer. You can do it straight from your cell phone, but just make sure that your volume is up on your phone. And you, let me see. I think you might have to ensure that your
mute the computer.
yeah, mute the computer because then you'll hear YouTube playing in the background.
It is.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
But I can't. But if I mute it, then I can't hear what you're telling me to do.
So so when you click on the link in StreamYard and it opens up on your phone, it should take you to a browser. And then while you're in the browser, you would only be tuning into the show on your phone. But it is odd because you should receive sound on your mobile device. So maybe you might want to leave and come back in.
Right before you
Okay, let me
enter,
check
there's a
something out.
volume up in the microphone.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Veronica, I'm going to add you to the stage. Veronica, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Loud
Okay.
and clear.
You guys can see me?
We can see you.
I have bad head.
No worries, no worries. I do too. Okay, I got bedhead and a whole bunch of gray hair. So
Yeah, but looking good with the short hair. I was laying down and I was like, oh, let me get on.
how's it
How
going?
are you
How's your night?
guys?
Doing good.
Good.
Awesome.
Yeah, doing good.
So, what are your thoughts on
But
everything?
oh my God, what a hot mess. Like, I have so many thoughts since the beginning because I watch a lot of crime and stuff. But first of all, what an idiot of a
Oh my God. Say it
of
again.
a
Say it
not
again.
a thief, but like of all this action. But actually, his music lines up to the whole plot of what he did.
Yup.
Like, there was a lady who wrote a book once, and she was like the whole story was how she killed her husband,
Mhm.
and then she was the author of the book. Do you know that book? I don't know the name of it, but that's how she got caught because they were kind of following that lead, and everything in that book was exactly how she lived and killed her husband.
Was this
I think
recent?
I've
But
heard
if
of
you
that before.
follow like his music, the whole album is every step he's taken.
Yeah, yeah,
No, I
it
can't
is.
hear you now.
You can't
Can
hear
you
us
hear
now,
us?
Bridget. Thank you for the 2 jewels.
Can you
Is
hear
it
us?
me?
Hold on. Let
Can
me
you,
try. Hold on. Let me put
Should
it in
I
the
come
private
back?
chat. Yeah, try
hold
leaving
on.
and coming back. Come back.
Now, if I remember how to get out of here.
No, just refresh.
Oh yeah,
Refresh the
refresh.
browser.
Refresh. Where's was that Auntie Amber that was on?
No, it was
Auntie
Veronica.
Amber.
Oh.
There you go. Let's see. Auntie Amber, can you hear us? Hello?
Hello.
How's it
I can
going?
hear, but
Yay, we can hear.
I can hear, but I can't. I, okay, there's a setting, and I had to set it to speakerphone. Oh, let me take it off of speakerphone. Wait, let me turn the TV down.
That's who I was thinking it was, Peekaboo. Corey Richards. Was that the one? The one who wrote
No,
children's books?
Hello.
no.
Auntie
Corey
Amber, are
Richards
you
wrote a
there?
kid's book.
Hello, hello? See, why does StreamYard suck so much?
But I could hear her.
No. We can hear her perfectly fine, but I don't know if she's receiving our audio on her end. I know she can watch if she's watching like on a TV, she can probably hear it, good. But because YouTube has a delay from live to like the TV, there's like a 10-second delay, so she may get the audio delayed. But it's very odd that she's not getting it through the phone.
She may get the audio delayed, but it's very odd that she's not getting it through the phone.
See, I can hear something in the background.
Yeah, it's probably her TV.
Yeah, she has to mute everything but the phone, but the device that she's talking in.
Veronica,
Oh my God, I just noticed I'm wearing a St. Patrick's Day
yay!
shirt.
You're early then,
I
huh?
look
You're a
like a
couple months
fool.
early. You're a couple months early for St. Patrick's Day.
But
That's okay.
can you guys hear me now?
Veronica,
Can you hear
guess
us?
what?
What?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can
No,
hear
I
you.
can-
Can you hear us? No?
I can hear you guys.
Oh, okay.
I
Okay,
can-
cool. Yeah, we're good.
Let me refresh because I can't hear her.
How's it going, Veronica? How are you doing? Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
No?
I'm on an iPad.
Refresh your browser.
I don't know how to turn on my. Can you hear me? I don't know how to turn on all these mumbo jumbo screens my son has. I'm in my son's room, and my other son's sleeping with 3 other monitors. My daughter's on her MacBook.
You know what?
I don't know
Amber,
if it's just the iPad. But if you
You know
guys
what?
can hear me, I'll go really quick and tell you about. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I know that Abraham, right? Is that how you say
Abraham,
it?
sí.
Abraham or Abraham? Sorry if I mispronounce it.
No, it's okay.
But
Either
I
way.
just wanted to mention also about, although this whole case is crazy, and I'll come back tomorrow and speak on it more when I'm on a computer. But I also wanted to say, like, I really don't want to victim shame. Well, it's not, yeah, victim shame the parents, right? But I
Yeah.
do feel like they have a big responsibility on what happened. I'm a mother of 3 kids, and my oldest is 25, and actually he's on a business trip right now, and we've already touched base 3 times. I don't think it's being a helicopter mom. I think it's being a caring mom, a very loving mom. And I'm not saying that they're not caring, and I'm not saying that they're loving. They're not loving. I'm absolutely not saying that. I think that I do what I do because of how I feel. Like I would feel like I would fail them if I didn't, no matter what time of the day. Like I would probably lose my job, hunting for my daughter. She's 17. She even tried that stunt with me. Her door will be gone. I would be sleeping in her bed. I would be sitting right next to her. I would probably even handcuff her to me. Like that's how scared. But very early on, we've already established that kind of family unit in our house, that stuff wasn't going to fly. And I'm not saying my kids were, the perfect kids, but they're, because they weren't. They misbehaved, but they learned how to behave because that was what was expected of them. I also taught for 28 years, and that's what I taught my students too. And when parents would leave the students in my care and I taught special ed, my responsibility was those kids no matter what, and so I couldn't just say, well, he's a runner. I don't know if those of you that are known to the special ed community, you have a lot of kids that are the runners, which means they flee your classroom to not do their work, or being misbehaving. We call it defiant behavior. But you can't just say, well, he's a fleer, so like what can I do? Well, you're gonna have to run down the hall and get him. You know what I mean? I don't think it's so much of a cultural thing either. I have to disagree with that because my parents are Cuban, and my mom wouldn't even let me go away for college. Like that was just like an absolutely you're not. My son went away to college, but I also paid, my husband and I, his dad, paid for him having his own private room because I didn't want some lunatic to get up in the middle of the night and stab him, crazy. So I just think like, although I'm sure they feel super guilty at this point, And what can we have done differently? Because everyone, no matter if it's just a car accident or like you slipped and fall, you always think, what could I have done differently? This is something
They
that they'll never forget. It never goes away. I just hope and pray that they have peace in their heart. But I do think if you were to ask me, and I have to be honest because I don't like lying or buttering it up for anybody, I do think that they play a really big role in this. You know, I've done things in the past that I regret. You've done things in the past that you regret. This is something that they'll have to regret. I mean, if your daughter runs away one time, you should be chasing them down the street. And then that's it. They didn't even go to school. Like, well, what's her
who
excuse for
didn't?
that? Like, you know, and a lot of people failed her, not just her parents,
Yeah.
you know, because if the parents weren't going to take their part in that, there's other people that also play in that, like the teachers in the school, like just the attendants. What were you doing? Like, were you not keying in things? You know, like saying how much, you know, how many kids are in the school that
Did
day
you
and
grow
that
up
she's
in Cuba?
missing. A lot
Did
of
you grow
people
up in
failed
Cuba?
her, you know. As for her, I won't victim shame her. She was very young. She was misguided, misled. She fell in love. We all have fallen in love since very little, and we never know that, you know, that's not the person you're going to marry, right?
Yeah.
Or hopefully you do if you're middle school and that works out. But like, I don't fault her. I don't even fault her for running away, especially learning that she got SA'd at such an early age. A lot of kids run away from home because of the trauma. There's trauma going on in the household, you know? And if it's not in the
Yeah.
household, what I mean is a unit, like around them. And you have to be diligent around that. Why is she running away? Why is he running away? You know, I say that to parents all the time too. Like, why is he fleeing my classroom? Well, he's fleeing because the work is too hard, or he doesn't like sitting next to somebody. So I just think that there's a lot of things, and I could have more of a conversation because I feel like since I can't, like, the whole microphone thing is messed up right now. It would be, instead of me taking over your show, um, we'll have more back and forth, and I'll put up one of, excuse me, one of these two monitors. But I did want to tell you, Graham, I don't think that you're wrong in thinking that way. I think everyone has a right to think a certain way, especially you had said that you didn't have kids. But you're a nurse too. Like, if one of your patients keeps falling off the bed because he's putting the rail down, you wouldn't say, well, how many times I'm gonna put the rail up? It's his fault. Like, you
Let me ask
wouldn't,
you this.
because you have a heart that wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? So again, I don't want to victim blame, and I don't want me to sound like what a jerk she is for saying that. But in all in honesty, yeah, I think that they have some fault in doing this too. Now, I don't know about the whole money thing. I don't know about selling her. I would hope not. But do I think they have a fault in it? Yes. I think that David's parents have a big fault in it. And ultimately, David is just a psychotic kid. And I hope that he didn't do this to anybody else, because I don't think that this is the only person. I hope that I'm wrong. And I do think that I was thinking maybe a lot of things have come out that he's done things to his sister, and I'm just speculating. And that's why there's a division in the house, right? Like, the parents don't want to even show up to California. The brother said all that, all pedophiles should burn and all that. I don't know. There's something more going down. I hope I'm wrong. Please God, I hope I'm wrong that he didn't do nothing to his sister or anybody else. I wouldn't want this on anybody. But there's something in the background that we don't even know about that either. But that's what I wanted to say. And you know, it's not a cultural thing. And it's funny how people say, oh, because I'm a helicopter mom. Well, you know what? I still track I even track my husband, and he tracks me, and we track each other, because I've had car accidents. I've had a car accident when I lived in Chicago because of sliding through the black ice. And the only way he knew exactly where I was, through the sunflower, whatever, you know, little fields, because I was like, I don't know where I am. I just use GPS to get to to the event, and I slid, and that's how he found me. So like I said, like I don't think it's helicoptering. I think it's just the you're caring. You know, that is what we're supposed to do. But I don't want to take over your show. I know there's other people want to come up, but I definitely glad I put a face. You could put a face to my name, and thank you for all you do. And I'll get these to work tomorrow. I'll tell one of the kids so that way we can talk
Yeah,
back
no
and forth
problem.
tomorrow.
No problem. I don't know if you can hear us
Bye,
now, but
guys.
we'll
Can you
wait.
hear
So
me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
Auntie Amber, are you there?
Yeah.
How's it going?
I think I have it fixed now.
I think so. Welcome. It's
My
nice to have you here.
Well, it was doing
hear
like,
her.
can what? Please, you can't hear now.
Wait, Abraham, you can't hear?
Yeah, I can
Is she
hear.
talking?
Yes, I'm
Oh
talking.
no. Okay, let me refresh.
I had to sign out, turn my phone off, and then Veronica was talking, and then I could hear her talking from two different places. And then then I figured out that I needed to close the whole YouTube app down, and then that was gonna let me stay in the studio. So I mean,
That makes sense.
it's ridiculous. I can't even use Zoom, and I can do all the stuff. But okay, so he was saying that whenever you're on this thing, that you can't see what people are commenting and stuff.
I think you can. I think there's a little tab on.
How do I
the
make it
side.
big? Oh,
That's
okay.
a good point. I'll be honest with you. I've never really joined a panel on the other side, or if I did, I never looked.
Okay, well, I just like zoomed it up. Okay, I don't know. I'll
Dots. Click on that and then go to comments.
click on what?
The little three dots at the bottom right hand side.
Okay, comment.
Click
There we
on
go.
that.
Oh, I
Comments.
see
Yep.
it. Okay,
Boom.
okay. Oh my
And then make sure
god.
you go to the middle one, comments.
What middle? Oh yeah, I did
'Cause
it, so I can see
yeah.
the last person that said something was from Foxy.
Foxy,
Yep.
correct. And then the
Foxy
other one that
Amazon.
says chat. The other one is like if Joe and I send a private message, you see it there.
Oh, so if y'all talk about me, then
Well,
I'm gonna
no, because you would see
know.
it.
I'm gonna know, boys.
You should see. You'll see a private message. If you click on private messages, you'll see the last thing that I said.
That's where we can pass
Oh,
notes.
okay, great. Okay, so let me go back up. Okay, so now I want to go back to where I could see the face.
Well,
So
Auntie Amber, first before
So
you
press the
continue,
X.
can I just say thank you for supporting the channel earlier with your 3 donations. Those were 2 massive donations to our channel, and
really,
it's very rare or seldom that we have people support our channel with that much consideration in their hearts to donate to the channel. So I just want to say thank you.
you're welcome.
And I truly appreciate it. For a small channel like mine to receive such a big donation like what you did, want to say thank you.
Well, I do have my well, whenever you come in BJ's chat, I like, especially whenever I don't know when the stuff is coming in, like the news is coming in, like whatever. There's so many times that you go in there and you're like sending those links to her. You're like, I sent you an email, and it's it's the stuff that she can just pop to, and it's like all the good emails, like, oh, pleasure. So I appreciate that too, but I do have other channels that I like to watch and that I'm a fan of and a member of that doesn't have anything to do with BJ Investigates. That Surprise Witness, or the BJ Live has been taking a lot of my. I'm trying to work and do the modding, and sometimes it's like 2,000 people in there, and I don't know if people are afraid to press remove it. Remove, because I will remove a comment. Oh yes, I will.
Right. But how do you keep up with it? Channels are the 3 channels are so huge.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm just whenever she's doing a premiere, and then she's usually doing the. I mean, I'll join in, but it's just right now with this the bricks and figs, the minifigs.
Oh yeah.
The people
Oh
are
my god,
just
I'm
coming
so into
in,
that.
and the thing is, this is the honest truth. I don't know how many viewers do we have in here, but the honest to God's truth is, I mean, I don't even know 20%, not even 20% of that story. Like
It-
this is I can't listen. I can't listen to what she's saying because
I can't eat. I cannot eat or drink while I'm watching her because I just burst into I choke because it's like her sarcasm is like I love it.
I know, but God, when she
Oh
starts
my
doing the
god.
cursing and stuff, when she starts doing that cursing and she gets all fired up, then everybody
I
gets fired up and they start saying
That
what
I
she's saying.
well,
is the best. That's the
BJ, if
best.
you ever hear this, do not stop, okay?
Don't ever
Because
change.
we love it.
No, I don't. Every now and then, I have to send her every now and then, I have to send her a little message on her phone, and I'm like, this is what it is in all caps because I have to do it every time, and it says this: not telling you what to do. Swear to God, I can
But
send you. I say
But
not telling you what to do, but can you please stop saying that C word? Like stop. Like you
my
gotta
favorite
stop.
my favorite is
And you know what she says back? Wait, you know what she says back?
what does
This
she
is
say?
my. She types back and she said, "This is my channel. Don't tell me what to do."
Oh yeah, I was gonna say my favorite thing coming from her is, and pardon my French, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
She'll say, "You in the chat.
Uh,
Let me just remind you that this is my fucking show, and if you
oh
don't like
yeah.
what
Oh
I'm
God.
saying,
you
you
see
can
that
get the
up
fuck
there?
out of here."
That's my name. You
I
see that
know.
there? That's my name right there.
I know. And the other day, I sent her a little message. It was after one. It wasn't anything to do with the coverage of Miss Piggy, but it was something else that was in there. You know, like about something else. And so I sent her a
Who's Miss
message.
Piggy? Medina Dore?
Medina.
Oh my god. I just fall off my chair every time she goes into Medina Dore.
Yes, she does. And okay, so I wanted to tell her something about it, but I waited like 2 days, and then and it was like 7 o'clock in the morning. That's usually when we talk, if we do. And most of the time, she's saying, "Shh, shh, shh, don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Shh, shh, shh. Stop, mom. Shh, shh, shh." I mean, I'm like, okay. So anyway, I sent her a text message and said, "Look, I want to talk to you about something, and you know, I don't want to get something. I want to talk about something." She goes, "Oh no, we're not going there." I'm like, I need to say one thing. I said, "Look, okay, call me if you want to. I'm not telling you what to do, but call me if you want my advice about it." So about a day and a half later, then the phone started ringing, and I was right in the middle of a meeting at work. So I didn't answer the phone, and I didn't tell her what I thought about one thing, but she is a hard worker, and I'm proud of her. I've always been proud of
100%.
Brittany. And
The
One
way
hundred
she
percent.
connects these things, she puts these video together and the proof how she just gives you you're a liar. You're a liar, McNeff. You know?
I
The
know it's
well,
gotten
the amount of research that she does, and I don't know if it's just because she's just that smart, or I know she puts in a ton of research into the stuff that she does, but the way she can sit through, and I remember watching her do, I think it was a 9-hour live. She didn't get up, she didn't use the restroom, she didn't eat anything. I was just like,
Was
BJ,
that
please go
Diddy?
take care of
Were
yourself.
you watching it all the way back from the Diddy? Because I know that Diddy trial, like 2 or 3 days she was doing that, but the other day she did do one recently, to do with this. But like so with her, um, it's been kind of cool to see the BJC channel because how you see that she's working right then, and and she's going like tick, 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 and she's ticking it off, and then it starts coming to her. And that's exactly how she would be doing it in private. She was like, oh yeah, oh yeah. And how you see her connecting the stuff, that's exactly what she would be doing. If she was so basically she's just live researching, which is exactly kind of how she operates, whenever she's preparing for something. So yeah. But anyway.
She is amazing. I love it when she goes on and
I know everybody does, and then they start saying the bad stuff in the chat.
Can
And
you
then
please tell her? Can you please tell her Flojo is asking her to do a live show on the updates on Celeste?
Huh?
Can you ask her what? Can you ask her to do a live on the recent stuff coming out on David and Celeste? I know she's done videos on like recorded ones.
The thing is with that, and I haven't talked to her about it, and I don't speak for her, but that we did the David and Celeste thing whenever it first came out. Now I think that so much information has gone come out like the last 3 days, and I don't really know how. I don't know really how attentive she's been. It might would just take her a lot. I think that she would have to go on the BJC live and do what she's been doing, and and it's like stuff that you already know. She's like, oh, what? So yeah, I mean, she should definitely do it, but I don't think she's been keeping up with it because the other stuff has been keeping her so busy. But she probably will when it's like she'll probably let the dust settle down a little bit, and then she'll be able to get her bearing on it. She'll be like, okay, I'm gonna do something on that. But she tried to do one like the other day, and I don't know. I think
somebody's asking for the calling link, Joe. Sorry to interrupt.
Who's that?
I'll put the link in the chat. If you want to join, you can just click on the link that I put in the comments.
Who's who, me?
Yeah, I'm just I'm anticipating her reactions to like all of the new information that we found out in this preliminary hearing. She's just got so good, so like really great commentary.
Yes, and she zones in, she focuses in, and her and I, we call it hyper focusing because I kind of do it the same thing. And once she starts on that, she's not going to stop until the train stops. Like, she could just go and go and go with it. But so get into this whole courthouse thing. Okay. I have questions.
Yeah.
So on the first day, so everybody was just kind of like showing up and stuff, and you got there. Were you by yourself? You went for the first day, yes, right?
Yeah, I was there on the first day, on day one only.
And you went, and did you go by yourself?
Yeah, I was there by myself. I was like, you know what? I've never done this before. I don't know what I'm doing, but I think I'm just gonna figure it out as I get there.
Okay. So then they started doing the lottery, pulling the. How do they do it? Do they like put names in a hat?
I was gonna say that.
It's funny. Like if you've ever gone to like a party,
bingo Saturday night. Let's roll the.
That's exactly what it is. They use like one of those bingo, those bingo rollers.
Yes,
yeah,
I see it in my head.
It was like in the thing. They put your ticket in there. They roll it around.
No, they don't. They roll it in a cage.
Yep, they roll it in a cage and they give you a ticket. This is the ticket they gave me. But
you got it.
It never got selected, right? But this was the ticket they gave me, and I didn't get selected. And I don't think I explained this to any of you guys in the chat though. But
I know.
I explained it. I explained it when I was on Strategic Show. But so for those of you guys that don't know, in order to sit in the courtroom for the Celeste Rivas Hernandez case, they are not just allowing the general public to join. They're holding a lottery system. So basically, it's not even first come first serve. You have to show up. We just lost Auntie Amber. I feel like I have to wait for her so I can explain. because she asked. Where's Auntie at?
So I've only been watching BJ since this Lego stuff.
I was never a YouTube person until I started covering this case. And to be honest with you, I would just watch any content creator who would cover this story. And I would really look for people who are covering it live. And I would just let me bring Auntie Amber, and then I'll bring Bridget up
I'm
here as well.
sorry.
No problem.
I was trying to click on the chat. I mean, I booted myself right out. That's what happened. I mean, I just booted
That's
myself
okay.
right out.
That's okay. Welcome back.
Okay, hello.
Welcome back. So, as we were saying, it's a lottery system, so you can't just show up and expect to go into the courtroom. So, as soon as you get there, the courtroom gates on the outside open up at 7:00 a.m. Then they open the doors soon after.
What do you mean? Excuse me. What do you mean gates? Is it actual gates?
So at the courthouse, there's an actual gate around the entire building. So they protect the whole building with this large, tall metal gate.
Okay.
And they open those doors up at 7 a.m. So as soon as those doors open, people are just like flocking to the lobby. And inside the lobby, there's a small little foldable table that they set up. The gold cage. They have a roll. Look, this is a Staples ticket, right?
Yeah.
They give
and I
you
can imagine the white. Are you talking about one of those white tables that you open it up and the legs come out and it's like you take
you
the
gotta lock them in
crawfish
place.
boil table, like those ones that you have to go. Okay, all right, yeah, the
Yes.
Oh my God, in the Los Angeles courthouse, Jesus, Lord.
And it's just in the middle there. There's really nobody. I mean, the only people that are there are the people that are trying to show up that early, right?
Right.
And so
Okay.
they give you this. It's a bifold ticket. It's one of those 2 tickets that you have to like rip, and you keep your coupon, right?
Okay.
That's what they gave me, and they said come back at 8:15 a.m. So mind you get your ticket at 7. You come back at 8:15 a.m. And at 8:15 a.m. you just see everybody who submitted a ticket show up to the lobby. And it's funny because you see everybody from all walks of the corner just kind of come together. They come together and they meet right in front of the table. And I kid you not, I think I forget who else said it. I think Sloan may have said it, or Brian Enton said it. It's just really weird. The experience is really weird because everybody's anticipating to get a ticket, and then they pull the first ticket out and they read the last 4 numbers. And if you get selected, people are like, yay, or ooh. And it's kind of like, we're here for court,
I know, but
We're
I
not
would be
reading anything
so
for-
pissed if I didn't get. That's why I know already that I cannot do anything like that, because I would just be so pissed that I didn't get chosen. I don't like competition like that. I
So
would
I'd
have
be
just been
pissed
throwing a
too.
fit like Miss Becky.
I have to tell you, so the very first person that got selected was Sloan. If any of you guys follow Sloan, Sloan was the very on the day that I went. Sloan was the very first person to get, and he was two numbers away from mine. So as they were reading the numbers out, I was like, no, they didn't select me.
Yeah, I know Sloan pretty good. Yeah.
And so, they read his name first. They went through 1 through 10, didn't get selected. And then they went through the public reserve, I guess you can say, public standby. They did the 10 for them.
Okay.
They said, sorry, you guys, that's all we have. All the media people have their badges, and we'll see you guys up there. We're going to start at 9 a.m. sharp. So it was me and Trapmore Ross. We did not. It was me, Trapmore Ross, and SF Investigates. We did not get selected for the lottery, nor did we get selected for the standby. So we were just kind of looking at each other like, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave? Are you going to go home? Are you going to stay? So we're like, well, let's just go up there and try to get in. And one by one, they kind of let us in. And I was the very last person they selected to get inside the courtroom. So I sat in the back left corner with my elbow touching the door. But I was like, I don't care where I sit. I'll stand on the ceiling if I need to, just to be here. But need to
Just
be
to be here.
yeah, just to be here. So, of course, just having a seat, I was super thankful.
Mhm.
And it was, it was just nice to just have a spot in there.
Okay.
Joe, I wanted to cut in it for a minute if you don't mind.
Bridget, welcome.
Yes. So I'm from Rabbit's channel.
Nice to meet you, Bridget. Welcome.
Thank you. And I wanted to say something about what you were talking about earlier. First of all, if I trip up with my words, please forgive me. I have suffered a stroke.
Oh no.
And yes, so I'm still rehabilitating, but it's been over 6 years. So I get tripped up with my words still. Anyways.
Well, don't rush. Take your time. We're all here to listen.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So we're talking about Celeste and her parents.
Okay.
And so I want to say something. I don't blame the parents. If you look in the history of what David was doing with Celeste, he pretty much was grooming her. So at that point, he had his grips on her. There was probably, I'll just say probably, nothing that the parents could do at that point that was going to not, I want to say the curb. It's like curb your appetite, like stop what's happening. There's not going to be a way they can control her. She had a secret cell phone that no one knew about. He was also, giving her a cell phone from when she was at school, and he, got someone to give the phone to her. So at this point, so far in, and he's been talking to her, not, sexual relations at that point, but just talking to her when she was like 10. So, he pretty much knew her. And I'm just saying, basically, I don't blame the parents. I don't think now. You can say that they could have had more control, but I've heard, I can't remember if it's actually true or not, if it came out in the hearing, but they did try to take away her phone.
They did.
They tried to.
They did.
Yeah. So, I mean, they're trying, but if she was talking to David since she was 10, what?
Kids are gonna find a way.
Yes, that's what I'm
They're gonna
getting at.
find a way.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
agree.
We all remember, when our parents told us, not to do something, and we all know the more they told us no, the more we wanted to do it anyways, right? So yeah, I could imagine, she's a teenager, she's expected to be somewhat rebellious against what her parents say, that's just a part of growing up and being a teen, and
right.
I don't blame the parents,
No.
I don't either.
we could only wish
tried. They tried.
Yeah, they absolutely tried. And at the end of the day, they lost their daughter, right?
Yes.
I don't know how it feels to lose, a close family member, let alone a child. I don't have kids, right? I can only sympathize with them. And it must be just so heartbreaking to be in that position. And then, to make things even worse, in the conditions that she lost her life, right?
Oh God.
And
correct.
Well, let me take it one step further too. In the eyes of the entire world, because he's a celebrity, right? It makes things just 10 times worse. And so
no, let me stop you right there. 10 times worse is dismembering
Understood.
her body. That's
And having
10 times worse.
That's what I'm
and having
saying.
to see
Having her
it.
lose her life the way she did, right?
Mhm.
And then the fact that he's a celebrity too just brings so much more attention to it.
Yes,
And the
yes.
reason why we say 10 times worse is because the attention that it's attracting will
It's
automatically,
amplified.
yeah, it'll be amplified because he's a celebrity. But not only that, it will attract the good attention, it will attract the bad attention, and that bad
Yes.
attention will fall on everybody in the circle, whether they want the attention or not. You know, they're gonna get the blame, they're gonna get the hate, and they're never gonna be able to live a regular life, you know, a day after.
No, and I'm gonna say, I know what it's like. Part of it, I'll say part, because my husband, his aunt was a murder victim.
Oh.
And it's a national case. It was on Law and Crime and Court TV. If you look it up, it's Vicky Procoritz, and she went missing. And it was her common law husband that was convicted, and she's still missing. But basically, they believe she was put in the oil fields where he worked. And this case is out of Green Bay, Wisconsin. So if you guys want to look that up, yes, it's on law. I think it's still on Court
Somebody told me
TV.
about that case recently.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah,
How
somebody
long ago
mentioned
did that
that.
happen?
Is it
It's
Sorry.
been I can't remember
5 years.
the top of, yeah, off the top of my year. Yeah.
How did he get caught? Was it over something stupid? I mean, or something?
Kind of.
Because I
They
remember
were,
somebody mentioned that.
yeah, they were investigating him. I was talking to his cousin, and I was explaining to her, you need to bring this on YouTube, because she was still missing at the time. I was like, there's people out there that it can bring attention to your case. And she said, no, no, no. Right now, we got him under investigation. Like they're tracking him, they're following him. So he wasn't having it fair. So that's pretty much how they got caught. And his cousin, one of his cousins, was living there. And that's the youngest one. I won't say their names or anything, but it's all in the court because he testified. He was brought up in the stand. But I don't want to take up your show time because it's about the topic. And I'm just realizing what I'm doing. I'm running over your show, and I'm sorry. I apologize for that.
No, I do appreciate you sharing the actual story too, because now I do want to look into this. I see that it happened in 2013 and he was charged in 2019. So that's 6 years of wait. So, you know,
It was
something that's going to
it was awful. It was awful. But Marcia, her daughter, Vicky's daughter, started the Missing Foundation, Missing Persons Foundation in Wisconsin. So I don't remember the actual name. Because of the stroke, I have memory problems. I'm sure you understand that, Joe. Probably deal with stroke victims. So, but I don't remember the name, but she started a foundation, and she's so an advocacy. Yes, that's what it is. And she's so passionate and so like loving. You would not believe how much work she has done to bring attention to missing persons cases.
I can imagine, and you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's common, you know, that when someone loses a family member, that
Mhm.
they end up making it their life to kind of help and serve those that
Yes.
maybe go through the same exact thing. You know, I've had a patient. I won't go too much into detail about the patient that I had, but I had a patient who, you know, had an astrocytoma at a very young age, and you know his mom was a nurse, and you know her only prayer was to let my son survive, and I promise you, God, if you let my son survive, I promise to give back to those who are going through the same exact thing my son is. And so she went back, the mother went back and became a clinical nurse specialist in oncology, and has been doing that for the past, like, I don't know, 20 something years. So, you know, it stuff like that happens all of the time.
It's like when you lose someone, that's the you want to put all your effort, passion, heart, because someone else is hurting out there.
Yeah.
Someone else is hurting, and if you can do just a bit amount of, maybe look at a poster, just look at a missing flyer, and you have that image in your head now. And you might come across someone, you know, might find the person that's missing. I'm
That's
just
so true. That's so true. And you know, that is, I've never experienced anything like that before, but you know, with the amount of attention that I now spend in true crime and missing persons, you know, I hope that one day maybe I could be that person to help, you know, somebody find their loved one.
yeah, just take a minute to look at a missing poster. Just
Yeah.
take a minute. That's all that anyone in the advocacy group wants you to do. Like Crime Con,
That's a
there's
good message that you're putting out there for sure right now.
thank you, thank
It's a
you.
good
I
message.
just anything I could do for, like, you know, his family, of course, is just take a moment. Take a moment. And if you look up her case, that means the world to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Of course.
Yeah. But I want to say something else, getting back to the Celeste case.
Sure.
Talking about, I still can't wrap my head around being, was she 13 or 14? And she had an abortion? I'm like, okay, was the abortion a clinical one, or was it the Plan B contraceptive that they were talking about?
That's a good question.
That's a
It's
very great
never,
question.
yeah, they never explain, because there is a difference.
It is.
And if she went clinical, there's got to be some records or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure there will, because I think Pinche Becky said that in California you can get it. She can go in and get one, right? Like, oh wait, I'm sorry, not the abortion. I'm sorry, the contraceptive. I think is what
Oh yeah.
that Pinche
Oh,
Becky
you
said
can
you
just
can
buy
get.
that over the counter. You talking about?
Yeah.
You can just buy that over the counter at the Walgreens or whatever.
Right, the Plan B, yes. Now I know here in North Carolina, for the longest time, you cannot get Plan B over the counter. But they finally changed it, and I don't remember what year, but I see it now over the counter. So, but they never explained the difference. If there was a difference, like, well, it has to be a difference, of course. It's one or the
They
other.
probably will at trial.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I just
Because
feel,
if so, the thing is, if it's just the Plan B pill that was taken, just say twice, I mean, you have to do that within a certain, like, is it you have to do that like quickly, like within 72 hours or something like that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
I've never taken one, so I don't know. So I don't want to misspeak. But so the thing is, you don't really know if you're pregnant or not. You're just trying to prevent from getting pregnant.
But
So that would be the difference. Another difference in that, because you weren't, I don't, it's
And I
just
do
as
recall
bad.
him
true
asking. I
to a
do
point
recall
because
in like the first documents that came out with the charges. I recall something of that he was asking somebody to get him the contraceptives, and we
Mm-hmm.
were wondering, wait a
Mhm.
minute, is this for Celeste, like for pregnancy? And oh and behold, I guess so.
Well, I
Go ahead.
remember David in the text messages said
Mm-hmm.
to Celeste to track her period, to
Mm-hmm.
track her menstrual cycle. So if
Or
they
he
were
was tracking
tracking
it.
it, yeah, I was going to say, if they were tracking it, did they think,
Mm-hmm.
hey, I'm, might be pregnant and got a test and took it and found out she was pregnant and went ahead and got the plan B?
I don't think in order for the pregnancy test to show positive, I think, uh, does it show up that quick? Like within 24 hours? I think you have to
No,
be certain,
no,
so
it's
that wouldn't be it.
yeah. Well, this
Flojo, are
is
you still there?
something,
Are the are the guys still there? I don't see the
Joe. I think he went out. I'm still on because he might come back in.
oh.
So if
Um,
stay here, he might come back in. Maybe he got kicked out. StreamYard has been acting up. So, okay, now it's just me. Should we end the stream? I'm going to go out as well so he can restart the stream.
Oh my gosh, are we there? Let me know if you guys are back with me. Abraham, are you there? Mic check 1 2 1 2. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes, Abraham, can you hear me? Abraham.
There hasn't been nothing has come out that he has paid for an abortion, but there was mention of one. If he did pay for one,
I appreciate you guys for standing in, and you guys, that has never happened. You guys, I was freaking out like crazy. Hold on, let me. Yeah. Okay, so we're still live on. Let me make sure that we are live. Okay, cool. So we're still streaming live on X. We're still here. Okay. Oh my Lord, thank you guys. Hold on. Oops. Abraham, can you hear me?
yeah, I was left here alone.
I'm sorry.
I was like, what happened?
Yay, we are here. They stayed to fill in the gaps. There you go. Where did Bridget go? I am so sorry that
She said she was coming back.
and I just feel bad. I don't know. You know, it's really weird because while I'm at work, I'll get notification. Looks like my video's just in and out. So hopefully the other live was still up with only her. Joe, did you post the link yet? Oh, here, let me post the link again. I'll post that right now. I do apologize. I hope put a 1 in the chat if you guys can hear me. Abraham. I put the link in the chat for anybody that wants to join. Oh. Okay. Auntie Amber, are you there?
Yes.
Perfect. Let me bring Bridget back up. Bridget, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. Welcome back. I am so sorry. I don't know what happened. That's never happened before during a live show. So you can imagine how much I freaked out.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
oh, I think we lost him again.
No.
Can you guys
So
hear
I
me?
just want to ask one question because I want to be able to communicate with the chat.
Okay.
Every time, can you walk me through that again? I pressed the chat button, like but something's happening and it's kicking me out. So what do I need? Oh, I need to do the 3 dots.
The 3 dots, and then I think there's a column or something that says
Comments.
Yeah.
All right.
Then you
Okay,
should
now I
have
can see the chat. Okay.
Perfect. And then you
Yeah.
should have a thing to click so you can type in the chat.
Join the chat.
Perfect.
Connect your YouTube.
Abraham, have a good night, Abraham. I know it's like 5 o'clock in the morning where you're at. So
Me too.
oh, you too, Auntie Amber. What are you doing up right now?
Bored. I don't know. I won't sleep tonight. So I'll just, get up. Yeah, I'm not sleeping tonight, I guess.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah,
We're
no.
keeping you up, huh? We're keeping you up. Well, Bridget,
No.
welcome back. I apologize that we got cut off at such a point in the conversation.
Well, we ended up talking just about what we were still talking about. I was asking if there was any. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, because I got it on chat. I was asking if there was any mention of an actual abortion being paid for, like the text messages between the two of them. Just out of curiosity, because they, were talking and texting about everything else. So, I mean, I don't think it's really neither here nor there, except for when they put those special circumstances on there. There's like, I don't know, some categories, and one of, I mean, to like build upon whatever they already had as a special circumstance. One additional thing is that a person, 18 or over, impregnated a minor, and that would just be another sticking point if they could, prove that actually happened. So and that might be able to, that might would explain why the examiner's office changed it from no to unknown, because maybe they're trying to find out to
Yeah.
try to get that special circumstance stuff, attached. That's what I was thinking.
Now, my husband brought up a good point, because he's, he's kind of watching the case too when I tell him, because he's generally at work. But he brought up, we're talking tonight, and he brought up something that I didn't think of before. Okay, we're talking about the special circumstances that they were talking about. What if it is he brought her to, we know, 3 different places, okay? California, from her home to his home, then crossing state lines to Texas, then crossing country to London. Now, at this point, they were having sexual relations. And that's a federal crime. That's CSM, child abuse. I'll say that. Because YouTube won't, I think you could say child abuse. If not, I'm sorry. I forget the terms, that you gotta, go around. But so there's charges to be brought, and all 3 cases, or 2 for sure, because I'm not sure about international law. That would be for the other Joe, if he knows about international law. Yeah.
All right, welcome. Go ahead, continue.
Oh,
can you hear me? Sorry, I was just saying hello to somebody in the chat.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that and get you guys' opinion on that, because he brought it up. He was like, hey, he took her all to these places and they were having sexual relations. That's a crime in itself.
Yeah, so I was on True Crime with Strategic Eyes earlier this evening before I started my show, and I asked him the same question. What are your thoughts on the federal charges, or the possibility of federal charges? So his explanation to me it made so much sense, right? And he basically said, well, currently this case is in the hands of the state, and right now they have him, charged with 3 crimes that are probably going to lock him up for a very, very long time. Right?
Yeah.
So first they'll probably wait to see what his charges are, or if he's convicted of any of the crimes. If he isn't, God forbid, right? Then he stated he does believe that, federal, they may drop some federal charges on him, but he believes that with the charges that he has, that there's going to be a really good chance that he's gonna get convicted of all 3 of the charges. So I think if what Foxy says, if the state somehow messes this thing up, then the feds will pick it up. But unless that happens, they aren't wasting the money.
True,
Yeah,
true.
that's
The
like
feds
a
will pick up.
backup plan
Yeah.
Yeah.
for
So
those things.
And
I think
and similar, if you think about it, okay, I follow true crime, of course, naturally, because of family. But if you think about it, there was another case, and it's a kind of semi-celebrity case. It was Josh Duggar from the show 19 Kids and Counting. He was charged with CS as well. And it was a federal case. He had stuff on his computer, and he was and convicted also of his sisters. And what the federal's people came in for was the images on his computer. He did not distribute, he just received. And what happened was, if he got off on not convicted of his sister's crime, I'm just saying it, in that terms, but you all know what I'm speaking about.
yeah.
So if he got off on his sister's crimes, the federal would pick it up, and they did pick it up and got him for the receiving images.
Yeah.
And they said it was, quote, from the guy that, cyber crimes, quote, was the worst of the worst he has ever seen.
Oh, I believe it.
And I was like, okay, so yes, speaking of the Celeste case, yes, if he doesn't get convicted, I can definitely see federal picking up and charging him, and he's going to get convicted one way or another.
Well, I mean, let's just say even if he somehow, some way is able to weasel his way out of the, the first degree charges, the other 2 charges that are going to lock him up for a long period of time too. And I think even at that point, if the feds want to come in and drop those charges on him, they're going to have him, locked up. And Strategic was saying, what did he say? He said like a federal case is like kangaroo court, right? You're going to go in there and just kind of sit down and listen, but 95% of the time you're going to be charged. And so if it becomes federal, then, they're going to have him locked up for the rest. They're just going to wait to see, how the state handles this. And if they somehow drop the ball, they'll pick it up, and start playing ball from there.
Okay, so I got another question. When do you guys think it's going to go to trial? Because this is just a hearing.
I think first of the year, January. I don't think they would need more than 6 or 7 months. I don't think it would be in the fall of next year. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but
We'll have to say that this has got to be the very first case in my entire life that I have ever followed, from discovery to internet sleuthing to grand jury, to
it's awesome, yeah.
to preliminary. So I don't know green in this, but a lot of people that have spoken about this have said that it probably won't happen until mid to
fall,
fall 2027.
That's possible. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of information. That's why I wasn't too mad about it. At the beginning, you know, everybody was, beating their fist on the desk. We want answers. I mean, you just can't. I mean, just start spitting everything out whenever you don't really have any good information except basic stuff. Everyone wanted answers. They wanted the press conferences but they just didn't, it just wasn't enough there to, this is a complicated case with terabytes of information, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh, so much information.
Yes, I think the key was those cell phones. The text message proved that they were having sexual relations because there was also video and pictures. I think that locked it in, sealed it for Dave, DAV4, whatever his name is.
Well,
just
did,
David.
did you hear yesterday during Rabbit Show when Steve was on there? He was saying that I guess he was in possession of 8 different cell phone devices. So
Number 8. Wow.
Why he needed 8 phones, I have no idea.
How can you keep the phone number straight?
Maybe one was for Mama and Daddy. Maybe one was for Celeste. Maybe one was for a manager. Maybe one was for, I don't know.
Right?
I mean,
but
were they all active?
Okay, so I was going to say, how do you carry all those phones? Do you need all those phones at once?
No, I don't think at once, just at different times you would need to use one.
And you'd probably have like one specific phone that you just use for everything. And then you just have that one cell phone, that he.
There's no telling this
I was
boy.
going to say, I can't wrap my head around what, say for me, I'm using me as an example. I go out and I have one cell phone. And that's for everyone to get a hold of me. Now, I can understand separate myself. If I was a celebrity, I would have a business type phone. And people can, and business, and I can understand carrying 2 phones. But what's the purpose of 8? And you did brought up a good point. Was it all of them active?
Yeah.
Because I have old cell phones still sitting here. And they're not
They have
active.
information on them, and so maybe some of them wasn't. Some of them wasn't active, but like you said, you have cell phones laying all around. They can take those phones and get information off of those. So,
True. That's very true.
But I mean, I have 3 phones.
You do.
I do. Yeah.
I have one phone and then the other phone is disconnected. So that's all that I can. That's all I can handle.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I have like 2 work phones and then a personal phone, and I don't carry them around all at the same time or anything like that. But for different emails or different branches of my company will call on one number and to keep them separate. So it's business, but I don't think 8 phones. I don't know. He didn't need 8 phones. I don't know.
I was going to say, I would like to ask the chat. That's a good question. Ask the chat how many phones they have.
Yeah.
And what do they do throughout the day with those phones? Do they carry them all with them or just carry some? And what phones are you carrying?
I mean, like right now, I have the 3 phones because I take those 2 phones home with me on the weekend. But I absolutely do not carry them. If I'm going to the Walmart, I am not carrying all 3 phones. Just
right. And you wouldn't because
no,
the 2 are business.
So let's see what the chat is saying about Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Ellery says she has 2 phones.
Okay.
Ellery says, I have 2 phones, work
And personal, yeah. Hello?
I'm still here.
I don't know where Joe is.
I'm here.
Joe?
Can you-
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's weird that it is like in and out. So I don't know, maybe the internet, and sometimes my internet does kind of fall a little weak, like the early things.
Okay.
We're having construction outside of my house
Oh.
out here on the streets, so I think they've been messing with the wires a lot. So if I do happen to fall off again, I think we'll be calling it a night.
Yeah.
But hopefully,
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's
That
see.
makes sense.
Unity said she had 1 phone.
Okay.
And some
One
old
phone, yeah.
phones. Yeah. That might be the case with him too.
yeah, I would love to have 2 phones.
So
I'll be honest,
Joe.
I just thought about it. I do have 2 phones.
See?
And one's a backup and it is active, but I do not use it. It's just a backup active phone.
Right.
And
That's all I wanted to have.
because I have a stroke, I could drop mine and I always have to have a phone on me.
Yeah. That's
Because of medical reasons. So I have to have that phone. And if I drop it or anything and it breaks, I got to have an active backup.
Yeah.
So,
That's
yeah.
good.
So I just thought about it. I do have 2 phones and they're both active, but I do not carry the other one with me day to day. I have 1 cell phone that I do carry with me day through day.
You have that backup, ready to go at any given time, because I'm sure you already know that when you had your stroke, you didn't anticipate for it, right?
Right.
No, actually, my story is since you in the medical field, it was really strange. I had no symptoms. As a matter of fact, I was up at late at night talking with my husband, cross stitching. We went to bed. I woke up the next morning. He asked me how my morning was, how or night was. He asked how I slept, and I could not talk. That's the only symptom I had. I could not talk. And we didn't think anything of it. I was like trying to brush it off. I'll be fine. I'm just, waving at him, like waving him off. I couldn't talk. He said I tried to talk, but it was jumbled up. It was just not making any sense. And that's the only symptom I had. And eventually, he took me to the doctor then. Yeah.
So although it might have been the only have that one of 3 symptoms that we really need to know that you have, to put us on high alert, right? The one of the first ones, and we have an acronym for it called FAST. That would be the asymmetrical arms, and then in your case, the somewhat slurred speech, or the inability to speak, or difficulty speaking. And that would just be the this call free. But it was good that you had some sort of sign to see and be able to determine or make the determination that you needed.
Excuse me.
Because sometimes people have a massive stroke and they're not able to do anything about it. It stops them right in their tracks.
No, I've been very blessed. I've worked really hard to get to the point where I'm walking. I tell people all the time, look, I'm walking and talking, and that's the best outcome I can ask for, because I've seen, and I worked really hard. Don't get me wrong. I still have problems,
And you're breathing. So
True.
walking, talking, and breathing.
Like,
So hey, that's the main.
yes, yes.
100%. The most important thing is you're still alive and you're still breathing.
And let's take a breath.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. And I was very young. It happened right after COVID. So they're not sure if COVID brought it on or not. Oh shoot. I don't think I can say the C word on, YouTube.
Really?
I'm sorry.
What? No C word.
Let's not bring it back.
Oh, that's the one word that traumatizes me in a chat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's an
You're-
inside joke.
You're okay. The C word.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't say
But
the C
Joe, I
word.
do have a couple more questions about so on the first day, and I know that of the court of the hearing, I know that the first day was bad, but then they had, more days that were even worse. But on that first day, when the creators that I watch, were coming out, I was kind of catching them all on my own or through Rabbit. I mean, I don't know if y'all were expecting to see on that first day the things that y'all did. Cause I mean, it was like,
no,
everyone was white in the face, like,
Yes.
oh God, like on that first day.
Knock the air out of you.
Did you think that they were going to be going into those pictures with the bag and all that, like right off the bat?
Well, I don't want this to be misinterpreted as being weird, but because of my medical background,
I get it. Yeah.
right? That is probably one of the things that I was hoping to see, right?
Yeah.
Just so that I could have a better understanding as to, because we watch Joseph Scott Morgan, we hear the teams report,
body bags.
we've read the autopsy, the medical examiner's report, right? And I wanted to see if it was just as bad as what we've read.
Okay. And I on Rabbit's channel, they're talking about, the smell and everything, because that was a point of conversation in the court today. I will say my husband went to Iraq, served in tours in Iraq, so not just one, but others, and he had morgue duty, and still to this day, he says you cannot describe the smell. It is something that stays with you. It's like he has PTSD on, obviously, but he.
Wait,
It's just. Go ahead.
Did you mention this in Rabbit's chat earlier?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, because weird thing. I was at the gym earlier today during my lunch break, and I had the AirPod in. And when you were telling me this story, I just had the gym just popped up in my head. So that's why I was like, I was having deja vu. Did you say this? Because
yes, I did.
Okay, so I remember hearing you mention that in Rabbit's chat. I just wasn't looking at the chat.
Yes, I did mention in a Rabbit chat. She read the chat message, and so she'd have read it out loud. So that's what you heard. Yeah, but yeah, he said the smell stays with you. It's on you. Like, it's just, it doesn't go away, and it's nothing distinctive that you smell every day to day. It's you have to be around the medical field, or it's a circumstance that my husband was in. Now, I seen in Rabbit's chat, someone said, "Oh, they, I don't remember what her whole, speech was because it's broken up, but she said they gave them Vicks to put under the nose." And I'm like, unfortunately, my husband didn't have that luxury.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
In nursing, as an educator, I have to train students on how to prepare them for the real world, or how to train them for the clinical sites, right? And if it's their very first interaction with dealing with patients, I have to tell them what to anticipate. And when patients are in the hospital, they get sick, and some patients may have contagious illnesses that we put on some sort of ice. And for all of my nurses who are in the chat, we always talk about this one this one illness that patients have, and it's called C. And smells like you can smell it from a mile away, and every patient who has had C. diff smells exactly the same. I was just telling my student this today as I was training them. Like once you smell C. diff, you will never forget what it smells like.
Oh, I know what that is.
Clostridium. It's Clostridium.
I just learned about watched something about that. I can't.
I know Foxy in the chat knows what it is.
Okay.
That's for sure. Foxy's an educator
C.
too.
diff. Oh, somebody has that. I can't remember.
Yeah, I was going to say, and my husband didn't have, like, people also mention it was what we're talking about. It's not a fresh body. There was bodies that were burnt. So I'm not going to, it's bad enough hearing what happened to Celeste. But in war, it's just the same. I'll just put it that way. It's just the same. So he's not picking up fresh bodies. So he's dealing with kind of like Celeste. Yeah, Celeste, what happened to her. So I can't imagine and wrap your head around. Now he's not trained in like medical field, and have a person live with that, see that. So like I'm relating back and coming back to Celeste's case. The courtroom had to flash up the pictures, and everyone's gasping because how many people come in contact, not physical contact, but see images like that. I don't think very many people, like, it's not your day-to-day life if you're not a nurse, a practitioner.
And it's not one of those things for someone who has a weak stomach and can't tolerate it, because I mean, just imagine people who can't even tolerate like the sight of blood. Right? What happens to them? They pass out queasy, and
so
having to learn how to deal with that is it's just another beast, and it's not something that somebody should be forced to know how to deal with. But yeah, you have to build the strength to be able to tolerate something like that.
So hats off to our nurses, medical field professionals, and the military service members.
Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Anybody who serves in our military, thank you for your service.
There was one more thing. I can't remember if it was excuse me, you or Sloan on that first day coming out of I guess it was like for a break, I don't know, it was lunch. And everyone was talking about the pictures with the bags. So
the pictures with the bags, they were so bad.
The arm, like one of y'all said the arms was like crossed over each other.
Like this?
Like I can't. I have it on chat. I'm scared to touch anything because I keep booting myself out. But like they were crossed, over each other, and I don't. Were you given that description?
It was probably me. And yeah, because I do remember that's what I was talking about.
I
do
believe it was.
remember.
And out of everything that I've heard, that is the one thing that is stuck with me. Like I can just see that in my head. But what I don't understand, was it just her arms in one bag that was showing, and they were crossed over each other?
So okay. Unfortunately, I'll have to paint the gruesome picture for us all, right?
Well,
we all less was dismembered, unfortunately, and we know that she was dismembered at her legs and at her arms. And if I'm not mistaken, her legs were also severed in half again. So
I picked up on that and when I was studying that autopsy report when it first came out. Me and Brittany were BJ. We were going over it over the phone and all that, and I was telling her within the bag, it seemed like the limbs that were removed were also. I don't want to say the words because it's just hard. Like we're also in two pieces. Is that right? Yeah.
You know those black trash bags, right? Those
Right.
that we have in our trash bag. They're very flimsy. They can. It's not every day that we just load pounds and pounds of like raw meat in them.
No.
So you can just imagine like soft meat just kind of stretching out the bag. I want probably the most disturbing one for me, at least, because
which one was it?
The one with the arms and the extremity. Yeah, it was that one. The fact that like in the photo you can see it just like stacked on top of each other and crossed.
Oh God.
It was just so hard to see because like to take the extremities to slice them in half.
Yeah.
Just and what made it so sad is just I can just picture him being just a careless asshole, who just dismembered her and doesn't give a fucking shit about her body, and just dumps her in.
That's what I was saying to my husband. They were making all these plans, Operation, what was it called? Operation,
or something like that. Operation Awesome.
Amazing.
Awesome operation.
Yes. Yes. So they're making and in that he's basically claiming he loves her. This is where their plan for the future was going to be. And he does this to someone you love. I mean,
well,
go ahead.
Something snapped.
Something's not right.
Because like the medical examiner or whatever that they asked him how many times had he been involved with autopsies and things of dismembered bodies, and it was like 25 times or less. So I think that if even in the medical field, if you're just not used to doing that, I think that it's just overwhelming in general.
It's saying a lot without saying it, basically.
Yeah. So the arms were in a bag by itself, Joe?
So, if my memory serves me correct, I think he had her lower extremities that were removed from her body and then sliced,
Mhm.
and then her arms. And if I'm not mistaken, I think her arms were also severed in 2 places.
Yeah.
So that would be a total of what, maybe 8
Mhm.
pieces of extremities
In which in the black
in the black trash bag.
trash
Yeah.
bag.
And so okay, to kind of paint a picture as to the very first photo they showed us was the opening
Mhm.
trunk. Inside the lining of that trunk was peppered with maggots, larvae, flies, and then on the inside of that trunk you can see the black trash bag, and then on top of the trash bag there was the cadaver bag. That was in one photo. And then
Okay.
on the right of that photo, because they showed like 2 exhibits at a time, on the photo on the right, you can see it was a photo of the cadaver bag that was on the floor.
Mhm.
And I believe the detective said they had taken the cadaver bag out, which was on top of the bag, and moved it to the floor. And they showed a photo of the cadaver bag that was open. And so it was like the photo was taken from like the head. So as if I'm like standing over the body,
Mhm.
I was standing where the head was at, and so the legs were that way.
Okay.
And so when they took the photo, they took it with the cadaver bag open. And if you guys remember, the brief said when the cadaver bag was open, she was found lying in prone position.
Mhm.
Right. And prone position, for anybody who doesn't know, is lying on your face or stomach. Right.
Mhm.
So she
Face
was,
down.
yeah, she was in the body bag face down. And so when I saw that photo, it was
But what was face down?
her body. Her body was face down.
Like, okay, but I'm trying to imagine it because I know
Like
she
you're
had
sleeping in the bed.
no. What I mean
Okay.
is what was connected that was face
Oh,
down.
okay. You're correct. Thank you for asking. So to
I'm trying
clarify,
to I'm detailed. I'm trying to imagine it, even though I don't want to be so gory. But since we're having you know, it seems like everyone in the
Discussion.
chat
Yeah.
is okay with the conversation. I'm trying to just ask questions while it's safe. I
you're
feel.
absolutely fair for asking that question, because I didn't clarify. In the cadaver bag was only her head and her torso.
Okay, all right. And it was connected?
And it was connected. So I did hear later on that day they mentioned something about the head being severed, but I need to go back to clarify and read a little bit more. I actually have, let me see if
Oh,
anything.
there's a sketch. There's a sketch of it, I think I remember
Yes,
seeing, and
they
it was
were mentioned that in a chat. There's a sketch.
there's a head, there's the back of the head, you can tell it's the hair and the torso. Uh-huh. I think it was.
So let me go through the kneecap. I'm going through the transcripts right now, and I'm going to see if it mentions anything about the head being severed. Because right now, everything that I'm seeing right now just says the limbs, various severed limbs,
Yeah.
severed limbs.
I thought it was, severed, but that was just like at the beginning when all the, the talk and the rumors and everything, but I'm just remembering that sketch now.
So okay, I just typed in the words severed in the transcripts, and the only thing that severed is connected to are the limbs and then the fingers on her left hand. So I don't think her head was severed. It maybe sustained cuts from the chainsaw, maybe when he was dismembering her arms, right? But I I don't recall, and the brief that we read a couple months ago never mentioned anything about her head being
No.
covered.
Okay. So in the bag we have the upper body with just like a head and torso face down. So and that was and what else was in that bag? Just that?
Kind of paint the picture of what it looked like we were looking at. Let's just say you take a piece of like silly putty, right? It's like flesh colored silly putty.
Uh-huh.
And you take one piece and you roll it into a ball, and then you take another piece of silly putty and you roll it into like a little worm. And then you attach those two together.
Okay. Oh.
And then you roll it in sand.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That's what it looked like inside of that cadaver bag, because it was like
skinny.
It was kind of soupy. It was kind of decomposed.
Yeah.
So
Almost liquefied.
Almost liquefied. Earlier when I had first seen it, it kind of looked like it had been burned, like charred a little bit. But I think it was just the angle in which the photo was showing through the projector.
Or maybe the liquid was brown, like.
Or maybe the liquid was just brown, and that's what it looked like when it was on the body. But those two images for sure. And sorry for those of you guys who are, so Flojo, you were saying when I saw the image of her prone. Oh yes, okay. So when they showed the image of the cadaver bag, the cadaver bag was just kind of like open, unzipped and opened, and you can see her head and her torso lying in prone position, meaning she was on her down. So for somebody who doesn't remember that minute detail where she was lying in prone position, you would think that she's lying face up. And the part that really bothered me at first, before I remember she was found in prone position, was I can't make out her face. But I had to remember later on that she wasn't face up. She was actually face down. So the back of her head that I was looking at wasn't actually her face. But then they also said that, her face was not recognizable because her face had,
slips,
had experienced so much skin slippage.
And insects too, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes,
So-
and she had also an eyeball missing. So,
Eyeball was missing as well too. So
Yeah.
you can imagine if she was face down in prone position, her face alone was probably like buried in liquid.
yeah, I was going to say smushed and
It was smushed. And
Yeah.
I don't mean to be so graphic and brutal, but
But we're talking about this case. You can't get around it.
Wait, so Peekaboo said that they mentioned I gotta get my glasses. Skeletization with brown. Well, I lost it.
dark color on skin like sun exposure. I think
Yeah.
that's the best way to explain it, right? Dark colored skin with sun exposure. That I hope none of you guys ever have to go through seeing that photo, because it was so, again, I say it was one of the most anticipated moments for me because of my profession. And shown,
Is Joe breaking up for you too? Because he's breaking up for me. Now he's gone. Oh,
Can you
there
hear
he
me?
is. Okay.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear.
Sorry.
You can. I can hear you.
So, are you finished with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So another question that kind of leads me to, the going back and forth with was it I don't know if it was the clothes or was it wet? Was it not wet? Harvey was saying that the body was wet and not. So do you think that the possibly the like the difference is where it wasn't wet from like like natural water or whatever, but it was wet from the body fluids and stuff. I wonder
Correct.
if that is what the disagreement was between the two, because I know that was just a big deal. And I was thinking about it the other day, and maybe that's what they were talking about, wet, because it
Well,
was in liquid.
well, I think also, TMZ's reporting to the public was that her body was frozen.
Frozen.
But
Okay, since we're talking about this, where do you think he committed this crime at? Was it at his house? Was it in the car? I also heard people mention Santa Barbara.
I mean, I think that we would be. I mean, I can speculate on it, but
Right.
I mean, I have different. I mean, I think probably everyone has like 4 different scenarios in their head. I don't know.
Yeah, because my head is like, okay, if it was at the house, there's got to be some blood evidence.
It
And blue.
was. There was underneath
Okay.
that mat. There was a good bit. They said it was a lot, and also footsteps going into the house, but mainly in the garage. Under there was a mat. What kind of mat was big foam mat that pool was on, and then once they lifted that rubber mat up and did the luminol there, it
Okay.
just it was just yes, it was a lot of blood that had been cleaned up, probably with that mop that he bought from the Amazon. And yes, it
And did
was
they
a lot.
find the mop? Did
Yeah,
they
it was
find?
there.
Okay.
Or was it the mop or just the box? I don't know. Maybe Joe knows, or the chat. I don't know if they had the mop or just the
Maybe
box.
at the chat. I'm gonna, or you can look at the chat and
Yeah, I'm
see if they
looking.
mention it. Because I'm
Oh,
trying to
under the
vision
gym
it.
equipment.
Okay.
Blood in the
Okay,
garage
the gym
pooled
equipment.
underneath the mats on the gym equipment, and also they had blood on the rowing machine. Like that was a piece of the equipment. Okay, that's right. It wasn't under the pool. It was in the gym part.
And
Mm.
I'm also, okay, we can't escape the goriness of this because it's so brutal. But I'm thinking, okay, he's using a chainsaw. That's what's speculated. A chainsaw, because to cut through the limbs of the bone, especially the bone. Why isn't blood splatter?
Yeah, I was thinking
Splatter
that too,
everywhere.
because it should be overhead. It should be everywhere. But
Mhm.
I feel like the
Specks
way.
everywhere,
Well, okay, let me ask Joe this. Was the cut, where
Joe
the
is
cuts were?
Joe is gone. Joe, it's just me and you running the show right now.
Oh, he's saying don't leave. So we can ask the chat too. Maybe they know.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I'm thinking is, since they didn't find any of the blood splatter like on the walls and the ceiling, then or the ceiling, it I mean, he might have had that pool or something like on the top of the body, and then when you cut through it, then that kind of contained the blood from splattering or getting airborne. I was
How
thinking.
is he working underneath that pool then to not splatter? That doesn't.
Well, I mean,
that doesn't
something
make
kept it from going everywhere. That's for sure, because they certainly didn't
that's
mention
what
that
I'm
it was
thinking.
all
Yeah.
over. Does anybody know in the chat or have any opinion on that?
Yeah, or have an opinion. Yeah.
Okay,
I like to hear everyone's.
Alexa says, what confuses me about the cuts is the medical examiner said the cuts were smooth. Would a chainsaw? Would a chainsaw, etc., leave smooth? And the answer is yes. And I only know that because whenever me and Brittany were talking about BJ, we're talking about looking at the autopsy and all that. I was googling all kind of stuff, and a chainsaw and a circular saw can leave a smooth cut. It doesn't have to be
jagged.
It doesn't. I guess maybe the way that you do it, but it can leave smooth. I mean, if you think about it, if you're like using a circular saw or something, I don't know, chainsaws are, but when you're cutting through with a circular saw or a chainsaw, like wood or whatever, it just goes straight through. It's not leaving a jagged. I think it would be more logical for the body to have been frozen to cut it.
Hey,
But
welcome back, Joe.
Well, thank you for having me back, ladies.
We held down the fort.
Actually, I was listening to you guys on my phone while I was waiting for my internet to load up.
How did we sound? This is my first panel. This is my first YouTube appearance.
Oh, welcome. We broke you in.
Oh, girl, I am way broke in, but I just
I'm your first. Aw, that's so nice.
It is. You're my first. Yeah.
That is so nice. I'm gonna tell BJ.
I'm afraid. Look, I'm afraid to go to do anything on BJ because I feel like if I go on BJ, I'm gonna make myself a public figure, and I am not trying to become a public figure. Oh no, no, I am gonna probably doing something with her alive or something like that, so I can meet people that I feel like I know. Cause see, I see like Cat Steer in here.
Yeah,
I've been seeing that name forever. Peekaboo.
People might remember me from Zav Girl. If you know,
Penny seems familiar. I'm scrolling down. Everybody, other people have left, but like there's like so many of her viewers that I just see the names and all. So we have fun. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I will turn on my camera in the daytime. Nighttime, I'm not turning on my camera.
So, okay. Oh yeah. I've been, but that person should know Amber TSW.
I know.
Cat Seer. Oh, it's Cat Seer. Yeah.
Oh, I don't see their names. Aw, fun. Yeah, so they have.
And the Fitgy News. Oh, that's the. Oh yeah, that's the Is that the one that comes on Rabbit? Fitgy News? No.
So FitG News is another channel that I've started. It's because I've named my show Filling in the Gaps. I wanted to build a channel off of that where I can start posting like the news stuff.
Oh, so that's you?
That is me. Yeah.
Okay. So, before we go or whatever, I'm trying to think if I have any more questions about the kind of gory stuff, because it seems like we have, like I said, a nice group here that is able to go along with what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
I appreciated that because I checked the chat and I see no one's, saying any disparaging things or anything. They're actually following along and go ahead.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep it going. Like as far as so we got why do you think, or does anyone in the chat think that everything wasn't put into that one body bag? Why do you think that there were, what do you think the logic would be to put the arms and the legs in that, flimsy type bag and then I don't understand why.
Because he was making conscious decisions to put her in the trunk. The trunk is small. The trunk is small, so he had to break it all up, basically. Sorry to say that.
The only thing that I can think of that honestly makes sense as to why a stupid young kid like that would do that is because he was influenced by something he saw on TV. And now when I say TV, I'm being a little facetious. I mean, he was a kid who was into anime a lot. And
True.
you know, there was the anime that he was so into that Strategic Eyes had talked about, the MPD Psycho, which, you know, if you've followed along, he basically mimicked everything. You know, the book depicts a dismembered female in a tub. I think that, to me, that's the only.
Well, Peekaboo has a good point about that. She said he couldn't carry the body bag with all of it because, you know, it's probably was heavy. I mean, couldn't
That's
carry
what I was.
all of it together, so he had to
That's
take
what-
some out.
That's why I think 2 people might be involved.
Or unless he separated it like that and did it.
That's why I think 2 people mightn't be involved, because it's what, even though she was, by the time she got to the medical examiners, weighed 70 pounds. Before that, of course, he
But
had
70
her full
pounds of
body.
like dead weight is a different kind of heavy.
That's what I was going at. It's her full body at that time was heavy.
I would say,
and he put her in one body bag. I mean, there's separate bags, but still one cadaver bag.
Okay, but this is the thing, because like you said, that Frank, it is small.
Yes.
Okay, but this car had a trunk kind of that, you know, lays down with a third seat. So there was a lot of blood that was in the back of that vehicle, in the trunk part, that felt like it kind of like seeped into the, you know, the back seat. So I wonder if he had her at one point in the back.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, what do you think, Joe?
It was they said it was you know, according to, after the luminol got put on there, it was a lot. And it looked like it was
lit up like
dripping
Christmas
down.
morning, right? They said it lit up like Christmas morning or something like that, or whatever, Christmas evening. I don't know what term they use, but
so
I don't know what he was thinking that night. I
don't
know.
The mind of a serial killer never makes rational sense, because we are rational people. We don't think like that. Or
Well, I don't think
at
he was
least
a
us.
serial killer because he only did the one.
Right,
So
right.
maybe what makes more sense to your point, is a person who just went into some kind of weird rage and I don't even know or think that he was really even mad about something. I think that he's been dwelling on that sick stuff that he's always thinking about.
I think it was Matt. Celeste was going to expose him. Yeah, I think so. She already had a abortion for him, and I think they were breaking up. And he said, "That's, you know, this is for good. Goodbye." And she was like, "Okay, you're gonna, you know, say goodbye to me? Oh, go, fine. Just show everyone the evidence on my phone."
Yeah. And Raina making a good point.
Okay.
She said, "I feel like he was going to cremate her in the burn cage and dismember her, but never got time to do it." Yes, he had.
I believe
I feel
that.
like he had an intention with that burn cage, but
he could have. Yeah, I think, you know, maybe he had some sick fantasy in wanting to do it. I think he ordered it because he thought it would be, you know, maybe he ordered it for a prop for a music video, possibly, but then he also found, like, you know, I could also use this to to get rid of her too. That's always a possibility, but I think you realize, like, Los Angeles just had massive wildfires. I'm not
Yes, that's what I was
noticed.
saying. He didn't have a place to use it to do
Yeah,
the burn.
because I think because all the fires may have just ruined his opportunity to take her somewhere and do that to her body. And for anybody who's not in California and doesn't understand the severity of the wildfires that we did have,
It's crazy.
So we had two massive fires. We had one in the Palisades, and then we
Yeah.
had in Altadena, and I live right below Altadena. The fires were literally like blocks away from my home.
Oh my gosh.
Goodness.
And the Altadena fire nearly wiped out 60% of the city.
It
of the
was
residential
terrible.
city.
That's
So,
scary too, like a hurricane. That's what we.
yeah.
I was
And
going to say, over here we get hurricanes. It's
Bad ones.
yes. Well, I'm not in Florida. I'm in North Carolina, but I'm on the coast of North
Mhm.
Carolina.
So it comes, yeah. One more thing is boo boo. One more thing that I was thinking is okay. Well, what I kind of wonder is like I don't know if most people, I wish we could do like this big percentage like across the whole United States to see if people mostly think that he got mad and hurt her, started with the little stabs or whatever. He got mad because he was afraid that she was gonna tell.
Right.
So who thinks that? In the chat,
Put a
what do
one.
you think,
Put a
Joe?
one if you
Like,
think that.
because I have an opinion and I believe that it's opposite of what most people think happened. So that's why I'm trying to put it out there to see who thinks that he did that because he was afraid that she was going to tell about their relationship. Joe, do you think that?
well, the dismemberment or the
No,
unalive?
the killing, just the murder,
killing.
the murder,
The act. The act.
the act.
It's a great question.
Like there's like many scenarios, just like it is like where did she let's see. What do you think? What Ellery saying, okay, so you think that he, terminated her because he thought she was gonna tell. Oh,
Yes,
Alexa thinks it.
I think it's out of
Robin thinks it.
range.
He's scared
And
because she was no longer inspiring.
Callista. Okay. So everybody thinks everybody thinks something different to what I think possibly could have happened. And yes, he had to stop her from okay, so
Yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts
she
are.
said, I think he was I think he was role playing his that's a good possibility. I think he was role playing his music and her about to expose him and pushed him. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think happened, Amber?
She said she was. So what I think is, okay. So look, I've already got blasted one time already tonight for what's the guy's name that was on here earlier?
Abraham.
Yeah, he
Abraham.
took it the wrong way, and I was like, oh no, I'm gonna have to get this guy straight because that's not what I meant. But whatever he took it as, it wouldn't have been. It wasn't even that outlandish anyway, because that happens all the time. But this is what I think is a good possibility. So we know for sure because we've seen evidence and proof of it. It's a fact that Celeste has a temper, a bad one.
Yes.
We've seen her cutting up with the neighbors. Like,
yes.
she was tripping out on them. She was smashing out. I mean, to the point to where the guys were telling her, you not a gang, you're not a gang affiliate. I mean, that was some crazy mess going. I don't know what was going on there, but she wasn't backing down.
No.
So that just kind of sticks with me. And then what I can picture is her getting mad at him and aggressing toward him. Possibly could have picked up something. I mean, they say it's a knife, but possibly could have picked something up, a knife or just whatever, kitchen, and started to go toward him with it. Because because I know she has a temper, and I think she got mad easy. I think she was becoming insecure. I think that there was a lot of things, and plus she's a young girl,
And he was leading her on
and
in
he
this
was, but he
fantasy.
was leaving too to go on the tour without her. There was a
Yeah.
lot of things going on, and she could have been very, very, very just, you know how you get that pent up women. We get this pent up thing, and we're just going to come out with it. And then by the way that, and I'm thinking about where the like the puncture wounds were, it's almost like people have said that they feel like he came up behind her, put the hand around the neck, and just did 2 small stabs, which is kind of weird to me. What makes more sense to me is if she was coming toward him with a weapon or not, he was trying to he could have been trying to just subdue her or maintain, you know, keep her in a spot to where she wouldn't hurt, you know, get him. So he grabs her from behind. Then a right-handed person would take that thing from her and do a jab, you know, like in the abdomen, and then a jab there. I mean, I know that's way out there, but I mean,
yeah,
she could have been coming toward, I mean, maybe he was defending himself, but why didn't he just call the?
I was going to say, I just don't see it. I'm sorry. I
Yeah, no,
respect your
most people
opinion.
don't.
Yeah,
Most
I was
people
going to
don't.
say, I respect your opinion because you have a certain view and everyone has a certain viewpoint because we're not there. But I don't see her coming at him. I can
I
see her
do.
yelling
She
at
wasn't.
him.
I think that girl will come for anybody. She wasn't scared. I
No,
mean,
she wasn't scared. So
she was ready to jump on the
verbal.
neighbors. She
So,
was.
She was verbal. Go ahead.
So I'm not going to say it's funny you say that, but so today in the preliminary hearing, the defense had asked, well, I don't know if they asked, but they had alluded to maybe she did this to herself. And I don't know if that
I
was,
mean, I think that there's a possibility of that too. For like, I'm hurt. Don't leave me. I don't know. Look, I have 3 daughters, but they never did anything like that. But they can get very dramatic, especially like with boyfriends and stuff. Like
Yes.
maybe she was trying to hurt herself because, you know, it's almost kind of like, I'm not downplaying the wounds, that the injuries that she had, but the way that the 2 main ones, the one that went into the liver and the one that went into the other place, it's not like it was like was it like a puncture in and like a cut down or up, or was it mostly just like a puncture straight in and out?
They could not tell because she was liquefied, you know? They could not tell.
I don't take it as like a total, like what we, I guess, would consider like a stabbing. It was just more like a fast act of something, like.
So the if I'm not mistaken, the depth of the wounds,
Inch and a half, I think, on one of
for
them.
both wounds were no greater than 2 inches. I want to say maybe like 1.5, the 1.25 to 1.5 inches deep. And I'm looking for the medical examiner's report so we can
Yes,
view
yes,
it.
because I want to see the depth because they
Right
could
between the
tell
ribs.
there is a depth of it. I mean,
But the angle in which the wound was noticed on the body, right?
It says no. Somebody in the chat said they couldn't tell. The medical examiner said he couldn't verify an angle.
So, let me find the medical examiner's report. I know I have it here somewhere. I just need to find where the actual document is. But one thing that I do remember is that they mentioned that the position of the injury was from a 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock position. So that would basically be like a flat line. So to me, that if he were to be holding a sharp object in his knife, and let's just say he went to lunge at her with a sharp object in his knife or a sharp object in his hand, right? And I'll use this as an example. I have a pair of medical scissors, right? The way that I'm holding this, right? The angle that I would be holding this in would be a 12 to 6 position. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so if I were to lunge at her,
Yeah.
the injury mark would be from a 12 to 6 position.
Right. From the front.
From the front. So
right.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't from the
that
front.
he did from the front. But if I were to reach around her, right?
That's
around
it.
her neck and puncture,
Yes.
the angle of my weapon would turn to the side,
Mm-hmm.
right? Just because of the way that I'm holding it. And it would be in a 3 to 9 position. Does
That's
that make
why
sense?
that's exactly what I thought from the very beginning. But when we think about it like that, then that's whenever the first thought that comes to a person's mind is that he just went up behind her, grabbed her around the neck, and bop bop, kind of like that. But what if he was trying to subdue her because she had a knife or a weapon and was trying to get to him?
I don't think you're gonna subdue someone and by
or
go ahead.
Or not subdue maybe, but like, if somebody's trying to hurt you and they got a knife or they got a little whatever, and they, swinging it around at you or whatever, the smartest thing to do is go behind them.
I'd run away. I run away, not go behind them. I want to get away.
I mean, I would get behind them and probably grab them around the neck. I don't know.
So
no, someone's got a knife. I'm not going to grab someone by the neck. I mean, I'm going to run away. That's my take. But I have another question. It's look at us debating. Look at us talking about this.
And the chat too. I'm looking at all the comments in the chat
too. Now, think of all this that we're talking about. And how is the prosecutor going to bring this back in to convince a jury her side? Like, we have all different sides tonight, coming all different ways.
Regardless,
yes.
Regardless, the way that he caught her up and dismembered her and made her and took her literal human form away, that prosecutor's she's not gonna have to say too much, because nobody is gonna go for what he did to her body after she was murdered.
You know what I'm very curious to know is, they read the text messages that were on the phone, about the relationship that they had, but they didn't discuss the text messages in the conversation on her way to the house, because the state brief mentions that an argument ensued on her way to the house.
Yes.
Involved in an argument. So I'm curious to know if that argument, included any kind of language that stated, watch what happens, I'm gonna F you up, or
Yeah. Right.
I'm KY, I'm gonna KY.
Then why did she go through the gate then? If he's talking like that to her, why
Or
did she walk into that?
or maybe, halfway through the ride there, the Uber ride there, he may have apologized to her.
Yeah, that's true.
And told her, you know what, I'm sorry, just come in, the gate's unlocked, the door's open, just come upstairs.
And there's the line. Well, the other show explained the lying in wait. It doesn't.
The lying in wait started when he said, come to my house.
Yeah.
Weren't they in an argument and she was kind of fussing about something in the text messages, and that's whenever he said, just come to my house and we'll talk or do something, make it right. I don't know. Were they arguing?
Something like
but
that.
I have a question about a comment in the chat from Witchy Warrior. And the comment is, lady, just because your daughter is psychotic doesn't mean Celeste was. I don't know who this woman is talking about, but she's talking about my comment about my daughters having arguments with their boyfriends. That doesn't mean psychotic. So if you're addressing me, if I was a mod on this channel, you would be gone.
Keep it classy in the chat, you guys. We're not here to
keep it classy, not sassy.
We're not here to debate the person speaking. We can debate the topics that are being discussed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
We normally keep it classy in here. So I would just ask that
we are talking about very sensitive things that already everybody's trying to be respectful in the chat and whenever we're talking. And my daughters aren't psychotic. I mean, I'm just going to go ahead and state that. Well, I mean, I do have one that could get crazy, but
Oh no, Amber, don't unleash. Don't unleash.
No, don't.
You gotta protect BJ at all costs.
No, BJ would have already done. Witchy Woman would have been. Okay, let's continue, please. I just got distracted by that. Yeah, she says girls are dramatic. And that was my point when I was talking about Celeste could have possibly gone at him. I mean, and I said I have 3 daughters. The boys always get the bad rap.
It's called female rage.
The boys always get the bad rap for things, but it's really the girls who get them going. I mean, not just my daughters. The boys get bad raps for it, but it's because them girls been nagging or doing something. And that's just what I'm thinking. A 13-year-old girl. I mean, it probably didn't happen that way, but I mean, was David really a violent person? Who thinks he wrote the crazy songs, but there's a lot. I looked at the producers, the co-writers of his songs. I even did a little deep dive on those guys, and the guys who are co-writers, he didn't write those songs by himself. He has co-writers and co-producers and all that. And I listened to some of those co-writers' songs, and they're along the same lines, just as sick.
Let me read you some of the text messages that were found, because this really kind of put things into perspective for a lot of us today, right? So trigger warning, because these text messages are going to be very heavy to kind of listen to, but I do think it's important to kind of understand where we're at with this whole situation and how things could have turned out between the two of them, right? So it says, when the hearing resumed after an afternoon break, texts were read between David and Celeste that detailed a relationship between the two. Here's an overview of the text read by the detective in court. Burke and Celeste discuss future plans, including marriage, wanting 2 kids, possibly adopting more in the future. Celeste's period is brought up many times. Celeste frequently worried about another pregnancy. So not just one, but another pregnancy, while Burke would tell her not to worry, according to the text messages. Burke stated in the messages that he tracked Celeste's period and intentionally had sex with her when she was not ovulating. And throughout reading of the test, Silverman repeatedly asks the detective to clarify Celeste's age, specifically when messages became graphic. Throughout most of the explicit messages, Celeste was 13 years old and Burke was 19. Their relationship continued through her 14th birthday. Burke wrote in the messages that he did not want anyone knowing that he was having relationships with Celeste until they were married. On June 19th, 2024, Celeste asked if Burke's mom knows that the two of them had sex. Burke responds, she thinks that's the first thing that we're going to do when we see each other. So she thinks that's the first thing that we're going to do when we see each other. This would suggest, right? We don't know for a fact, but this would suggest that his mother was aware. At least was aware of her.
Yes.
But Celeste's comment would also suggest that she knows how old I am. Right?
True.
But I think that it could also suggest that she didn't think, the mom didn't think that they had done that yet because
but still the age, you're hanging around a 13-year-old.
Well, okay, so here, let me put it to you this way. If she was of age, what interest would the mother have in wanting to know or think that, though that's the first thing you're going to do when you see her, you guys are going to go hook up, I would think that a mother would have
want to think about the image of her son in bed with someone.
Well,
do you think she was encouraging him or discouraging him?
I don't think she was discouraging him, but also, like we were talking about Celeste's parents, right? Like maybe they tried so much that they may have given up, is what the conversation kind of was earlier, right? Maybe the mother knew and had suggested, maybe you shouldn't do it, but you're not going to listen to me anyways.
The same way.
So she could have also thought the same way. She thinks that that's the first thing we're going to do. It doesn't matter what I tell you, you're going to do it anyways.
Then the parent, I questioned where the parent really had evidence, because then that's their duty to turn their kid in. It's hard to do, but he's breaking the law.
It's not, that's really not the case. As long as the parent doesn't facilitate or encourage a underage relationship like that, they can't be held if they're not a mandated reporter. I just read this today, and I feel like I read it right, but I can't see how any parent would sit back and not do something about their 18-year-old son.
Now, I'm not saying you, Amber, particularly, right?
No, I wasn't talking about to you. I was just in general.
No. I'm just saying maybe not you, but maybe some other person, if they realize, well, my son's bringing in millions of dollars for me just to shut up and turn the other way.
Penny in the chat.
Yeah, I was looking at.
Yes, she had a great point. Maybe mom thought this girl was just a groupie and wrote her off, and passed her off like, okay, she's just a groupie. Not right in my opinion. It's just, I just, because I believe heavily justice for Celeste, but I can't.
Alexa is asking, do you think he told his mom Celeste is the one who's pregnant? Or did he just say that he got someone pregnant?
Yeah, because we don't know the conversations between him and his mom. And I don't think they'll come into court because it's not involving Celeste and the case is about Celeste.
And also, kind of in a way to that point, another thing that I thought about was maybe David just wanted to ask that question on his own. Oh, I already said this earlier. And he just put it to her like, my mom wanted me to ask this, but really he might not even talk to his mama about it. And he might have just put her name on it so he could just ask that question. The mom might have been totally not even in the conversation at all. He just might have said my mom wanted me to do this, but it was really him just wanting to know.
So for Penny said, not what I was hearing. Mom thought the girl was wild, like groupie, and she just wrote her off. This
Hello?
here's a oops.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Oh, you're breaking up, Joe.
It'll come back
Can you
in a
hear me?
minute.
Yeah.
You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes. We
Okay.
got you now.
This photo would suggest that she's not a groupie. She's someone that her kids know. The brother.
Yeah.
This is Celeste. This is the youngest sister.
Mhm.
This is his mom. So a groupie wouldn't be sitting with my children,
Holding the little girl's hand.
holding the little girl's
Yeah.
hand stage.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not saying that Penny, your comment was a wild one.
Oh, we lost Joe again?
No, it's just going in and out.
Okay, well, I'm going to see what the chat is saying.
Yeah.
Oh,
We'll talk to the
he
chat.
got some jewel.
Mine's kind of going in and out too. Hello? Uh-oh. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Did you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
So, yeah. Katsier says he had her name tattooed on him.
Yes. So it's what the other Joe says it so brilliantly. He's the dumbest criminal ever. Like, okay, so you're gonna kill a girl that happen to be named Celeste, and you got Celeste tattooed on your ring finger.
Yep.
And you chopped off her ring finger with your name on it. You're dumb.
I'm always the devil's advocate, and it pisses people off. And it
yes, because someone said something else in the chat, and
I'm always going to be the devil's advocate. And I mean, I know that what happened wasn't right, and I definitely don't think that Celeste enticed him. She's a baby. She's a child. I don't think that I don't think that she's at fault for anything. Honestly, really, I don't think the parents.
No,
this is about David. Okay, this is not about David's mama. This is not about his brother. This is not about his daddy.
Yeah.
It's not about nobody's family. This freak decided that whether if it was in self-defense, if it wasn't in self-defense, who gives a shit? He cut her up. So I'm going to just say it right here and now. I'm not blaming anybody except David. And we're having a conversation about it. And I just want to say that no matter what I say for devil's advocate shit, it doesn't mean that I think that any of this shit is okay. You know what I mean? It's like,
because someone in chat was trying to say that, oh, you were sticking up for David. Who's this person?
I'm not defending I'm not defending a person who did that to a child who sent Ubers for her, who had no, I'm not.
No.
But there always can be something else that's there that we don't think about, or that we don't,
Right.
we're
You're
just doing discussion.
You're just bringing up different scenarios, but
Just,
these
yeah, I mean,
people are just coming in to rile us up. That's all.
no, I'm not riled up. This is my normal, most of the time, my normal behavior. But it's just like, I was just gonna say something else about, what were we talking about? Like right before that.
Well, the mother knew about her
Oh
because
yeah,
the concert, right? In this image right here. And then prior to that, we were talking about the text messages that were sent.
Yes.
Right. These ones right over here. Shall I continue reading?
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Let's see, where did we leave off? Here's an overview.
You were
right here. Throughout the reading of the test, Silverman repeatedly asked the detectives. Okay, no. Burke wrote in messages that.
Uh-oh.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're back.
So on June 19th, 2024, Celeste asked Burke if Burke's mom knows that on August 30th, 2024, Celeste expresses regret about her abortion, saying she killed her baby for Burke. On June 27, 2024, Celeste describes painful sex, saying it hurt. Burke argued that he did not hurt Celeste because he didn't hear her say ow.
That
he shouldn't have been doing what he was doing in the
me
first place.
so much that just it gets me
That's
riled
disgusting.
up.
Like it literally is fucking disgusting. I mean, how she was 13, 12.
Yes. And we're not, we don't know her sexual history, and we shouldn't bring it up. But
well, she did have another boyfriend before him that the parents
do we
knew about.
know?
And
know?
Yes, they did, because she said it in a text message. She said it didn't hurt with that guy, but it hurt with David.
Okay, so
the guy that she was talking about, I don't know if we can consider him his or her boyfriend, because the person she was referring to is this person right here, which is Gus. She said, with Gus, I was just drunk and did it because he got mad at me the first time for not wanting to have it with him. And then she said, I only bled with David. The whole issue with this is this gentleman was 20 years old while she was 10.
Yes.
That's
yes.
So
10 years old.
Yes. And he should be prosecuted in a trial.
This is unbelievable that this stuff has happened to this child.
Yes.
I mean,
oh my God.
You can imagine the trauma she's gone through as a child.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. I'm not saying this is the reason she turned out the way she did, but you can understand why, someone who's gone through something like this did not want to be home.
No, and she was having to fight for the right. Fight just to exist. Everybody was abusing her.
Yeah.
Sorry, Foxy, you are right. I did say this gentleman, right? This asshole.
Yeah.
Grew. He S8'd her, and this guy's no longer alive. So we're gonna leave it at that.
Yeah.
Right? He lost his life in 2020 during COVID.
And the brother knew Gus.
So for anybody who's really questioning like this connection to him, there are news articles.
Oh yeah.
That you can find
Yes.
There are family members that are tied to a Facebook post that have commented under this particular article.
So these are facts. At least this part is that we're talking about.
Okay.
So the family knows this person in this photo for sure. And if you guys have not seen it, True Crime with Strategic Eyes did a very in-depth episode about this, where he shows all of the proof. So you guys should definitely go to his page and look for the video where he talks about this, because it is mind blowing. Like people kind of dug and kind of put this whole entire thing. If the article, not the articles.
I don't know if it's his phone. I keep thinking that it's my phone going in and out.
I don't think
You don't know if
so.
there's any article.
It's on my phone too, so it
Oh,
must be.
Are you Joe? Are you like moving your No, you're on a computer, so it's not. Because if I move my phone, sometimes it's cutting out. But
It's
I
my
think
internet.
I think it's his internet, like he explained. There's people outside
yeah, it's
working.
probably starting to smoke right now because he's been doing his live for how many hours?
Right now it says 6 hours,
Oh, he's
19
pulling
minutes,
a
and
BJ.
6:49 seconds or 50 seconds.
He's
It's
pulling a
going.
BJ.
Yeah, we're going overtime. You guys, I haven't done a live in like a week, so
Well, it'll give you a good
Well,
It'll
they
start you an
got an
algorithm.
extra special episode.
No, it'll start you an algorithm doing a long live like that. But anyway, I'm enjoying the conversation, except for I don't like to be misunderstood because
Yeah.
I'm very not happy, don't agree with any of it or whatever,
Well,
but sometimes my mind. No, it's
people
okay
on
for
the
them to feel
yeah.
that way too, but I got a bad habit about being like, and it's not argumentative, just like, wait, what if it's this really? It's kind of like
And
a weird thing.
you're just seeing the other side. There's
Yeah.
another possibility
But no
that
matter
you
what, I
want
would
to
never take up
explore.
with him.
So
Yes.
here's the
Go
part.
ahead,
Okay.
Joe. We're taking over your show. Sorry.
No. Here's the part that pisses me off that I have no control over. Right. The part that
Okay.
pisses me off is that he's innocent until proven guilty.
He is, and I even post that in the chat
Now,
that I'm on the channels that I'm mod for. I mean, I have one that says David and his attorney claim that he is innocent, and he is innocent until he is proven guilty by the jury of his peers, and it's the truth.
yes,
Yep.
it's the
Yeah.
First Amendment right for
Yep.
all of us. So I respect that because I want to be afforded that same right if I was in any situation that put me in a court system. So I can't get angry at that. I don't like it. I can say that. I don't like it. But I can't get angry because that's the same right I want to be afforded.
Yeah.
No, absolutely right. I think all of us would if our time were to come and we had to be in front of a
Court system.
But in this
jury,
case, I can
right?
understand
we would
a
all
form
want to be
of.
afforded this opportunity.
Yeah, in this case, I feel like one thing to be angry about that, we all are afforded that right. But what a waste of time and the
Yes.
state, the money that has to go into this whenever
There's proven
he
evidence.
did it. Yeah.
Yes.
I think if all of us could just snap our fingers and have our way with it, he would have been gone long time ago, right? Before this became a case.
I think so.
I mean,
but unfortunately, the way the world works, it's
how do
a
they
very
do
slow
death penalty
process.
in California?
Well,
I want them to bring back the firing squad, actually. So I don't know.
Like Utah?
They do firing squad?
Yep, Utah brought back the firing squad. It was on the Dayfile trial.
Yep. Yeah.
How do they do it? What are it's like most of the states just like that. I mean, lethal like the injection.
So California does have the death penalty, but currently right now our sitting governor has put a moratorium on it. So anybody who is currently on death row right now is in a safe spot right now because
they're in a stay, what's called a stay.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time people are, unless it's Texas, do not mess with Texas. But most of the time
True.
people are staying on the death row. It's 20 or 25 years before they get it anyway.
You
Correct.
in Texas, I think you have the
Texas.
Darlie Routier case, don't you?
Yeah. Yes. I'm in Louisiana, but Texas is my
Oh,
neighbor,
okay.
so
I'm sorry.
I it's kind of like the same. It's kind of like our land just runs in together. But
Like
anyway, you
ours,
do
North
not.
Carolina, South Carolina.
We don't. They don't last long. I mean, if you get put on the death row, and I mean, you're going to be there 10 years or less. It's not like all the other states. I mean, they just will do it. But do you? Okay, so people have different feelings about death, the death penalty. I'm not like me myself personally. I'm not for it, and I'm not against it. It's a law. So if I'm not gonna do something to try to change it, then I ain't gonna I'm
Pay
not gonna
attention
say
to it,
too
right?
much about it. It's just, it is just kind of like the Roe versus Wade and all of the stuff that goes. I'm not gonna express how I personally feel about it, but what I
Yeah.
think is it's a law. It should okay, what it's a law. You can do it. It's not illegal, but they have made it illegal in certain states. But I mean, it's a law. And I mean, people have personal feelings about that stuff. That that it's a law. So is the death penalty. You can do it just like you can do the other thing. So
Personally,
does it matter who agrees with it or not when it's already a law? Or is it a law? Is that what you call it? Or is it's
it is a law.
a law?
Yeah,
Okay, I might
it's
be
a
saying it
canon
wrong.
law. But in my opinion, I don't hope that he's guilty. And the reason why I say that is because if he was given the death penalty after being found guilty on all 3 charges, I think he's got the easy way out, you know? I
Yeah,
think
right. Oh, I agree with that totally. Even though I'm not like for or against the death penalty, I agree that it has got to be way freaking worse to spend the rest of
he
your
should just
life pent up
in that cell. Yeah. I
like the
mean,
wild animal you are.
yeah.
Oh,
And let him spend the rest of his life thinking about how life could have been different if he didn't do this.
Yeah.
I think it's worse.
Faded Joe in the chats, he just said the last execution in California took place in January of 2006.
That's 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago.
So, you know,
Okay, so
go ahead,
Joe, you're going back to the text messages that you got on the screen. Okay.
So
And
on
you're
June,
yeah,
let me
go
see.
ahead.
June 27th, Celeste describes painful SEX, says it hurts. Burke argued that he did not hurt Celeste because he didn't hear her say ow. Celeste responded numerous times saying she was in fact hurt.
Don't you think he should? It
7:24.
would have
That
been more
angers
like,
me.
okay, like so. That in itself is just kind of like he had to have the mentality of 13-year-old as well, because it would
Correct.
seem like he would say something like, "Oh, I didn't hear her say ow." It would be like, She didn't say stop. It hurts. Quit right now.
Right.
Oh, I didn't hear her say ow.
Well,
That is what he was
Simple
saying
minded.
to me is predatory behavior.
Because she didn't say ow.
Yeah. Well, for me, coming from a guy's perspective,
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I think he's basically saying it as if like, well, I didn't punish
Yeah.
and you didn't respond as if you were punished.
Hurting.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my
So
goodness. Go
the
ahead.
next time I'm gonna punish you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a very narcissistic
Yes.
Mhm.
thing
Yeah.
to say.
That's
You know,
why
he
that's what
didn't
I
say ow,
mean
though.
by predatory behavior. He's acting on her like, and he's what's the word? Gaslighting. Oh,
I didn't hear her
okay.
say ow.
You didn't say ow, so you're not hurt. And
Well,
she's
I mean,
saying, yes,
which you have to
I'm
agree.
hurt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Moira basically, is correct. Again, it was grape. She could not consent. So
True.
whichever
They're
way you
very
wanna spin
true.
Right, Callista in the chat, she said, and he should have said, I'm so sorry. It just keeps moving. Do you see what Callista said? My chat, nothing is moving up and down. She said,
and he should have said, "I'm so sorry. Why
Yeah.
didn't you say anything?"
yeah.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say that.
Yeah.
No, he didn't.
Nope. I
Okay.
mean, he was so worried. He was so more concerned about boosting his ego than
Yeah.
work.
What exactly did so you're reading the text messages. How is it exactly worded? Like he said to her, you didn't say ow?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, because owl is in quotation marks.
Okay,
so-
so this is
So
what they read. Okay.
Well, so it said Burke argued that he did not hurt her. He did not hurt Celeste because he say ow. It's not
Mhm.
because she didn't say ow. It's because I didn't hear you say ow. You know how that
Yeah.
kind of changes things too. It's
Yeah.
not because you didn't say ow. It's because I didn't hear you.
Right. Exactly. See, words mean everything.
mhm.
Yeah. And then on November 7th, 2024, Celeste stated that she had sex with Burke for almost a year straight.
Yeah.
There was seemingly a conflict between the two, with Burke saying, "You're treating it like it's the first breakup." And he responded once more saying, "Well, this is like the 8th time." Burke later accuses Celeste every time. He said, "I followed your lead."
Oh my God, that was the part.
That's I can say it. Piss me off phrase.
Yeah.
I followed your lead. And Strategic Eyes said this in his live too, and I'm going to repeat what he said.
Go ahead.
You know what type of people say this?
Oh.
Pedophiles say this, right?
Yeah.
The pedophiles say this.
Uh-huh.
They always blame the
Yes.
victim. They're always
Yes.
blaming the victim. And this is a move of a pedophile. Blame the victim. She
Like
was the
the
one that
grandpa or the grandpa, type figure says, well, a 5-year-old. Oh, she came on to me.
Mhm.
Peekaboo said, "You hurt when I say you do," in other words.
Exactly, right? You hurt when I say you do.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Otherwise, take it, right? In the last hour of testimony, while text messages were read, Burke seemed distracted. He was hunched over the table, scribbling on his yellow notepad and flipping through the pages. Only occasionally did he glance up, frowning. He would then turn back to his notes.
And you know he didn't have anything on those pages to be flipping through. He didn't
Right.
write shit down. He just flipping. He's looking at empty pages. That
No,
Right.
that's the first emotion he showed, which was this display of anger.
Oh,
Because he's
really?
flipping. Yeah, he's
Oh,
flipping through
flipping,
those
yeah.
pages.
It was
He's-
a self-soothing action.
I
Well,
think it
no.
was display of anger. He didn't like what was being shown.
Well,
And unless someone's in the court, that
you know what I read from this?
What?
Is this is probably one of the very first times in life that David has that
He's cracking up. You're breaking up a little bit.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
we can. It just kind of goes in and out a little bit.
I think this is one of like the first times David may have experienced like what true embarrassment feels like.
True.
To have this
Or here's my devil's advocate. Or
Sure.
do you think that okay? Or do you think that he really did in his younger years experience? You know, we know he experienced bullying. That's why he came. That's why he went into homeschool. So, do you think that he was bullied and embarrassed so much that he kind of got out of it whenever he went into homeschool and when he became famous singer. And then whenever this is happening now, it's almost like an internal torment because he's having those same feelings of whenever he probably is self victimizing his own self, saying, like what you just said, like embarrassed. He's probably getting he might be getting those internal feelings of how it used to feel when he was getting bullied and embarrassed. So
Yeah.
he might be sitting there thinking that he is a victim the whole time because these people are just attacking him.
To me, it was a display of anger because he was being shown that
he's getting blasted and he deserves it.
Correct. And he can't say anything. That's the main thing. This guy has control over influence. I'll say influence over the younger people. So he's used to influencing others. And now he cannot do that.
No,
he has to sit quietly
because he had that burst of popularity and everybody, he just went from. But Witchy Warrior just said, "Oh, I didn't know that. That's why he was homeschooled." Was that in the court documents? I don't know if it's in the court documents, but his mom and David has said in quite a few interviews that he became homeschooled because he was being bullied. And I don't know for what reasons, but one reason probably, and because it most of the time happens when guys are like really short. I think he's just like barely 5 foot tall, and I think he got picked on. The short guy always gets picked on,
and he's real small built.
He's small, yeah. And so, they probably were stepping on the back of his feet and all that kind of stuff. But that is why, supposedly, we don't really know. People, he could have just been not smart enough to be in school. You just never know, but that's what he said. Go ahead, Joe. I'm sorry. Okay. Are you there? You broke up? Joe?
Oh, maybe we lost him. We have to wait.
He's there.
Oh, there.
Okay. I was going to show you guys. Hold on. My web browser froze. So
I can't even see you because I got it on chat and I'm scared to touch something.
Oh, okay. I can't really go to chat because I'm on my phone.
I'm on my phone too. You just got to press those 3 buttons. Those little 3 dots.
Yeah.
At the bottom, press that 3 dots, and then the little drop down list is going to come up. And then you see where it says comments?
Yes.
Okay, hit comments.
Okay.
And then there's one other thing you got to do.
Join the chat.
Yeah, that's it.
Now
you can communicate with people and see what they're saying.
Look at that. I learned something positive out of this.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm a talker, but I don't like to talk over people, but I have a bad habit of it. So that's why I just kind of try to keep my head down to the chat, and I like to involve the chat because it's so aggravating sometimes whenever you're just trying to get something across and you want the person who's not I'm not in charge of anything. I'm just running my mouth, but I like to interact with the chat. And Joe has a good, calm nature, and he really does really good with staying on track and getting his points across. It's really good. Okay, so go ahead, Joe. You got 2 ADD women with you.
No. Look,
if anybody else wants to join the chat, you can. There's a link.
Yeah, there is a link. So
there's a link if anybody wants to come in.
Yes.
If you guys
does anybody want to come in?
I love to hear other people's opinions, and I love chat because I love to have them involved.
I think we need to bring
us on the panel. Yeah.
I think we need to bring in Cat Seer and Witchy Warrior.
Oh, Witchy Warrior, yeah, because she definitely had opinion.
Yeah, y'all want to come in?
Peekaboo said he also had no friends.
Really?
From school. So
he didn't. And I know I heard it on a channel. Probably was That Surprise Witness at the time, but he was one of the first people that was doing, like, one of the very first people who had to do with that Minecraft game. Is it Minecraft? I think that was
Yes,
his first
it's Minecraft.
introduction to the
Yes, yes.
games and stuff. And
I'm
he
not a
His
big
had
mom
gamer, so I
said,
don't know.
his
he's
mom
a,
said, make your own music.
yeah, but that was, I don't know if that was for Minecraft. That was for
Yes, it was.
it was.
Oh, yes, it was. Which you just said, you don't want me to come up. It would be ugly.
Oh,
Well, you
come
have an
on.
opinion.
Come
You have an
on.
opinion.
It wouldn't
We're
be
all,
ugly. We need
we're all
some more
easy. We're
input.
all easy on
Come
here.
on.
I'm
We've
definitely
already stayed up
easygoing.
all night.
Yeah, you stayed up with us,
I did
so
not get my ice cream and I did not go to sleep like I said I would.
yeah. Okay, so everyone's screaming in the chat. I was wrong. Not
What?
Minecraft. It's Fortnite.
Fortnite. That's
Yes,
it.
it's Fortnite.
I know nothing about
And Joe, you did get some jewels while you're gone.
Oh, did I?
Yes, yes. So I don't remember who it was now, but it was so you
I
got
appreciate that. MJ Lee, Ellery, thank you so much for the 30 jewels. Tara for the 2 jewels. Tara Jackson again with the 10 jewels. Viking
thank
Woman
you everyone
with
for the
2 jewels.
jewels. Yeah.
And then
Thank
Jen-
y'all.
What is it? Jesse and 40 jewels. Thank you so much. Oh, you guys are super kind. I haven't been on live, so I'm not used to these donations. MJ Lee, thank you so much for the 2 jewels. I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much.
Oh, look, everyone's joining in.
Send
Sending
some
you jewels.
If you guys haven't already, do me a favor and hit the like button, you guys.
Yes, please.
Please.
Yes.
All we're
Send some
asking
makeup brushes. Makeup brushes.
Yeah, let's do that. Some makeup brushes.
Or like me, I'm sorry, I'm a big Swiftie. So
Oh yeah, me too.
I was gonna say, so send them jewels on in so Joe can be bejeweled.
Bejewel me, guy. No, I'm kidding. Don't.
Yes, bejeweled.
No, look. One thing that you guys have to know about me is that I don't ever ask for anything. I hate to ask for anything.
Yeah.
Look at
Ever
you,
hear me ask for anything?
Joe.
So-
I've never seen anyone get so many donations as you. Laugh. That's Cat Seer.
Well, have you seen a BJ show?
Oh God.
BJ is one hell of a content creator.
Oh, someone sent sparkles. So now you're sparkling and bejeweled.
He
There you
needs a makeup brush.
Yes, we need
what's
a
the
makeup
makeup
brush for
brush?
Joe. Let's make him up.
Jewel, back in the days, I know, right? I use a makeup brush for BJ. Oh yeah, huh? That's right. Brush.
Wait, I always think BJ should get more and more. More and more what?
More
BJ
jewels
just fine.
or donations.
Oh.
Donations, yeah.
Oh, hey, MJ Lee just sent you a makeup brush.
Oh,
Yay!
okay.
Yay!
Thank you so
And
much.
I recognize her name.
I didn't even know that was an actual gift you can give.
It's a little jewel. So, do you know how the jewels work or whatever? I just figured it out myself, but
I don't.
it's like you can I don't know how you build up the jewels, but you get points and points for making comments, I guess, or something. And then or you can buy them like $1.99 for I don't know how many. And whenever you go into people's chat, then there's a little gift box down there and you press it. And some of them are free for as long as you have some little points build up.
Oh.
And so that's where, and the makeup one is only 6 points. Can somebody please explain the jewel system gems?
If I could just interrupt really quick, we do have somebody that is joining the show.
Oh yay!
And I don't want to put this person on blast just in case they want to remain anonymous. However, let me give some context really quick to who we have joining in the chat right now. So we have a person by the name of Lamp, and Lamp has been I don't know if you're a male or female, and forgive me for not knowing, but Lamp is actually a person who has garnered a little bit of attention on social media. Really was the person who put out screenshots of the actual flight logs of Celeste and David.
Okay.
Oh,
So, okay, Lamp is a male.
Lamp?
Let's go. Lamp.
X-I-X. You're breaking up a little bit, honey.
Oops.
But we got it if you get booted. We gonna okay.
Let's see.
Foxy, I love that. My husband loves that movie, Anchorman. I love Lamp. I love Lamp.
Lamp is also the person on Discord who asked David who the girl was in one of the photos, and David responded with, "You are a Fed."
What? God.
Wow.
Mm.
Okay.
D4VD, a Fed. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm on
Dang, I don't know if I can find it, but just know that Lamp is somebody who is, you know, the name's been around in this case.
Yeah. Okay.
So Lamp, well, thanks for joining us in the chat. I know we recently kind of followed each other on X, and you know, if
breaking up.
let us know about what we've learned in the preliminary hearing, days 1 through 4. Nope, I'm not that person who logged into that. No, the person who had the YouTube history was I think his name was Will. Lamp, you've been a brave soul, and thanks.
Oh God, not Will.
So Lamp, you've been you know, you've been praised around social media as a person who's kind of sounded off on, you know, breaking the ice, but a lot of people want to know, and I don't know, you don't have to disclose, but a lot of people want to know, how did you actually come across the you know, a lot of people have been wondering, how did Lamp have this? And the reason why I ask, right, is because the day that you dropped the screenshot on your X, maybe unbeknownst to you, this was a piece of evidence that was actually displayed inside of the courtroom to show that there were actual records of
Wow.
purchasing these Celeste team of Victoria Mendez, the David community. So was that on like the Discord? So let me just kind
of. Why can't I hear Lamp?
No, well, Lamp's not on the panel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
He's in the okay. Let's get
Lamp
it.
is just in the chat.
Okay, sorry.
Hold on, it's XL. So let me just kind of take you guys back to what it is that we're talking about. So today's the 25th. 4 days ago, that Lamp put out this post, and this post right here was to show that there was a United Airlines ticket that was purchased.
You're breaking up.
Oops. Okay.
We got you now.
Yeah.
So this is a photo for those of you guys who have never seen this before. Lamp is the one who brought us the United Airlines receipts. Yes. So Lamp.
Flojo, you're breaking up.
Yeah. And
are we back?
Lamp.
Yeah. It's kind of like
explain
going in
to
waves.
me.
I don't know if it's. I don't know. Maybe. I don't
Can you
know.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So said I
Lamp said he started talking to the D4VD early 2023. I used to leak unreleased and music, and so we went back and forth. Hey,
a
Bob.
bit.
Yeah.
And then he sued me $30,000. Then we December 2023 was the "You Are a Fed." Then he never really spoke afterwards.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you ever met David in person, or were you just someone who was in his Discord community? Yeah, and then this question right here that Catsier asked, how did you feel when that was his response that you you know what, it seems like there are a lot of people who know David, you know, that are from the UK. How did you act? A lot of people. So let me just kind of review this with you guys. This is a screenshot of the United Airlines seat shows. Let me see. This is a United Airlines receipt that shows a ticket was bought from LAX all the way to London Heathrow. And here's a confirmation number, a reservation number here. And as you guys can see here, and I'll make this a little bit bigger. Let me go down really quick. The customer information states that the shipping address is under a Victoria Mendez, and an address that was shown that matches David's location. And the billing address is to David Burke, and the address to a home in Texas. And so this this screenshot right here shows the cost. Sorry, the cost where it says here the fare is $686. Taxes and fees are $32. The unaccompanied minor charge for that is $150, and trip insurance billed separately by Travel Guard Group equals $54. So the total cost for that trip who had put this information out for the world to see, and unbeknownst to him, this was evidence that was used inside of the courtroom. Lamp said, I was honestly a bit confused. I didn't understand the term. As I was young and immature, I wish I knew now, and I felt a slight regret because I could have changed a lot. Are you the guy that David called the ghost? Mama, David had a property in England or no? Well, I mean, Lamp, you know, you shared some information, you know, that we felt was, I mean, it was really important. And, you know, despite what some people may have thought that, you know, you may have been a Fed, you kind of put things into perspective. And let me see, he says, I understand, but thinking about it, it was 2 years before she got murdered, so it could have prevented a lot of things, abortions, et cetera, et cetera. This is when I tell you I'm a lot closer to this case than I want to be. Interactions like this is what I mean, right? Because and there's I have no issue with you having being on my channel and being in the chat. I just say, you know, we've had encounters with people that have been really close to this case or involved and related to this case, and I never thought just coming onto YouTube and talking about this case, you know, would I be this close to it? So it is a little different. It's possible. I mean, it's very possible. We've been following this case since day one, and a lot of the people that are here in the chat with us right now have been on this journey with me to seek justice for Celeste. And, we're all kind of in this together. And, Lamp, is if there's anything that we can do to, help put any other information out there, let us know, because we can put it out there. Yeah, Lamp, are you an adult now?
And someone said he did more than 99% of all the people would have done, or at least in David's friends group, I would say.
That's true.
Yeah.
But there are grown people here in the States that failed her even before, so please give yourself some grace.
True. She, unfortunately, what I call dropped through the system, and I think that's why Becky's from Rabbit's channel is so passionate,
Yeah. Lamp, if you ever want to chat, you and I are friends on X. So, if you ever just want to chat about anything, just know that, we can talk in confidence, and, you can sound off there. You don't necessarily have to say anything now, but just, anytime that you want to chat on X, let me know, and we can set that up. So I want to thank you for joining the live stream. I'm sure you probably saw that I was on X and just decided to join me over here on YouTube. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, we'd love to kind of see what you know. And
well, someone said, and Foxy's saying that Neo's house is down the street from my ex-husband's house.
Oh, I don't. He's another one. I got nothing to say about Neo.
No, I have nothing nice to say. I'll say that. For me, my opinion, I have nothing nice to say about him.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know Neo's level of involvement. I've heard from people who may be close to his circle, who have defended him, and so far, nothing in this case, as far as evidentiary value, has pointed in the direction of Neo being responsible for anything. So
no. What I'm saying when I say I don't have nothing nice to say, it's because his friend circle, David's friend circle, never spoke up. That's what angers me. I'm sorry. I mean, people may disagree, but they should have spoke up. I know they were lied to. They said they were lied to by David, but her age, I mean, did you really think she was 18,
right?
As they were saying? I mean, because still 17, if she was 17, she's still under the age. So that's what angers me. No one stood up for Celeste. She's been dropped, and she's been dropped through the system, dropped through the friend system. David surely strung her along. And this poor girl, like at 13 and younger, but 13 was the factual information coming out. She was dealing with adult things, very adult things. I mean, having, abortion, worried about a second pregnancy. At 13, she should not be worried about these things, in my opinion.
Yeah. 14 years old, I mean,
she didn't have a life.
This girl should have been protected.
Yes, she didn't have a life. I've been thinking, sweet, I was thinking, I have trouble speaking foreign language because of my stroke, but her quinceanera, I think I'm saying it right. I'm trying. She didn't get to even enjoy that.
Well, she didn't have one. She
No.
didn't get a chance to turn 15.
No, and that's so sad. I mean, the things that, you read the text messages, and the things that he was saying to her was just, okay, what really breaks my heart, because me and my husband were never blessed with children. Her having to say to David that she had abortion for David.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very adult thing. And having to deal with that loss for the rest of her life. Is she, she was, had a life to, she did have a life to live, but David took it away.
Yeah.
But even if she, even if she had that life to live, she would have had to deal with that loss. And that was nothing for her to do at the age of 13 or 14.
Yeah. I think after, today was just really, really heavy to just to learn any of this stuff was going on. I mean, we all thought about it. We all thought it was true. We all sat through day 4 of this preliminary hearing, and we learned that everything that we thought was true was actually true. And I'm not gonna lie, this I haven't streamed in over a week, but honestly, we've been through only 4 days of a preliminary hearing, and I am just exhausted. And I
know. I can't imagine how the trial is going to be. We're going to all need a train of coffee to get through this. I mean, that's my poison of choice is coffee.
I think we're all going to need therapists after.
True. We're all going to need.
I'm sorry. I think the worst thing of the trial is going to be that it's not televised, right? It's not, no cameras.
I don't think they're made a judgment on that yet.
At least not for the actual trial. I know the preliminary hearing they decided no cameras, but there might be some people who put in requests. So yeah, there might be a chance.
Because it is so difficult for creators to, read the transcripts, and you're getting them from, people that are at the courthouse, and you're waiting for updates. I mean, it is what it is, but it makes for a long day.
Not only yes, and think about it. 10 tickets. My, that blows my mind. It's supposed to be a public court.
I know, but there's only so much room, I think, in those. Like he said, he was crunched up against the back wall.
That courtroom was not big at all. It's not like
never big.
Those courtrooms that you see in like New York City where they've got 18 rows and 2 sides for people to sit on. This courtroom literally only had 4 rows for the public and about 2 to 3 rows for media. And
overflow rooms. Witchy.
Okay.
My friend Witchy Watcher is saying that the trial will not be televised. Is that a fact?
No, that is not a fact.
Oh, I'm asking Witchy Warrior. I don't want her to get upset with me again.
Okay. Well, I had someone I wanted to address. Not a bad thing. Not a bad thing. They said, I think he will, Shannon Phillips, I kind of think he will plead out before taking it to trial. Is that an option? No. The prosecutor said there's no plea on the table. She wants to take it to trial.
Oh, did she say that?
Yes, she did say.
Yeah, but what can he plead to? What can he? He's going to be in jail for the rest of his life. So what can he plead to? I mean, if he plead,
They offer plea bargains to get more information, basically.
but
If
he's on.
you tell me exactly where something is, I'll just say that. I'm not referring to the case, I'm referring it as a scenario. If you tell me where so and so is, I'll knock 10 years off your sentence.
But in
You
this case,
know,
if he's going to be in there for life, what is 10 years going to do?
well, they can also bargain for better food.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yes, they can. And the good place to learn about this, do you mind, Joe, if I, tell people about another channel?
Sure. Yeah. I
Okay,
don't mind.
it's Chris McDonough. He was a retired he's a retired police officer and worked in homicide. So he's talked to these criminals. He has he's the founder of the Cold Case Foundation, and he gives out so much information. But that's where I learned it from. That's where I learned, what the plea deal and how they offer and what they can offer.
Okay. Joe, I don't know how to say this name, but Rabbit was saying it the right way. It's XIXMPX.
So this person goes by the name of Lamp.
Lamp.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So does he go into Rabbit's chat too?
I don't believe so.
He does.
We did bring up Lamp the other day when Rabbit was reading the plane.
I thought he okay.
I
Lamp.
I don't know how active Lamp is on like YouTube, but Lamp is a new name that a lot of people may have seen brought up in
Oh, I
this
think he
case.
said yep. Does that mean yep, you do go onto Rabbit? Lamp?
Let's wait to see what Lamp says.
Well, what I'm trying to say here, Flo, if Joe, if you see what he put there in the chat about a new song or something, did you see?
I did, and that
We
is
need to pull it
huge.
up. I mean, what I want to look. I want to. What? Okay, it says the lyrics go: "Trapped in a Tesla. Hope you don't hate me, cause I know I really messed up." Oh no! Well, that's it. I'm done. I'm done with David Burke.
My God.
And it says, there's also a second version along with another song mentioning Celeste and a song recorded in 23-24 called "Oh My Lord." Trapped.
Yeah.
No, y'all, come on.
So
that's
literally
true.
brought his, I'll just say imagination. I don't like to paint that, but imagination to life. He put it down in lyrics like a diary.
In a closet. Oh, everything was a confession. And before Celeste passed away, everything was like a prelude up to what he wanted to do, and he did it. And now he's writing songs that say "new seats," "trapped in the Tesla." Oh my God!
Yeah, I think he was angry with her for a while.
Okay, you
and
guys.
we don't know what about.
I'm going to really quick. I'm going to let you guys chat for just a little bit.
Okay.
I'm going to have to just take a quick second, maybe about 1 or 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, take your time. We'll try to.
Yeah, we can handle it. We can handle it.
We're going to talk with the chat. We're not going to ramble. We're going to talk with the chat.
Yes.
Okay. So
literally, he was writing things down like a diary, and I think he was really frustrated or mad. I say frustrated because he's still young. This is where in a jail. The brain. That's what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to say the actual name is not fully formed until you're about, is it 21 or 25?
For 25. The
25.
frontal
Yeah.
lobe of the brain
Correct.
doesn't
Yes.
form. You're not.
Yes. Okay.
You're really considered an adolescent until 25
Yes.
medically. Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking he was first writing out his frustrations, or like I said, also putting imagination into it, like what he really wanted, and getting it out on paper. That wasn't working for him. And it built up and built up and built up, and this fight just did it in. Whatever the fight was over.
Well, I mean, his parents were very strict. He goes
Yeah.
into some details about that, and to be honest, I was raised the United Pentecostal,
Okay,
and
I was raised Catholic.
and so we did not have a TV. I did not go to the movies until I was like 15 or 16 because that was against the rules. Believe it or not, I did not wear pants, a pair of
Yeah.
jeans until I was 17, and I snuck those. My friend gave me a pair of blue jeans, and I snuck them to school, and I put them on. And when I walked out into the hallway, I thought everybody in my high school was going to just pass out. And I was like, I felt so weird and dumb. I was like, I just wanted to wear parachute pants, like the Michael Jackson parachute. But
Oh.
anyway, I grew up in a very, very strict home. Everything was bad. I couldn't
Okay.
not say the word pregnant. I mean, it was just, and David, I believe, was raised up in that type of environment too. And I feel like it would have been very easy for me to just either go buck ass wild or
Right.
start rebelling, but I never
Okay,
did. I just
so
kind of, and so it's called religious bondage is literally what I was under. And if David was raised in a strict home like that, I can see where you get to a certain point to where you just start resenting everything, your parents, your
yeah,
life,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so I'm not witchy warrior. I'm not defending him or taking up for him. I'm just saying this this might be
Yeah.
one beside being bullying and all. He might have just, you start cracking. It starts your
Well,
brainwashed. It's
yeah,
terrible.
yeah, Foxy did, point out, like you explained too, the your I can't say that word because the
Miglia,
stroke. Yeah, is the animal
amiga.
part. Yeah, the animal part of the brain. So
Mhm.
that's frustration comes out. Frontal cortex is the thing that takes forever to develop. Now, I will say with my stroke, it happened on my left side of the brain and
Mhm.
was told to me that where your moods are controlled, because
Mhm.
coming home from the doctor, they're preparing the family. I might have some frustrations, and
Mhm.
I'm a Libra, so I'm very fair and balanced, and
Mhm.
I'm very calm,
Mhm.
and
Well, I'm a Capricorn, so
nothing
I'm all over.
and nothing is I don't get too upset, but I will tell you, I come home and I couldn't work my cell phone, and it's
Mm.
okay. So with the stroke, I lost the ability to feed myself. I didn't know what utensils how to use them.
Man.
Basically, you had to start all over like a toddler. So I was frustrated with my phone, and I actually took it and threw it across the room.
So you felt like you were at a point where you could have just snapped? Is
Correct.
that what you're saying, or?
Yes, yes,
Mhm.
yes. And I don't do that. And my husband was in the kitchen because he's trying to cook me food. And
Mm.
so he couldn't help me. And I was trying to like text on the phone. And I'm an Android user.
Mhm. Me
And
too.
so I guess I couldn't touch the buttons hard enough or something. Something was going on. I couldn't text. And so I just chucked the phone, and I've never threw anything in my life. I mean, really, I have dropped things, but I have
Mhm.
not intentionally thrown anything. So I'm thinking, bring it back to Celeste and David. I'm thinking Foxy's talking about the animalistic part of the brain. Yeah, I mean, again, Witchy Warrior. I love you. I'm not
My
taking up
new
for him
Witchy
either.
Warrior. That is my
Yeah, I'm
new
like, I'm not
friend.
taking up for him either, but I'm like, he could have snapped.
She got
but
mad at
doesn't.
me. Oh well, we friends now.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you're
this is
friend. Yeah, we make
we're friends now.
friends out of
don't
enemies.
I can't have internet enemies, and I am not a public figure. But anyway, look, Alexa said this.
Okay, what?
And she said he was restricted on what music to listen to, but had
Okay.
free reign of the internet, and then
Wow.
encouraged by his mom to make his own music. Opposite of music, he was allowed to listen to and make it make it make
Make it
sense. I
make
know.
sense.
Well,
Yeah.
whenever he wrote that song, though, he did let
Oh,
her listen to it,
I have
and
to,
she was
I have
like,
to, and
"Mm-mm."
I have to interrupt you. Sorry. But
Mhm.
Witchy Warrior just said, "You're amazing for a stroke survivor." Truly.
Yes,
I appreciate that
Yay.
so much. I worked so hard. You don't know. I didn't even know how to work scissors.
But did you lose some mobility in your arms or legs?
I did, and
Joe, are you back?
I'm
Yes.
here. I'm here.
Okay, we're holding it down for you.
Thank
we
you.
might
Thank
we
you,
might be
thank
on
you.
here all day. We might fill up this room in a little while.
Right.
I did lose mobility. I gained it back. I do have some weakness in my left, affected my left side. So I got that back, and walking great. Not the best. I meant walking, but
good.
like, yeah, the steps.
And look at you at the beginning, wherever you came in, you were like, okay, I want everybody to know that I had a stroke and my speech is slurred or whatever. And look, you have just been on here for about 2 or 3 hours, and you're right out of your shell. So there you go. Yes.
I'm fine with speaking, but I know what I can do and what I'm capable of.
Mhm.
And I had an English major degree.
Oh,
And
yeah?
so,
Oh.
yes.
So did my daughter's. That was her
Yeah,
first
so
degree she got.
speech, language, writing, all of that is my forte.
Yeah, it was
And
your thing, and then you felt
Yes, it was taken away from me. It was stripped away. I
Mhm.
still cannot spell. I will be honest. I'm very thankful that I have spell check.
Mhm.
But
So
I came out, I couldn't even spell chair. And
Oh, man. That's
and
bad.
that's like second grade,
That's hard.
you can spell. Yeah.
Praise be that you made it through. I'm proud
Right.
of you. I don't mean to go, Joe. You have something?
No. I'm just agreeing with.
I wanted to not to snuff out my friend, but I
No,
wanted to
go ahead.
I wanted to ask a question
Yeah.
to the chat and to Joe or whoever. Have any of you ever been curious about who the co-writers were for David's songs? And if so, have you ever looked up those artists? Because like I said a while ago, it's something that I did. And I
Yes.
honestly was completely shocked that whenever I looked up music that those guys have written for those guys have helped co-write songs for other, famous artists too. But as far as their own personal genre, it's that dark stuff that
Yes.
David does. So what like I'm
Speaking,
confused. Like,
okay. So coming from an English major side, you can write dark poetry and not be
not
involved.
be crazy.
thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
But
I'm
these
saying
songs are
all
pretty.
dirty.
I would encourage everyone on a Sunday when it's raining or whatever, go to those songs and look at the co-writers and like hit their link and listen to some of the songs. I mean, and so at one point I was thinking, well, maybe it's just not so weird. Maybe this is their thing. I'm not taking up for him, but
No.
it's and I'll be honest, and y'all might not, y'all might just be like, ooh, yuck, or whatever. I d- I did. I do like the sound of David's voice. I
Okay.
do like some of the songs. I do like the vibe of it. I like the music of it.
But you didn't
The
like the lyrics.
some of the lyrics I did. Some of the
Oh, okay.
I mean I
DD.
do. And if I wouldn't feel so odd, I would probably listen to the songs because I just like his voice. I don't have a special type of music. I'm kind of eclectic with that. I mean, I'll go
Yeah.
from church choir music to Metallica. We go to Metallica concerts.
Okay, I want to
But
let Joe know he's getting a bunch of new jewels. So
Oh,
you
yeah,
got you got a bunch of new jewels. So
where?
you got phone home, said good morning.
Good morning. Welcome, DD
And
Phone Home.
I can't see how many. Do we have 48 viewers? I can't. When I'm on chat, I can't see how many people are in.
I can't either.
I'm scared to touch it.
I'm just one
On
of
my end, I'm streaming across 2 platforms, and it said we have 418 viewers.
What? Oh my God. I thought I was just.
you're
No, I thought I was just in here
wait.
talking. Oh Lord, people are going to hear this tomorrow. I thought I was just
Tomorrow, it
talking to
is
the 48
tomorrow.
faithfuls in here. Oh my God.
Right?
BJ's going to hear me. Oh Lord.
Okay, so it said
Can we delete this?
someone is
We'll delete it.
saying
We're going to delete it.
the fact that he did exactly what the song said
Everything
is a
goes.
giveaway of what he is. May songs have double meaning, but
Thank you
comparing
guys so
the
much.
similarities between songs and itself is the difference. That's
Like
from Veronica.
Veronica said that?
Veronica
Rodriguez.
Heredia. I can't read the last name. So
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Veronica Rodriguez says the fact
okay,
that
thank
he
you.
did
Thank you, Joe.
exactly what the song said is a giveaway of what he is.
Yeah.
Songs have double meaning. Well, many songs have double meanings,
Can I
but
use your
comparing
tablet,
the
buddy?
similarities between the song and himself, it is a difference. Yeah. So David's music is just really very odd.
It
That's
is.
all, folks. Thank you so much for the 20 jewels. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Shannon Phillips for the 30 jewels. Thank you so much for that.
The one
To X under the username as my YouTube.
David.
Ooh.
I'm fixing to look up this song. I did look up the lyrics to one song, and it was shortly after, Celeste passed away, which I really didn't even know who David was until then. But there's a song, I'm trying to look it up, and
Lamp said he posted it on X snippets on X.
oh no, please. Oh my God, Brittany's gonna kill me. Oh, I hope I didn't say nothing too horrible.
Under the same username as my YouTube, he said. So you can look that up.
Definitely check that out.
I don't want to. No, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
YouTube. No dirty deleting.
Delete
I'm not
Yeah.
telling y'all.
Uh-huh.
Please, nobody. If y'all go to, if anybody goes is on Brittany's friends list, please don't tell her that y'all heard me talking. Okay, so they had this one song by David, and it's
Yeah.
the one that he's talking about where he's dancing, and they're like the 45 degrees, like they're dancing. They got 45 degrees, and between when they're dancing, and I thought 45 degrees means that what? And I
that's the one
looked.
where they talk about something about like the refrigerator or something like that.
I don't know, but I looked up the lyrics, and when I looked up, I was reading into it something different. And when I looked
Someone
up what
said,
the
look.
song, when I
Someone
looked up
said,
what the
look.
song means, it was something beautiful and all that. But I know in my mind that is not what that song meant. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it was.
Someone said, look up the lyrics to Backstreet Girl. You can pull that up, Joe, can't you? Look up the
MJ,
lyrics to
you better
Backstreet Girl.
not. No, MJ. Girl. We together a lot on days. You can't tell that to BJ. I love my girl, y'all. Y'all gotta give her a break. Yo, she's
Said
got
he
some
is
good
singing
people.
about Celeste. It's
Yeah, I'm
not dark like the others.
I'm like, yeah, okay. Let's see. D4. Okay, so look, let's ask the chat, Joe.
Okay.
Who likes any of David's music? Song, do you like, does anybody like his voice? If like, does anybody
Has
like
anyone heard it?
just any in general? Okay, that's it. One last dance. One last dance. That's and it could be in I mean like coming across as a good song. But okay, so Dee Dee says nope, she don't like
Yeah,
anything
so
about David's music.
phone, yeah, phone home, no.
Cat's here. Oh,
Someone
so
said
it wasn't
Veronica
written.
said, "Hail now."
Joe. Oh, is he here?
I think he left it for us.
Jojo. Okay, so let's see. Nope. Heard his voice,
Yeah.
and it's mostly auto tune. Yeah, he's kind of like he's like an auto tune, but he's kind of like a monotone, simple singer. Like, I mean, I'm a Swiftie, but she's got her own style of just like she's got 4 chords that she plays on the. I mean, and he's kind of simple like that too. And so Veronica said,
simple music started way back when, so I won't get into
cannot
that
listen
because
to
I'm
him.
also a music major. So
Great.
yes,
cannot
I
listen
play
to him.
piano. I play piano
Do
and I
you?
sing. Yes,
And
I still do.
support the wicked.
I still do. I'm trying to relearn it again, but so yeah, I love his style of voice.
You do?
However, I don't love his music anymore. He's unique.
Well,
okay, so
one
uniqueness
last
goes a
dance,
long
y'all.
way.
So nobody
No, I
so
heard
far.
his voice, and mostly it's auto tune, in my opinion.
Not even
That's
one
what
person.
Faded
y'all?
Joe said.
Not even one person in here.
Yeah, see, sounds different
Come
every song.
on.
Lamp
Not
said.
even one person. See, I'm always on the opposite side.
I
Jesus.
cannot listen to him and support the wicked. Sorry, I
No,
don't
I'm not talking
care
about
if he
that.
paid me.
I'm not
Veronica.
talking about that. I'm just talking about, is there something about any of his songs or just music or his voice that just one thing that anybody likes?
Oh, no, I like what Foxy said. I put the words artist in quotation marks and musician in quotation marks in quotes like this when referring to David because he's technically I get her drift
him an
because
artist.
I'm
I
a
just said
musician.
a boy.
Yeah. And I'm
Okay,
thinking, yeah, this is
okay, so no, he's below average at best.
yeah.
Yeah, but that weirdness to it. I mean, you know what? Maybe it's just because it's got that weird voodoo like type.
He
Like
uses monotone correct. However, he uses his voice up and uses a lot of reverb. Yes, a lot of reverb.
I like reverb. Well, he kind of, it's not like a blues sound, but like if you go down to like Bourbon Street, so I live in Louisiana, you get down to Bourbon Street and you get all these weird drifters that come in and out and the street performers and stuff. And so it's not uncommon. I mean, New Orleans is just all about jazz. I mean, you hear all different types of songs and music and stuff. So maybe that's why. Maybe it reminds me.
Well, which he had a point. This is
satanic.
true.
David's music is satanic.
Well, no,
I
she didn't say that. Well, I'm reading what she said before, I guess. Which she's pointed out he was signed because he had a built-in fan base. That's how he got
like
signed.
young kids.
Yeah. But
Hey,
that's
he messed it up. He, like y'all
Yeah.
are all agreeing, like he's not good. Nobody likes him, but you know what? He was making it, y'all. He had everything to look forward
Yes.
to. I mean, and even if he would have gotten in trouble for the SA with Celeste, I mean, that's nothing that like maybe 10 years wouldn't have taken care of. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
I'm not going to touch that because
I
Josh
don't,
Duggar's in jail for a lot longer. But
but he was,
Lamp just said
he
he
got out.
does have some unreleased with some insane vocals.
I'm scared to know.
I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it. You know,
Oh, you want to hear? So the industry is corrupt. I don't know if
it
making
is.
it means anything. But
I respect true talent. There's some true talent in
no,
the
he can't sing
industry.
good. I know.
But there is a lot of just people behind the mic. There's people, you can put anyone up on the stage if they have charisma.
No, yeah, these days, people that are singing, it's all like auto tune in their microphone, like some of the chatters some of the people were saying.
Mhm.
And it's not like real music where people are getting up and like really playing their
Well,
freaking soul out, like
and
we
another
used
thing, if
to.
you look for singers, okay, when you're singing and when you're almost out of breath and you have a click track
What did Flojo just say?
behind.
Somebody said they got, they got you, Flojo. Is something wrong with Flojo? Well, I just got on here to say hi and stuff a while ago. I want to talk with the
And
chat
10
though.
hours later.
I know, but I want
Okay,
to. I want
so
to be involved with the chat. I feel like I'm just being too chatty.
yes, I'm reading. What I want to point out is when they're singing, okay,
Yeah.
and if a true artist,
Yeah,
okay,
buddy.
singing and they need a break, okay, because the voice,
Yeah.
you some of them have a track behind them, okay, so they will turn their back towards the band. If you watch performers turn around and watch their drummer or they're looking at their guitarist, they're turned around, their backs is towards the audience.
Right.
That's them taking a break for breath control or just relaxing your vocal cords for a little bit. And the track is playing, so the audience is not going to know that you just took a break.
Right.
So pay attention to that. A lot of artists do it. I can point out one, and she's actually one that I do like. It's Chapel Roan.
Yeah.
I've seen her. I just recently I saw a clip of her on her actual YouTube, and she needed to take a break. She was running out of breath control, and she turned around facing her band, but the singing was still going on, and I'm like, I can tell because I sing. She was running out of breath, so I was like, to me, I'm like laughing because I'm like, girl, you told on yourself. But I still like her. It's just when
She's
you're
pretty good,
performing
yeah.
live.
Summer said,
Okay.
if I had found his music and liked it before this crime and was a fan before it, it may be hard for me to not listen. But I don't like his sound, and AI would not even have been a fan of his music. I guess I'm alone on this one too. Okay,
Yeah.
so Raina said, I've heard a few romantic. What is that? And
Yeah.
and some from Anachrony. Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
like
Arcane.
summer of '88, which brings it back to me, summer of '69.
That was the summer
The
of
industry,
69.
yeah, yep. The industry has always been corrupt into their work with the '80s artists who got robbed from their work and now make money on live shows because they're signed bad contracts when they were younger.
So how do you think or how do y'all think that David found these like-minded weird co-writers to work with him? I mean, like, I wonder if the manager called out to these people, or I don't know how it works, but he certainly found some people that are in his
The
Freaky Wheelhouse.
the manager, his manager, will set him up with writers.
Oh, this
So
said just finished watching Trap's last video on D4VD. He cried at the end. I mean, yeah, there's
okay.
a lot of people that are just freaking tearing up, like the creators that that I'm a fan of, like That Surprise Witness and BJC Live. I mean, those, I'm always kind of like involved with that, but that's not the only, I mean, I have my own personal, channels that I like. I still watch
Yeah, yeah.
Testino. Yeah.
Let's see.
Uh,
What's the chat? The chat has any questions
they
of
having
us?
question?
Of us, like maybe they have questions for us, like our
Well,
opinions.
yeah, I don't know. We don't,
That's
I mean, we don't know what we're doing. Okay, so this says, Lamp says,
yeah,
this is
yeah.
why I don't like Will. Okay, who's Will? Because I don't know.
It was trap. Yeah, he was making trap
Oh,
resin.
Trapmore?
Yeah, and then
Okay,
literally
I
in the
know.
courtroom. Of course, he's gonna cry after seeing all of the past
He
4
was
days.
making fun. Wait. Who's Will? Will is not Trapmore Ross. He was making fun of Trapmore. He
Yeah.
was literally in the courtroom. Of course, he's gonna say, "Who's Will?" Who's Will? Y'all got my little grandsons, like being a like a
Poor
grandma,
Joe. I think
they call
Joe
me.
just
They just waking up
left
now.
the show to us. I feel bad
He
for him.
probably fell asleep. Okay, so wait.
True.
Will release the okay. Will release the YouTube history.
Oh, okay.
So he was making fun of Trapmore. I used to not be. I got like. I'm kind of like warming back up to Trapmore, but like I got really like burnt out with him because every time I'm flipping through and he's there. I mean,
Okay.
I feel like for the
So let me
longest
ask,
time.
if you don't mind.
What is it?
I was going to say, let me ask you, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
go ahead. Stop, buddy. Stop that. Okay.
What's your age? What's your age range?
I
You
am
can do
55.
an age range.
I'm 55. I am 20
Okay.
20 years older than BJ.
So you're my age.
Okay, I'm 55.
And I don't listen to that music.
But I
That's
look
not my type of
25.
music.
I'm just picking. I don't I did the things that I probably don't like with music is like that. I mean, like the hardest heavy metal that you can think of. Like I don't like that. But I will go with Megadeth. I will go. Okay, so in the chat, what is your
Foxy
number
said-
one favorite group, like music? What's your number one favorite? Mine would have to be Celine Dion, actually.
Oh, I can't stand her. Sorry.
Okay.
So
So Renegade said it made me
I
cry
didn't
seeing
mean to
Trap
offend
cry.
you. I
What was
don't take offense to anyone that's not a Swiftie.
What
but,
was crap?
But
Okay.
Foxy just said, we've hijacked Joe's stream.
No, Joe is here. He's in the chat. He said he's here.
He's this?
So let me ask a question on
Waiting for the internet to return. Thank goodness.
Renegade. No, wait, who said okay. Renegade said it made me cry seeing Trap cry. So what happened at the end? Like, okay, he was just recapping the D4VD stuff, and then what at the end was he kind of talking about that started to bring the tears on?
Yes.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back to your show.
Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back to Joe's show. Filling in the gaps.
Hey.
So, it looks like my internet is not getting along.
So do you want to shut this down?
I don't want to, but I literally just had to restart my Wi-Fi like 6 times. So I don't know how long it's going to remain stable. This is the first time my internet's tried to tell me to take a nap. So it's I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see how much longer it goes on for. But I do want to let you guys know, Lamp, are you okay with me sharing what you told me on X?
Soren, no. Go downstairs.
Let me wait for Lamp to let me know.
Yeah.
Because
So look, Joe, I don't know if you see what's going on in the chat about Trapmore.
I saw Renegade leave
Mhm.
a message saying that Trapmore Ross was crying.
He said he said, he started crying, and then he said he's traumatized.
Yeah, Lamp just said yes, show.
He said he is traumatized.
So here we'll play. Hold on.
Okay.
So we'll play the last of a few of the words, and I don't want to just come out here and just play all of Trapmore Ross's videos, because I do believe that you guys should go support your content creator.
I want to go off the chat, and so I can see what you're gonna show or whatever. So
Okay.
how do I do? I don't want to get disconnected. Do I press the X at the top?
Oh,
I was gonna say I don't know, because I got
don't
a
press the red
tablet.
button. Don't press the red button. So if there's an X, then you can press X, but don't press the red button, because the red button will kick you out.
I think if I press it. Okay, look. Okay. Here we
Are you
go.
back?
All right. Yep, got it. I'm ready.
So we'll hear the closing remarks. And so Trapmore Ross has been at the courthouse since day one. I had a chance to meet him, speak to him for a bit, and I guess today, after day 4 of the preliminary hearings, it got a little emotional for him, and so we just kind of want to hear, kind of see, what Trapmore has to say about everything that he's got to experience while he was inside the courtroom. So let's kind of give this a listen. We're not going to listen to the text messages, because I do think that you should go out there and check out the video for yourself. It is 1 hour and 24, so I would not be doing him any justice if I just kind of took his video and played it on my live. So we're just going to kind of listen to his closing remarks, and you guys are telling me that we should check this out, so we're going to see what he has to say.
Yeah.
Possibly even over the weekend, because there were some very interesting leads that some people have sent to me about details of some very interesting things that have apparently been going on around the case and around David. And I will be sure to keep you guys posted about anything new that I hear. For everybody that says Trapmore Ross just sits and read Reddit comments, I think this week has proven to you guys otherwise. And maybe next week we might just have some Reddit comments to go on, and we will be digging into the Reddit. We're not abandoning the Reddits. The Reddits are the hub for the discourse, but I think you can see that I have definitely done the utmost to get the information to you guys as raw, unadulterated, and factual as humanly possible. And I know there are a few Redditors in there too. All right. I know a few Redditors. I know a few of you shit talking Redditors don't see me in person and smile into my face and acting cool. It's okay. All right. It's okay. I got love for you guys. But all I want to say is that at the end of all this is rest in peace to Celeste Rivas Hernandez. This is all really just documenting history for her to get the justice that she deserves, for her family to get the justice they deserve. It's not about me. It's not about other creators in the courtroom, mainstream media influencers. It's not about the DA and Blair Burke and the vibes and what people are saying and people getting kicked out. All of that's just drama. All of that's secondary to the fact that this poor little girl was taken out of this earth completely wrongfully, against the wishes of God, against the wishes of nature, against what should have been a long and fruitful her life that belonged to her. Her life belonged to her. As you see in those texts, David low-key saw her like property. She was an inconvenience to him. She was a real person, all right? She wasn't the contents of a bag in a car. She was a real person, and she was robbed of her life. And this is all about basically not making her whole again, because it's not possible, but basically doing justice and taking everything away from David that he took away from Celeste. And if that comes in the form of a life sentence without the possibility of parole, so be it. If that comes in the form of the death penalty with a needle, so be it too. But it's all about Celeste. Rest in peace to her. And I saw stuff in that preliminary hearing that I'll never recover from. I've talked about it in other videos, but it was just horrific. And to be honest, like, this is really the first time after like 4 days back to back where I've really been able to just like take a breath, because I've come home from the courthouse every day exhausted and like just so tired and so drained. And when I'm at the courthouse,
Okay, so really quick, right? Because I want to just make sure that everybody is clear and understands that, you know, anybody who has been following this case has been following probably since day one, and we have got all grown to have this love for a person we didn't even know, right? This attachment to a 14-year-old girl who tragically lost her life, and to finally or to be given an opportunity to sit in a courtroom to witness this preliminary hearing, to go after the alleged person to have done this to her, right? It's not easy to just sit there and look at all of these photos of her body, you know, being dismembered and you know, just the loss of life. I only sat in the courtroom for 1 day and have been following the case, you know, online since, and I am just exhausted from it, you know. So you can imagine how exhausted Trapmore Ross might be. And to be honest with you, I don't care if you like him or if you don't like him. This guy has done such amazing coverage on this case. You know, he puts out a ton of content, not only on David, but he puts out a shit ton of content on other topics too. You just have to go to his channel to understand, right? 4 days to be in that courtroom. Any content creator that has been in there for 4 days, you know, any journalist that has been in there for 4 days, it's exhausting. And to see the amount of work that they put in to get news and put out the facts to you people, and you know, it's just not easy. So, you know, you if you don't like his content, then, you know, so be it. It's not something that you need to voice your opinion on. You know, everybody is entitled to their opinion, but, you know, sometimes we don't need to hear it. But Trapmore, whether we like it or not, Trapmore Ross has been, you know, a huge reason why people are following this case. And he, you know, he's covered this case since day one, just like many of us, right? I've covered this case since day one too. I may not have a large platform like Trapmore Ross, but those of you guys who have followed me know how much work here on this channel we put in to keep you guys in the know and make sure that you guys understand some of the things that you guys might see, and debunk some of the false narratives out there, and keep the truth alive. You know, it's not easy. So on the screen, you see Trapmore Ross getting a little emotional.
I think there, yeah, he's coming back.
If you're not used to seeing stuff like we've witnessed in that courtroom, it doesn't get any easier the next day that goes along. In fact, we've learned from day one all the way up to day 4, it just kind of got worse as the news kind of came out. So, you know, Trapmore Ross is doing a hell of a job, and that's pretty much all I can say, right? Whether you like him or not.
Well, I like him, so let's see the rest of it.
He's doing a hell of
again, I don't want to make this about me, because it's courthouse, hearing about these things, seeing these images, seeing the images like of her body and the bags and everything, it's just horrific. But there's so much going on. I'm trying so hard to like write notes every day, and it's really tiring, but there's so much going on, and there's so many great people in the courthouse, like other great journalists to talk to, that like I've made really good friends that I hope I can stay friends with for a long time at the courthouse. But like, there's so much going on, there's so many people you don't get to think, and it's only in them moments like afterwards when like you get home and all of that, the courthouse is over, there's no cameras, is silence, and you're not surrounded by all this stuff going on to distract you. And I just got home and thought about that horrible picture of the body and the limbs all put back together, and just how bad of a state she was in. And I just feel so awful for her family. And like everything that I've witnessed in this trial is the worst stuff I've ever seen. I've seen so many like gang murders and crimes and stuff, but like I've never seen anything so bad. But it's not really like on me to say, oh, I wish I'd never seen that, because like David, like Celeste's family, they've lost their daughter, and that's really what matters. And like, fortunately, they didn't have to look at that shit, but it's like that happened. I had to look at what actually happened, and unfortunately, I think it's good, and I respect Beth Silverman for sparing them the trauma of seeing that, because that was horrible. And when I got home today, and I could actually just decompress, because all these other days I've got home, I've had so much to do. I've had to film until nighttime, go to bed, wake up. I've barely had a minute to think. But when I got home today and I sat down and I thought about it, and the images of those autopsy pictures and the contents of that bag just flashed, like scarred on my brain, like scarred into my mind, real trauma. And I just just like, there's just like, I didn't know the world was really that evil, like in real deal life. This isn't a video, this isn't a story, this isn't something that I'm like researching for a story. This is real deal, real life. Someone really did this, and allegedly David's the person that did it. And if he deserves what whoever did it, like, look, justice is going to take place, but like, there is no place for anybody. The state that she was left in those pictures, whoever did that should be dead, basically. Death penalty, needle, lethal injection, I don't care what it is, that's what it should be. Because if that was my daughter, if that was my sister, if that was my niece, my nephew, I would do it. So fortunately that's not the case. So rest in peace to Celeste. Massive condolences to her family. Really admire the strength of this fucking dirtbag every day. Utmost respect to them for that. I'm going to leave it there. Sorry if I got emotional at the end, but like, it's been really hard few days, but it's really not about me. I don't matter in this whole grand scheme of things at all. I'm going to wrap up there. Thank you so much for watching this, guy.
You guys, do me a favor. Take a few minutes out of your time. Go to Trevor Ross's video. Go to his page. Leave a comment in there.
Breaking up.
Here with Flojo TV and all of you guys. Let him know that Flojo and you guys all support and admire the work that he does. Let him know that you guys support him. If you guys appreciate the work that he does, let him know. Let him know that Flojo TV, the Inner Circle, work that he does, and we appreciate the work that he does. So go to his channel, leave a comment. I'd love to see some purple hearts in his chat or in his comments, and let him know, the Inner Circle family, we appreciate him, because we're gonna go. We're gonna leave a comment on his page too. But yeah, that was hard to watch, because if you're not used to seeing anything like this, he said that he's covered a ton of gang murders. If you go to his page and you see all the content, a lot of the stuff that he covers is a lot about gang murders and stuff like that, and it could be hard to cover. And this guy's been covering this since day one, and he's been in the courtroom every single day. So what more can he say? But be emotional. I wouldn't doubt it if anybody else who left that courtroom that spent 4 days in there and seen all the gruesome photos that were displayed in there didn't walk away feeling the same, right?
And Lamp just said it's okay if you show the DMs I sent you.
You're okay with that? So okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'll show you the stuff that Lamp sent. Actually, I'm just gonna go to his page and I'm gonna show you the stuff that he just posted on X because it is out, and I will follow up with a tweet with that information as well. But Lamp has just posted on X 2 clips or 3 clips of some unreleased either samples that may have came from David at some point. Now, I can't speak on the legitimacy of them, but Lamp can because they are coming from Lamp. And after this, a day for me. We have been on for almost 8 hours. We almost pulled a full-time shift. But David has 2 unreleased songs mentioning Celeste once again. One of them is called, trigger warning, you guys. One of them is called Trapped in a Tesla. The other one is called Losing Control. And the infamous Celeste version 2 is a second version of the song Celeste by David. So here are the tracks. After this, you guys, I will be calling it a night. And I'll say thank you guys ahead of time. Thank you guys for hanging. Here are the videos.
Wonder what you would think of me if you saw me this way, but I trapped in a Tesla. Hope you don't hate me cause I know I'm really messed up.
Did you guys just hear that?
Yeah.
Wonder what you would think of me if you saw me this way, but I trapped in a Tesla. Hope you don't hate me cause I know I'm really messed up.
Trapped in a Tesla, and I hope you don't hate me because I really messed up. What the?
Stay until the sun is magical. Just more breath. And up next to 5 months then, don't see when she lasts, know that she love. Wonder what you would think of me. Maybe cause I know I really messed up.
Fuck. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that just made me feel some type of way.
Sickening. That sums it up in one word, sickening. Many ways.
That's wild. I think after that, you guys, I am going to call it a night.
Yes. Well, it was nice hanging out with you tonight, Joe.
It was nice
Get some
hanging out with
sleep.
you.
Yeah, get some
Remember,
sleep.
Auntie Amber, thank you for hanging out with me. So appreciate having you
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And thank you for being here. To everybody who is still awake, you guys are wild.
Joe.
You are wild.
Yeah.
We lasted 8 hours, you guys. Flojo comes back for one day and then we do a full 8-hour shift.
Yeah.
So with that said, you guys, I do want to thank you guys for being here. right now. You guys, thank you guys so much for being had Lamb in the chat. We were on Strategic's show earlier tonight. We all got emotional with Trapmore Ross. Don't forget to go to Trapmore Ross's page, drop some purple hearts in the chat, and let them know that the Inner Circle and Flojo TV, you know, support them. For me tonight, you guys, or this morning, my name's Flojo. This was Filling in the Gaps. Peace.